Chapter 94 Raging Waves. Chapter 94 Raging Waves. Wei Huaigu was sent to prison to be placed on trial, while Yang Cheng of the Provincial Administration Commission of Jueshi was also apprehended by the imperial bodyguards and taken to the imperial prison. This was a major case in the year of Tianqin, and the entire court of civil and military officials was watching. Xin Zichuan moved very quickly. From the confession submitted by Yang Qin, he found out that Wei Huaigu had been reselling military provisions for profits ever since the 4th year of Xinda. Using his position as the Minister of Revenue, Wei Huaigu would buy military provisions from Yang Qin each time he supervised the handling of the military provisions. Then he resold it at a higher price to Shi Hongxian, who then separately sent these military grains via sea and land towards the 6 prefectures of Zhongbua and Shuhai to make a huge profit off them. In this way, he split the land tax among the commoners' fields in the 13 cities of Jueshi and let the common folk down there bear the tax, since you've already been doing this for so long. Then why was it only this time that you were pricked by your conscience into reporting Wei Huaigu through the relay report? Xin Zichuan looked through Yang Cheng's confession. Yang Cheng had been in the imperial prison for a few days. He lowered his head and said, "This time moldy grains were used to fill it up. It's not the same as before. Li Bei is going to fight a war. These grains would be the poison that causes the death of the soldiers at the frontier pass if they were sent over. I was afraid that something bad would really happen to the hereditary prince of Li Bei." There were no other people at the sides of the table. Xiao Jie, who was sitting in the shadows, said out of the blue, "You are so certain that these foods will reach the mouth of the hereditary prince?" Yang Cheng shifted his arms uneasily. His lips turned pale as he said, "That's what I was afraid of. Although I'm greedy for wealth, I don't want to cause anyone to lose their lives." "Don't be afraid." Shen Zichuan cast a glance at Xiao Jie and softened his tone at Yang Cheng. "This place may be the imperial prison, but this is a case that is personally supervised and tried by His Majesty. If you have anything to say, you can voice them all out here." The contrast between both of them was stark. Yang Cheng gulped down his saliva. He was already a little dazed from the non-stop interrogation all night. He muttered, "I didn't know it." "I didn't. What didn't you know?" Xin Zichuan asked gently. "I didn't know that something would really happen to the hereditary prince of Li Bei." Yang Cheng began to choke with sobs as he spoke. "I didn't know. I was worried the Li Bei armored cavalry would suffer a defeat because of this and let the Biancha cavalry assault their way in once again." Xiao Jie bent over slightly, his body like a vicious beast whose shadows loomed over Yang Cheng's face. He said in a frosty voice, "So you know this batch of military provisions can lead to the defeat of the Li Bei armored cavalry. Yet you still had them sealed and loaded up the carriages. You deserve to die." Yang Cheng grew terrified under Xiao Jie's gaze. Stumped for words, he cried incoherently, "Your lordship? I plead guilty. I deserve to die. You won't die." With compassion brimming in his expressive, upturned eyes on his jade-like handsome face, Shen Zichuan said, "The main perpetrator is Wei Huaigu in this case. He used his position to coerce you, and there was nothing you could do. I understand these difficulties of yours. His lordship understands it as well. Yang Cheng, you entered government service in the era of Yongyi. You have been an official in Jueshi for half of your life, and you have made your way up to the post of Assistant Administration Commissioner. You are a capable man, as assessed from the Kuda's inspection. Now that Jiang Qingshan has left Jueshi to be transferred to Zhongbua as a provincial governor, the position of the Provincial Administration Commissioner of Jueshi will be vacant. Going by age and experience, you will be the first choice for recommendation when the Ministry of Personnel is deliberating over it. You see, your future was supposed to be bright, and yet you forfeited it all for that bit of money. It's not worth it." Hunching over, Yang Cheng sobbed. "I heard that you were from Baimazu in your early years. Your family was poor, and you lost your father at the age of 6. your siblings, and you were single-handedly raised by your mother alone. She sent you and your brothers to school, and spent most of her life enduring hardships. She finally waited for the day you became an official and had your own residence. Yet you committed such a grave mistake. Xin Zichuan was particularly compassionate as he continued. From today onwards, she'll be left all alone and forsaken, and she still has to endure scorns and curses because of this case. How can you be so heartless? Yang Cheng could not help himself and burst out crying. He was a scholar to begin with, and he knew of propriety, justice, integrity, and honor. One, he was the most filial in serving and attending to his mother's needs back at home. Covering his face with both hands, he cried, "I have made such an inhumane mistake. I'm too ashamed to see her again. This case is still not closed. Whether you will be executed or not is still up for debate." Xiao Qie threw down the confession and looked askance at him. "Since you still know to be ashamed, then you still have a shred of conscience left. All the questions I'm going to ask you next will not be recorded in the confession. If you answer truthfully, I'll think of a way to preserve your life so that your old mother may live her remaining years in peace and comfort. But if you dare to prevaricate in an attempt to fob me off, then I'll immediately have you publicly beheaded at the foot of Duanqing's city gate as a warning to the rest." With one relay report, you gave Wei Huaigu away and ruined many people's golden rice bowl. Two, you are a man in the trade, so you understand best what fate awaits those widows and orphans. Without me to vouch for you, the lives of everyone in your family will be in imminent danger. Yangqing cried for a long time. When he stopped, Shan Zichuan personally held out a cup of hot tea to him. He wiped his tears hastily and repeatedly said his thanks. With both hands holding the tea, he fell silent for a long while before he said, "Your lordship's willingness to protect me is a great, life-saving kindness. I don't dare to ask to re-enter government service as an official again. All I wish for is to be sent into exile. This case implicates way too much. It's not something that can be clearly explained in a short time. I'll tell your lordship about it slowly. Ever since the first year of the era of Xianda, the state treasury has been depleting in substantial amounts. The Ministry of Revenue's accounts are all messed up. Hua Xiqian, as the Grand Secretary of the Grand Secretariat, collaborated with Pan Rugi to approve many projects that squandered away public funds. For example, Linlang Garden in Qinzhou. Most of them weren't really built for real. These gardens were merely just a pretext to pass through the Grand Secretariat's examination and gain its approval so that everyone could draw out money from the state treasury together. The collusion between officials and merchants for illegal gains was something everyone in the palace knew. The money really flowed like water flowing into these people's pockets. In the fourth year of Xianda, Wei Huaigu dragged me into this. I'll be honest, your lordship. I know these money shouldn't be touched, but I had no choice. When local officials like us enter the capital, the Pan and Hua factions will take turns to call on us and ask for ice respect. No doubt you would have also heard of the widely spread practice of spending money to get a promotion those few years. The noble clans have the dignity of a noble clan to uphold. Those who are truly held back by all these ice respect and coal respect 3 are officials from humble backgrounds like me. Without money, we can't enter the central administration. Without money, we won't have a job to do. That year, Jueshi faced a locust plague, and not a single grain was reaped from the 13 cities. It was Jiang Qingshan who did all he could to shoulder this responsibility and save our lives. He forcibly opened up the commercial granaries to release food aid relief to the commoners. And this was how the situation did not deteriorate into a famine. It was also because of this that Jiang Qingshan became the thorn in the flesh of the prominent businessmen in Jueshi. Kudu also knew this at that time. The debtors hunted him down to his residence, and his mother even had to weave fabrics to pay off the debt even at her age. But what debt was he repaying? We all know it very well that he was repaying the debt on behalf of the imperial court. But there was one thing that no one else but those of us from the Provincial Administration Commission of Jueshi knew, and that was the defeat of the Zhongba troops was too timely. Why do I say that? The state treasury was empty at that time, and Jueshi had faced a calamity. Libe and Bianjuan commandery still had to deal with the Bayancha cavalry. The harvest of Hezhou, further down, was dismal too. People from the various areas were already starving to death at the beginning of the year. The Ministry of Revenue was forced into a corner, but they had no way to provide aid reliefs to the various areas because the state treasury had already been emptied out. Hua Xiqian had to give the various regions an explanation, and Hai Liangyi of the Grand Secretariat was also looking into the accounts. In no time, Hua Xiqian was caught between a rock and a hard place. This matter put him in a terrible fix. At that time, the Hua clan in Diqing sold their manor, and it was the Shi clan who took over. We all know that Hua Xiqian wanted to backfill the state treasury by doing this. He wanted to cover up the matter, but a vacuum of that size was not something he alone can fill in, and so Hua Xiqian began to collect his debt from the others. I don't know if Hua Xiqian got his money back, but it was at this juncture that the Bayancha cavalry suddenly launched an assault at Chasha River. Duanzhou's garrison troops suffered a crushing defeat, and Shenwei withdrew and holed himself up like a tortoise, leading to Zhongba's defeat one after another. Libe armored cavalry and Qidong garrison troops came from both sides to provide reinforcements. It was at the gate of Kudu that they stopped the Bayancha tribes from penetrating deeper. But although the homeland was reclaimed, the massacred cities had already turned into deserted ones. And Jueshi's subsequent resupply of relief grains were precisely the grains of the 6 prefectures of Zhongbua. Xin Zichuan abruptly rose to his feet. He stood in the darkness without saying a word. Xiao Qia's heart went icy as well. He and Xin Zichuan had made so many assumptions in the past, but it had never occurred to them that the defeat of the Zhongba troops might be to fill up the empty granaries at the back and pay off the debt for Hua Xiqian and the officials who were caught in a difficult position owing to the state treasury investigation. That was more than 100,000 people. Xin Zichuan stupefyingly supported himself on the table and looked ahead as he said in a hoarse voice, That was the lives of 40,000 soldiers. Do you know what you are talking about? Xin Zichuan was caught off guard by these words. He spent 6 years convincing himself that these people possibly died in the struggle for power. These vivacious people, these young lives, all of them existed once like Jimu. Duanzhou was the first door in. They all died so tragically. The singing reverberating in Chashur sinkhole was Xin Zichuan's nightmare for a lifetime. The defeat of Zhongba troops led to countless of victims. No one went to collect the bodies of the soldiers who died in battle. Blood inundated the dreams of survivors. In this oppressive atmosphere, Yang Cheng held his head and said, The filling of military grains this time really made me afraid. Zhongbua still had the chance to be rescued, but Libe can only rely on the reinforcement from Luosha Pass. Once the Bayancha cavalry breaches Libe, I'll become a sinner condemned through the ages. The defeat of Zhongba troops and the arrival of the Bayancha cavalry were too coincidental. Hanshi tribe's transfer of their troops south was not a coincidence. It was because they received news. In that case, Hanshi tribe's encounter with Xiao Jiming at the Hongyan Eastern Mountain Range this time was definitely no coincidence either. There were people everywhere in Kudu, Zhongbua, Libe, and even Qidong to pass information to the 12 tribes of Bayancha. They raised the 12 tribes of Bayancha like they were raising a jackal, so starving it would lap up everything. And when necessary, they would let it into the territory to gobble up all the traces that could not be wiped clean. I don't know if there is anyone else in the central administration who is still doing such a thing. Yang Cheng said fearfully, But it's really a close call this time. There are already reserves in the state treasury, and the Grand Secretariat is also carrying out stringent audits on the Ministry of Revenue's accounts. It'd be selling out the state if the Bayancha cavalry is released into our territory again? I don't know. I don't dare to bet on it. There are people monitoring my private correspondences, so I could only inform Kudu through the relay report. Since you want to report Wei Huaigu, Shun Zichuan suddenly lifted up Yangcheng. Why did you affix it with the Ministry of Revenue's tag when you sent out the urgent relay report? The very first moment this report enters Kudu, it would land in Wei Huaigu's hands. Yang Cheng lost his grip on the teacup. Under the sound of the porcelain cup shattering, he said in a trembling voice, "No, no! I had it affixed with the Ministry of Justice's tag." Shin Zichuan was stunned. Looking fearful, Yang Cheng said in disbelief, "I'd no doubt die if this report were to land in Wei Huaigu's hands. I know that the Minister of Justice, Kong Chiu, is a courageous one. He isn't born from a noble clan, so he will definitely not put it off or cover it up for Wei Huaigu. That's why I triple-checked before dispatching it that it was the Ministry of Justice I tagged." "We've been had." Xiao Qie grasped hold of Shin Zichuan in support. The expression in his eyes was ruthless. Wei Huaigu isn't the culprit this time. When Wei Huaigu received the relay report, he knew that someone had already read the content. This was a silent coercion. He had to turn himself in. Chapter 95, Mansion. Chapter 95, Mansion Wei Huaigu, who was over 50 years old, was stripped of his official robes, thereby turning into a prisoner in white. One, he was shackled, with iron bars separating him and Xiaoqia. No one had ever maltreated him these few days he had been put on trial. His hair, which had been tied up in a bun, was tidy and his face was clean. It was just that he seemed to have aged by several years in a few short days. He looked very haggard. The trial ended last night. Wei Huaigu sat on the chair and said to both of them, "My confession has already been submitted, and I'm now waiting to be sentenced. What else do you want to ask?" Embezzlement of state treasury funds, resale of military provisions for illegal gains, and the poisoning of the generals at the frontier. All three charges are capital crimes. Xiao Qie looked closely at Wei Huaigu. Wei Huixing has also been removed from his post and thrown into prison to await the impeachment order. The fall of your Wei clan's line of direct descendants took out 2 imperial court ministers along with it. How is it that you could bear to let it happen this time? This matter concerns Li Bei. Who would dare to bend the law and play favorites? There's no one to protect me. Wei Huaigu adjusted his sitting posture as if he was still sitting in the main seat at the Ministry of Revenue's office compound. He looked at Xiaoqia. Your father has now come out of obscurity to take up the mantle. His Majesty probably won't even dare to sleep these few days. The Prince of Li Bei is still the same tough nut as he was back in those days. He knows what to do to give them a rap on the knuckles. You should have known that those military provisions were to be delivered to Li Bei when you were filling the military provisions up with moldy grains. But you still did it all the same, didn't you? At that time, you weren't the slightest bit afraid that there's no one protecting you. Xiaoqia shifted a little and continued, to send these things into my eldest brother's mouth. Adulterating it was only the first step. When the grains arrived at Li Bei, you bribed the officials in charge of examining the granary so that they would close an eye and send the stuff to the camps. This was the second step. Then you bribed the mess cooks of the Li Bei armored cavalry and mixed this poisonous stuff into the dishes before they were sent to the soldiers at the frontier pass for consumption. This was the third step. Xiao Qie stopped and looked out of the corner of his eyes at Wei Huaigu. These arrangements take time and effort. The moment an accident happens, you won't be able to deny your involvement in it. Not only will you not get away with it, you'll even be subjected to a probe by the Ministry of Justice, which will bring your crime of reselling military provisions for profits to light. You are not this kind of person. Wei Huaigu did not answer Xiao Qie's question immediately. Instead, he looked at Shin Zichuan, who had been sitting behind Xiao Qie all this while. He laughed and pointed at Shun Zichuan, saying, Second young master has made progress, having been in Kudu for 6 years. Back then, when you first entered the capital, you spent the whole day looking for fights and braying for blood. Vice Commander Shin knows this from experience, right? That's why I said Xiao Fangxiu is an iron fist to dare to put his son on the edge of the blade to polish. You really have your father to thank for being able to grow into the person you are now. Xiao Jie looked at Wei Huaigu with indifference. It was unexpectedly Shen Sichuan who pushed aside the confession statement. With both hands slightly clasped together on the table, he said calmly to Wei Huaigu without so much a smile or wrath, "That's right. You find it unfair to see such a Xiao Suan. Your son spent all day mixing with the brothel crowd during the years of Xinda. By the time the Grand Secretariat had a change of personnel in the reign of Tianqin, it would have been insurmountably hard for him to enter officialdom through the imperial examinations, even if he wanted to. 2. You are already at this age. Yet the Wei clan does not have a descendant of direct lineage who is capable of keeping the Wei clan going. You place your hopes on a marriage alliance, but a pity the Fei clan knows that the Wei clan is on the decline, and Commandery Princess Jiayue eventually married into the Pan clan. In your post as the Minister of Revenue, you've repeatedly demoted and relegated newly appointed officials to remote areas. What you fear was being replaced by the up-and-coming talents. Today, the Wei clan seemed to be still at the height of its power, but in truth, it is already water that is about to spill over. With your death, the Wei clan is doomed to fall." Touching his shackles, Wei Huaigu said, "The power of a clan is like the tides, whose rise and fall is a fact of the world. It thrives one moment and declines the next. All of it are predestined. There's nothing for me to regret when the time comes for the Wei clan. History has gone through several generation changes, for as long as Dazhou has existed to this day. Everything is ever-changing. Only the 8 great clans have not changed. Therefore, it's only with my death that the Wei clan can survive. Will the 8 great clans really remain unchanged?" Xiao Qie said, "The internal strife between the Shi brothers led to the end of all their Di and Shu descendants. There is already no one left today to carry on the bloodline. In the future, the Shi clan will no longer be the Shi clan it used to be. It's only a matter of time before they are squeezed out of the political game." But Wei Huaigu laughed it off and said, "As long as the Shi clan still exists, they won't be booted out of the game. Today you kill Shi Hongxian, wanting to cut up the Shi clan's family fortune, yet you can't bear to give up the Shi clan's businesses. So you still have to continue to rely on others to put things in order for you. So tell me, is the Shi clan still considered dead then? They merely lost a helmsman at the head. This is a temporary predicament, as long as that eldest madam of theirs still wants to control the business under Shi's name. Then when she finds a new flame in the future, the other party can only marry into the family 3 and change his surname. The child they bear will still take on the surname Shi. And this is a new direct line of descendants that will continue the Shi clan's lineage." Candle wax dripped, like tears mottling the sides of it. Night was coming to an end. Silence reigned on the outside. Wei Huaigu stood up, like an elder guiding intellectual discussions. "I have a question. I have always wanted to ask Xiao Fangxiu, but there is no more chance for me to now, so I can only ask you. Xiao Qie, your father came from a humble background. He experienced hardship at the frontier before he finally tided over the sea of suffering to possess his own turf and title. You call yourselves people who broke the shackles of the noble clans. But it has been 30 years now, and Li Bei and the Xiao clan have become a single, inseparable entity. He came to have sons too. You and Xiao Jiming are both legitimate sons born of the principal wife. To avoid disputes between the son of lawful births born of the principal wives and son of common births born of concubines, he even refused to remarry for or get a concubine. He turned Xiao Jiming and you into the only choices to lead the Li Bei armored cavalry. Isn't this precisely the impenetrable fortress built as a safeguard at the inception of a noble clan? You are now walking the same exact path as us." After a moment of silence, Xiaoqia said, "You think this way because you don't understand that there are people in this world willing to be tied down by love. My father doesn't remarry or take a concubine simply because he is only willing to exchange lifetime vows of conjugal bliss with my mother in this life of his. Li Bei armored cavalry is a heavy cavalry, 5 he established. He understands this army better than anyone else. This is his 3rd son, one that is far more important than my eldest brother and me. All along, the ones who have been seeing my eldest brother and me as the only choices for Li Bei armored cavalry are you people. My being in Kudu doesn't tether the Li Bei armored cavalry at all, only Xiao Fengshu and Xiao Jiming. You still have not understood one thing. My father has indeed set up an impenetrable fortress around the position of the Li Bei armored cavalry's commander-in-chief. But that is not a bastion of iron to safeguard the status of a noble clan. Rather, it is a weight, a test, of whether one can truly become the chief commander of an army to lead Li Bei armored cavalry into bearing the ravages of the elements against the fortress amidst those ceaseless confrontations with Bayansha. 30 years ago, Xiao Fengshu was the man who broke through this layer of fortress. 10 years ago, the one who did the same was Xiao Jiming. If someday someone is similarly able to break through this layer of fortress, has no fear of hardships and suffering, and is willing to be forged and tempered in such a way, then he shall be the new commander-in-chief of the Li Bei armored cavalry. You made it out to be all so honorable and dignified for Xiao Fengshu, but in reality, the Xiao clan has been monopolizing the military power of Li Bei all these years. The expression in Wei Huaigu's I was slightly mocking. That's just because the 2 men who have borne such a weight one after another happened to be surnamed Xiao. Xiaoqia's eyes suddenly revealed a brilliance that made it hard for one to look right at him in the eyes. In the dimness of this fading light, he was both Xiao Fengshu and Xiao Jiming, as well as the pride the 3 men of the Xiao clan had hidden deep under their armors. He said, "You people called my father an alpha wolf. There are no prejudices against one's blood lineage in a pack of wolves. As long as you can defeat us, you can lead us. Everything the Li Bei armored cavalry has to show for today is what it deserves." Someday, Xiaoqia's voice came to a stop, but Shen Zichuan knew what he was going to say next. He wanted to say that someday when he returned to Li Bei, he would also participate in such a fight amongst the wolves. As long as he could defeat the others, he would be the 3rd alpha wolf. The source of their pride and willfulness was that they had never feared resistance. This was Xiao Fengshu's soul, and he taught this kind of spirit to both of his sons, as well as the Li Bei armored cavalry. Do you know why the Qi clan, who similarly guards the frontier and who holds military power firmly in their hands, has never faced such animosity from the noble clans as the Xiao clan did? Wei Huaigu and Xiaoqia looked at each other. He said mildly, "Because you are all born with a rebellious bone. This pride is precisely the root cause of Kudu's distrust of Li Bei. And do you know why the noble clans would not fall? Because we know to go with the flow and seize the opportunities presented to us. The Li clan is the root, the foundation of Dazhou. We surround it, see it born, let it grow. We alternate with one another and we give each other. We are the soil that sustains Dazhou, the land you step on under your feet, and the sky you look at when you raise your head. They are the stability that arises as a result of the noble clans holding together. All those who want to break such a stability are enemies. 26 years ago, the crown prince of the Li clan led the Eastern Palace in an attempt to break the status quo. That was naive. The crown prince didn't understand that once the noble clans collapsed, the Li clan would rapidly wither too. That was why he was sure to die. Hua Xiqian may die as may Shi Hongxian. Same goes for me, but it's just our bodies that perish. The noble clan is not a world that can be overthrown by human power alone. Nobody, and I mean nobody, can defeat us. All these years, the only scholar of a humble background in the imperial court who truly broke through the siege to endanger us all is Hai Liangyi. He used close to 30 years to lie low in patience. He has made his way up now, but does he dare to turn the world upside down without careful consideration? He rejuvenated the Imperial College and promoted scholars of humble backgrounds. Every step he takes is that careful and cautious because he knows the outcome of using brute force to tussle will be the ruin of the empire. But how long can he still live? After his death, this phase will crumble and fall apart. It's impossible for him to succeed. Wei Huaigu suddenly burst out laughing. He held on to the bars and looked at Shen Zichuan. Qi Hualien led the Eastern Palace to act with haste and resolve. He would never let us off easily. He thought he could do it, but he ended up causing the death of the Crown Prince. All the geniuses in this world should learn to reflect on their shortcomings. He is a cautionary tale of political radicalism. Stop him! Shin Zichuan suddenly rose. Xiao Jia immediately reached out, but it was already too late. Wei Huaigu started to cough violently. He bent over, cupping the blood in his hands, and lifted his eyes to look at both of them. Amidst his intense pain and with blood in his mouth, he said, "You can't win. You are doomed to fail." Xiao Jia kicked the cell door open, hauled Wei Huaigu up, and pinched his mouth open. The filthy blood within trickled down. Wei Huaigu was just like the expiring candle in the wind. His limbs gradually stiffened amidst his convulsions, until he finally stopped moving, his eyes still open in a glare. The flame of the candle went out. Only the whimpers of the wind could be heard inside the prison. The imperial air. Xiao Jia let go of the corpse and strode out. The sky was brightening up a little outside, although it was still shrouded with dense, dark clouds. The rainstorm that had stopped seemed as if it was about to stage a comeback. Oppressiveness pervaded the air along with the sounds of chaotic footsteps. Xiao Jia pushed the door open and saw the panic-stricken girls in the prison. The stench of blood came assailing their nostrils. All the boys had been killed, their bodies lying haphazardly on the ground. Sweat formed on Xiao Jia's temples. He clutched Long Li blade as his eyes swept across each of these terrified faces. He and Shen Zichuan had not made their moves yet. So who killed the imperial heir? Cool wind blew against Xiao Jia's soaked back. He had yet to turn around when he heard the gallops of a horse. Amidst the jolts and bumps, Fumin shouted in a fluster, Your lordship! Please head into the palace, quickly. His Majesty is in imminent danger." Xiao Jia abruptly turned back, but Shen Zichuan pressed his hand down on Xiao Jia's arm. He was so calm that his gaze made Fumin's limbs tremble. He asked, "What do you mean by imminent danger? Make yourself clear." With snot and tears running down his face, Fumin cried, "His Majesty is critically ill. He is urgently summoning his lordship over for an audience with him. There is an important matter he wishes to entrust to his lordship." Chapter 96. Collapse? Chapter 96. Collapse. The skies overcast foreshadowed the incoming rainstorm. Xiao Jia took off Long Li blade by the palace entrance and stepped into the dark and long hallway. Eunuchs kneeling on either side all kept quiet with their heads lowered. Silence befell in and outside of Mingli Hall. With scuttling steps, Fumin led Xiao Jia to the door and lifted the curtains. The bed curtains within the bedchamber were not drawn up. There was a suffocating heat inside, mixed to the hint of blood. Fumin whispered between sobs, "Your Majesty, look. His lordship is here." Li Jianheng answered from within and said, "Tell the rest to take their leave. I want to speak with the Marquis before the Secretariat Elder arrives. Do not disturb us." Fumin quietly exited with the other servants. Suin. Li Jianheng seemed to have shifted his body. He said, "Pull the bed curtains open." Xiao Jia raised his hand and pulled the hanging curtains back. The bed was stained all over with blood. Li Jianheng looked as if he was soaking in a pool of filthy color. His chest heaved as he struggled to gasp for breath. "Brother." Li Jianheng's pale face was full of tears and sweat. He wiped off the sweat with his trembling hand, but smeared his entire face with blood instead. Where the heck have you been? The anxiety is killing me. Mu Ru was lying beside Li Jianheng, dead. Xiao Jie suddenly felt a little lonesome. Even though he knew this meeting was a trap, he still agreed to this invitation just to live up to this word of brother from Li Jianheng. The brotherhood of their reckless youth was already crushed and shattered to smithereens under the unforgiving wheel of power. Yet in this moment, it seemed as though it was glued back together again. He felt as if he had returned to the past. He hung up the curtains and said in a raspy voice, "It was very windy on the way here, and there were too many people on Shenwu Street, which made it inconvenient to ride a horse." Li Jianheng raised the hand that was covering up his wound and looked at where he was stabbed. He said, "You have been a good brother to me. You clearly knew this trip was dangerous, yet you still came. It is not in vain that I, Li Jianheng, could be buddies with you." Xiao Jie pulled over a chair to sit down and looked at Li Jianheng as his Adam's apple bobbed several times. He said, "I had already told you a long time back that she was not a good match for you. But I liked her so much." Li Jianheng blankly rubbed the blood between his fingers. "I thought she liked me too. Fuck! So this is how much it hurts to be stabbed with a knife." Xiao Jie rubbed his face and propped his elbows on his knees. He said, "What did you want to tell me now that you have called me over?" Li Jianheng turned his eyes and chuckled at Xiao Jie through his tears before his face fell again. Choking with sobs, he said with a broken voice, "I called for you, so you came. The fuck is wrong with you, Xiao Suan? Do you know that it's full of people out there, waiting for you with swords in their hands?" Just like Xiao Jie had done when he was resolving tough situations for him in the past, he calmly nodded and said, "I know." Li Jianheng forced down a sob and said, "If you didn't come, I'd not have to apologize." Xiao Jie's eyes reddened. He said, "You are the emperor. There is no need for the emperor to apologize." Li Jianheng covered his wound and bawled his eyes out while shaking his head. He sobbed, "Brother, I really wanted to be a good emperor. I even memorized the texts a few days ago. Tell this to the Secretariat Elder on my behalf when you head out." Xiao Jie said, "You are the emperor. Tell him yourself." Gasping and crying in a hoarse voice, Li Jianheng said, "That won't do. I'm the emperor. I cannot go myself. It's too humiliating. He is a loyal subject. Tell me, why am I this stupid? I really wanted to call him my second father. One, I'm scared that after I die, both of you will also end up stabbed by the others." Xiao Jie's voice turned raspy as he answered, "How are you going to leave when you are such a scaredy cat?" Li Jianheng gestured. "Imperial brother is waiting for me. I'm scared that he's going to scold me again. I've let him down." Xiao Jie snorted a laugh and said, "That's all you've got?" Li Jianheng's breath grew rapid. He pursed his parched lips again and again, then said, "I've let you down too. I've not stuck by you enough. We're both in situations that we have control over. I really, really regret it. Suan, leave. When you get outside, just go. Get on your horse and go home. I have nothing to give you, but it's also a shame not to gift you anything." Xiao Jie rubbed his face again. Li Jianheng raised a finger and pointed toward the wall. He muttered indistinctly that bow is what you helped me obtain from Imperial Brother. But fuck, I can't pull it. Take it with you. The wolf pup should stay in the grasslands. That thumb ring of yours must be rusted by now. Xiao Jie said heartlessly, "I don't want it. That's the conqueror bow of your clan." "You are the conqueror." Li Jianheng's voice was already very soft. He gazed at the bow. "In my next life, don't make me the emperor again. I want to be a swallow of Dazhou nesting under the roof of riches and glory." He looked quietly at the conqueror bow and did not move any more. The wind blew against the drapes in the bedchamber. Sitting, Xiao Qia listened as that muffled thunder struck and torrential rain exploded forth. Han Chung finished up the last mouthful of tea and held the teacup in his hands as he walked out of the door to look at the 8 great training division soldiers who were standing by in combat readiness. He flung the teacup onto the ground and boomed at the top of his voice. The Imperial Army of Kudu only has 8,000 people. Without receiving news, the men at Mount Foam military grounds can't come to provide reinforcement. Xiao Qia is already a trapped beast in a cage. Today we must take him down. Heavy rain rumbled. The sound of densely clustered footsteps surrounded the imperial palace like layers of walls. Sheets of blades scraped against armors as the 8 great training divisions laid a heavy siege outside the bedchamber. Fu Min could no longer stand up as he listened to those sounds. The eunuchs each cowered in the corners, lest they were taken to be sacrificed to these swords. Xiao Qia finally stood up. Under the intersection of light and shadows, he put down the bed curtains for Li Jianheng. Then he turned around to take down the conqueror bow that weighed 100 kadi. The doors had long been opened. Xiao Qia pushed aside layers upon layers of fluttering drapery and walked towards the heavy rain without so much a look back. Han Chung led the men into drawing their blades. There was nothing for him to shout because they had already won. They wanted to change the world in this heavy bout of downpour and make Xiao Qia kneel once more. Xiao Qia looked at those dark and dense masses of heads. He strode a step out and walked down along the long stairs. He had no blade. When the rainwater wiped off his indifference, he was already clashing with that group of people. He held out the conqueror bow horizontally to intercept the blades, then pushed back against the wall of people into a retreat with an unrelenting, indomitable aura that suppressed the roar of the torrential rain. Xin Zichuan spurred his horse across the street, with the imperial bodyguards and imperial army behind him like a red serpent as they crashed through the palace gates under the flashes and glints of their blades and galloped their way within. The entire palace was already surrounded by armors. Pandemonium broke loose as the sound of fighting and killing at close quarters filled the air. The influx of horses sped up the fighting. Ignoring the sea of people, Lang Tao Xuejin charged, right for Xiao Qia. Xiao Qia used the momentary opening to flip atop the horse and caught hold of Longli blade, which Xin Zichuan had tossed over. Xiao Qia suddenly drew his blade and said, "Kudu is not the hometown in my dreams. I'm going home today. Whoever dares to stand in my way, I'll kill him." With that, he clamped the horse tightly with his legs and drew blood with a brandish of his blade. With the torrential rain pouring down on them, Xiao Qia forcibly killed a bloody path out. The battlefield retreated from the palace interior to the streets. Seeing as the situation did not look good, Han Chung hurriedly shouted, "Guard the city, gate to the death. We mustn't let this vile spawn who killed the sovereign and plotted a rebellion leave tonight." How was the 8 great training divisions the Imperial Army's match? Even if they had many men, they were still afraid to death as the master of these wolves and tigers forced them back into a retreat. The city gate had long been shut. Shen Zichuan held his blade and went up the city wall first. He kicked over the obstructions in his way and told his men to open the city gate. That tightly shut gate lifted with a rumble. Beyond that curtain of rain was the home Xiao Qia had been longing for 6 years. Han Chung turned back and shouted, "Hurry and bring him over!" Xiao Qia's horse had already galloped out of the city. He raised a hand to motion to Ding Tao to take the men and rush towards the military grounds at Mount Foam. They had to take these 20,000 men from the Imperial Army away with them. He turned his horse around among the crowd of people and opened up his arms to Xin Zichuan, who was at the top of the city wall, and said to him in a deep, somber voice, "Lance Hao, come with me." But the imperial bodyguards stood tall and still. In the heavy rain, Shen Zichuan held on to the battlement of the wall and gazed at Xiao Qia as if he wanted to get a full, clear look at him. The 8 great training divisions had swarmed up again and were about to pursue their way out of the city gate. That highly suspended city gate let out a muffled groan, as if it could not hold up to gravitational force. Iron chains swiftly recoiled, and the city gate went crashing down with a thunderous bang. Suin! Shin Zichuan raised his voice and said gently to him through the heavy rain, "Go home." Xiao Qie felt as though his heart had been dunked in icy water. He clenched the reins tightly, already spurring his horse back. The city gate slammed onto the ground with a thud, completely cutting off the path of the pursuing soldiers from the 8 great training divisions, keeping them within the city, and also completely shutting Xiao Qie out on the other side of the gate. Xiao Qie shouted himself hoarse, as if he was a beast that had been enraged. Shen Lanzhao! Shen Zichuan did not look at Xiao Qie again. Instead, he turned around to look at Han Cheng and the densely packed troop of soldiers. Han Cheng turned his head and spat out a mouthful of saliva. He said in a ferocious voice, "Shin Zichuan, you've ruined things for me. You think you are worthy to call yourself an imperial bodyguard." Shan Zichuan looked down on him and said in a frosty voice, "Since Ji Wufan, the imperial bodyguards have always been heroes of indomitable spirits and clear consciences. You people lay a trap and conspire to murder the Son of Heaven. Han Cheng, it's entirely justified for me to kill you." Han Cheng threw his head back and laughed out loud. He said, "What are you? The last evil remnant of the Shun clan. I treated you well, having guided and supported you many times, and this is how you repay me? Here, bring the man over and show him to Vice Commander Shin." A disheveled Chi Hualian was dragged out. He fell into the rainwater and cursed, "Treacherous traitor!" Yanking at the chain, Han Cheng spurred the horse forward and dragged Chi Hualian through the streets. He pointed at Chi Hualian and said to Shin Zichuan, "Haven't you been looking for him for a long time? He's here. Shin Zichuan, come and get him." "Traitor! Traitor!" Chi Hualian was boiling with fury as the dragging smeared his face with muddy water. Han Cheng looked at Shin Zichuan's pale face, then at the dark expression in his eyes. He said, "Your eldest brother is the hereditary prince of Jianxing. I remember that the Bianxia cavalry dragged him to his death alive. But there is no love lost between you both, so you weren't hurt by it at all. Are you hurting now that it's your teacher's turn today?" Han Cheng. Shun Zichuan spat out Han Cheng's name through clenched teeth. "You went to such trouble to hide teacher in your hands. What do you want?" He was initially of great use. Han Cheng suddenly turned hostile. "But you let Xiao Qie go and ruin the trap I set. As such, you're no longer of use, and neither is he. If you still want him to live, then kowtow to me and admit your mistakes. Kneel and call me father loudly 3 times, and I'll spare him and you as well." Shin Zichuan strode a big step forward and said, "Deal." "Bollocks." Chi Hualian raised his head from the muddy water. He wiped off the filth and climbed to his feet. Staring at Shen Zichuan, he said, "The reason I taught you the classics was not for you to allow yourself to be humiliated by anyone. I, Chi Hualian, will not even bow down to heaven and earth. So how can you kneel to a despicable scum?" The metal shackles clanked and clattered. Chi Hualian stumbled and shouted at the top of his lungs amidst the rain. "Hundreds of years have passed like a dream. 3, and I still come and go as I wish. I have lived a life of wealth and glory, of fame and fortune. And he laughed maniacally as he tugged at the chains around his neck. "I have laughed at all the heroic figures throughout the land, and there is not another talent who surpasses me in the world. Who is there who can be compared to me? Chi Hualian. I am the world-renowned triple. Yuan 4 top scholar from Yuzhou. When I conversed in His Majesty's presence and counseled His Majesty on state affairs. Oh, Han Cheng, where were you? You were just a vermin in the ditch." It was as if Chi Hualian was intoxicated as he soaked in the rain. "You vermins are unworthy of even carrying my shoes. The noble clans are like the rotten boils of this land. Tell Hailiangi that Dazhou is already beyond cure. He and I are both too powerless to turn the situation around. Chi Hualien arrogantly turned around amid the sound of his laughter and spat at Han Cheng. He said, "But I will not admit defeat. I will only serve as the imperial preceptor in this life. Lance Hao, the cage is now broken, and the world will rise in turbulent chaos. I have taught you all that I could teach you. This decaying world." With his back to Shin Zichuan, Chi Hualien suddenly choked with sobs. The downpour drenched his body through and through, but it could not douse his ideals and passion that had been blazing for years. In the past, he was always calling out for the crown prince. Yet, at this moment, he could not bear to look back at Shin Zichuan. Why not overturn this decaying empire and go create a world you can call yours? Lance Hao, go. Don't look back. Teacher shall shoulder the burden of these 40,000 souls who have died unjust death on your behalf. Don't be afraid. Have. His blood spattered in the rain, and he fell over on his back. Gazing at the sky, he murmured, "Have no fear." A sudden clap of thunder erupted. Shin Zichuan cried out involuntarily and fell to his knees. He stared blankly in a daze, giving the heavy rain free rein to land blows on him. In that endless silence, his mask was utterly torn to pieces. He finally let out the first howl of despair in 6 years. There was already no more sanity left in those reddened eyes of him. He clenched Yang Xin Shui and suddenly drew his blade. Han Cheng. He hated this empire to death. He also loathed these faces to death. Shin Zichuan propped himself up from the ground. Yang Shen Shui slashed through the droplets of rain and flung out blood from among this heavy siege. He killed one, then killed another. He strode across those bodies, yet he seemed like a beast that had been abandoned. His blade sliced across throats, so swift that it seemed like a stream of mercury. Blood sprayed over half of Shin Zichuan's face. He was beside himself. The blood trickled like tears across his cheek. Retreating again and again, Han Cheng bellowed, "Kill him!" The raindrops in the wind suddenly burst apart. In the blink of an eye, a long arrow had reached right before Han Cheng. Xiao Jie leaped down from atop the city wall along the iron chain, kicked down a man, and flipped his hand over to draw his blade and stab it through the other party. With the corpse falling onto him, he moved swiftly and struck away the flashes of blades. When he extracted the blade, blood had already soaked both of his palms. Xiao Jie dragged Shin Zichuan back with one arm and whistled. Meng spread its wings and pounced. In the chaos, it pecked Han Cheng's right eye, injuring it. Han Cheng hastily covered his face in a panic. He heard the waves of horse hooves beyond the city. Ding Tao had already brought the men over in a swift charge forth. "Break down the gate!" Ding Tao shouted himself hoarse. The imperial army swept forth, but before they could take any action, they heard that city gate let out a dull, thunderous noise again as it was slowly hoisted up. Dragging the iron chain, Fei Shun gasped heavily a few times and led the imperial bodyguards to draw back with all their might. He cussed, "Fuck! Son of a bitch is so heavy, doggone it! Your lordship, get on your horse and run." Lang Tao Shui Jin swiftly galloped in from the opening. Sounds of killing and shouts engulfed Kudu. Thunderous sounds of killing and shouts similarly reverberated through the Bianjuan commandery, which was also engaged in a life-and-death battle. Lu Guangbai could barely lift his spear now. As he withdrew, he shouted, "Where are the reinforcements?" The deputy general, who had received several stabs and slashes himself, answered, "They didn't come." The rain howled. Lu Guangbai looked back in the direction of the camp. Xiao Jie had already gotten on his horse. He pressed Shin Zichuan to his chest before him and broke through the heavy rain towards the city gate. Lightning flashed and thunder boomed. A rift seemed to have been torn open in the sky. The rain poured mercilessly down. Lu Guangbai ripped off his tattered cloak and nailed the spear into the ground by his feet. he said over the sandstorm and rainstorm. "We can't fight on any more." The deputy general lay at the side of the sand slope and looked at him. "Fate wants to bind me here for life, but this is not the path I choose." Lu Guangbai took off the armor with Dajo's imprint on it. He wiped the wind and frost five off his face, and his eyes spoke of worldly weariness as he said a little self-mockingly, "The yellow dust six submerged my brothers deep under. I no longer have a wish to bow in submission to an illusory fate. The imperial edict can't save my troops, and the imperial court can't fill the stomachs of my mounts." Xiao Jia had already galloped his way out of Kudu, with countless soldiers in pursuit behind him. They charged ahead, as if tearing apart the dark, rainy sky. "I am no longer willing to lay down my life for this purpose." Lu Guangbai closed both of his eyes. Watery blood trickled along his fingers and dripped onto the yellow sands. His Adam's apple bobbed. When he finally opened his eyes, there was darkness in them. The blood on Shen Zhechuan's cheek was washed away. Grieved sobs escaped his throat. He had already forsaken all of his past submissive obedience in this sorry escape. Like a sharp sword, they pierced through the heavy rain. Lu Guangbai washed both of his hands clean in the rain and held up his long spear once again. They were all prisoners pursued by fate. They were once willing to be shackled. But the rainstorm toppled over the great mansion, and its collapsed debris came assaulting towards them like a deluge of floodwater. "Seven onward, onward. I want to surmount that mountain. I am going to fight for myself." Chapter 97. In Pain. Chapter 97. In pain, rain that had been falling for several days in a row subsided, leaving the public roads utterly muddy. Kudu fell into a state of mourning. With the sudden death of the young Emperor Tianqin, rumors that the Marquis of Dingdu, Xiaojia, had colluded with the vice commander of the imperial bodyguard cum northern judge, Shinzichuan, to assassinate the emperor with the intent to rebel spread like wildfire as whispers behind closed doors in Kudu. As Emperor Tianqin did not have any imperial heir, the ministers presented a memorial to request the Empress Dowager to preside over the overall situation in place of the emperor. The Empress Dowager repeatedly excused herself on the grounds that the harem must not interfere with state affairs. It was only after the commander-in-chief of the imperial bodyguards, Han Cheng, kowtowed thrice in remonstration that the Empress Dowager was convinced to step in. The 8 great training divisions were back in charge of Kudu's patrols and defenses, and the streets these days were crawling with patrol squads around the clock. Common folks did not dare to venture outdoors, and all the wine taverns and brothels kept their doors shut. It was as if the bustling scene of Kudu was a thing of the past. Even the color of the vermilion walls and glazed tiles in Kudu looked washed out by the misty drizzle. Hai Liangyi fainted several times when he wept before the coffin. He was now lying on the bed, unable to drink even a drop of medicine. His hair seemed to have turned entirely white overnight, and those spirited eyes of his that once gleamed with brilliance became dim and gloomy. They even looked particularly turbid and cloudy after all those tears he had shed. "Teacher." Kong Chiu sat at the bottom with his head lowered and said, "You have to eat the medicine. Now that the world is in turmoil, everyone is waiting for you to take the helm and steer the state toward stability once more. You must take care of your health." The tear streaks at the corners of Hai Liangyi's eyes had not been fully wiped. His gaze drifted, and it was only after a long time that he said, "Take the helm and steer the state toward stability once more? Baran, there is nothing I can do any more to save the situation." The bamboo tube in the courtyard tapped gently against the rock in the stream, exposing the cracked lines. Rain fell soundlessly, yet there was no way those scars could be covered up. Hai Liangyi was too advanced in age. His vital energy had been worn out by the ups and downs of officialdom, and now there were signs that he might never recover from his illness. Sorrow overwhelmed Kong Chiu. He sat where he was, weeping with his face covered. How did it come to this? Han Cheng is a hypocrite who speaks honeyed words but has the malicious heart of a viper. He is petty and narrow-minded. Now that he has gained power, the entire imperial court of civil and military officials will be on tenterhooks. He forced Xiao Qi out, and so Li Bei is now without a shackle. From now on, Hai Liangyi suddenly started coughing. He propped himself up and vomited out blood. For a moment, he could not hold back his emotions, and he cried in a hoarse voice as he held onto the edge of the bed. From now on, our territory will be torn asunder, and turbulent times will rise once again. The century-old empire of the Li clan will fall into ruins here. I've sinned. I'm a sinner. I, Hai Renshur, have spent my entire life shamelessly advancing my own agenda and navigating official circles. Yet it was all to toil in vain for the benefit of these people. With a head full of ash-white hair, Hai Liangyi hunched over and wailed in a voice so hoarse and so full of despair that it was a tragic sight to behold. Teacher, teacher! Kong Qiu hastily came over to help him up, then looked back and shouted, Men! The door curtain was lifted, but it was Yao Wenyu who entered. On seeing what was happening, he immediately kneeled on the footrest and disregarded the filth as he wiped the tears and blood for Hai Liangyi. At the same time, he directed the attendant to draw water and rinse the handkerchief. Finally, he helped Hai Liangyi lie down. After soothing him for a moment, he said to Kong Qiu in a soft voice, Your Excellency, may I ask of you to wait outside, please? Kong Qiu did not dare to disturb them any further and hurriedly retreated to wait outside. After a long time, the sound of Hai Liangyi's cries receded. Yao Wenyu held the bowl in his hand and personally fed his teacher medicine. It was only after Hai Liangyi fell into a drowsy sleep that he lifted the curtain and stepped out. Kong Qiu wanted to say something, but Yao Wenyu motioned for him to follow the attendant to the main hall first, while he himself made his way through the veranda to the back for a change of clean clothes. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Your Excellency. Yao Wenyu got the attendant to serve tea and sat down below Kong Qiu. Kong Qiu held the teacup and was silent for a moment before he said, Teacher has no son. I feel reassured with you here to take care of him. I shouldn't have brought up these matters earlier and ended up making him sad. Although teacher has returned home ill, he is still concerned about state affairs. Even if Your Excellency doesn't bring it up, he would still find it hard to dismiss it from his mind. It'd have been better to cry it out than to bottle it all up in his heart. Yao Wenyu held up the teacup and stirred it a few times before saying, The current situation is unstable and volatile. Teacher won't be able to rest for long anyway. Kong Qiu knew that Hai Liangyi treated him like his own son, so he did not hold back and said with a sigh, His Majesty's passing is so sudden. We are now already in a disadvantageous position. In addition, the Han clan has control of military power in Kudu, and we are presently in an irreversible situation in which Her Majesty is in power and in control of the government. After this incident, what is to be of Li Bei in the future? Yao Wenyu was fair by nature, and he looked no different from porcelain as he held that teacup. He said, The way things stand now, it's vital to discuss countermeasures to deal with the situation. Han Cheng's original position was that of the Imperial Bodyguard's commander-in-chief. If he wants to overstep his authority and enter the Grand Secretariat to take charge, his only option would be to ask the Empress Dowager to issue an imperial edict, so he isn't exactly without leverage. Wei Huaigu consumed poison and committed suicide because of the military provisions case. The temporary vacancy in the Grand Secretariat will thus have to be filled in by Your Excellency. With this, all the important affairs of the imperial court will still have to be deliberated over and endorsed by the various excellencies under teacher. On hearing this, Kong Qiu set down the teacup and humbly asked, But the Empress Dowager is in charge of state affairs, and any changes in the Grand Secretariat is subjected to her whims and fancies. If she issued a change of people using Han Cheng as a pretext, then what should we do? Yao Wenyu smiled and said, The Empress Dowager being in charge of state affairs is a desperate measure to begin with. Her surname isn't Li, so the authority of acting on behalf of the Son of Heaven can't convince the public. The others don't matter. What's crucial is the Qi clan. Although Qi Juyin may be indolent by nature and doesn't care about government affairs, she has the Qi clan's reputation for loyalty resting on her shoulder. She will never allow the Empress Dowager and Han Cheng to commit all kinds of outrages in Kuru. Since the Empress Dowager wants to win her over to her side, she won't go too far at this point in time. Rather than worry about the Empress Dowager's substitution attempt, Your Excellency might as well worry about Han Cheng's subsequent plans. Kong Chiu said, Han Cheng went all out to ingratiate himself with the Empress Dowager. He has succeeded. In my humble opinion, it's just the opposite. Yao Wenyu lifted his eyes to look at the misty rain at the entrance. At this time it indeed seems like Han Cheng has gained the favor of the Empress Dowager. But looking at the bigger picture in the long run, it's instead the Empress Dowager who is seeking connection with Han Cheng. The Empress Dowager is able to rise to power because the Emperor had no heir. The imperial court cannot be without a master, and it was out of a lack of options that everyone compromised and made concessions. But Dazhou will definitely have a new Son of Heaven. The military power Han Cheng holds in his hands is the real thing. His daringness to lay an encirclement trap for Xiao Jie to force him out and make his move in Mingli Hall is a clear indicator that he is backing and therefore has nothing to fear. You mean Kong Chiu was shocked. Han Cheng still has the imperial heir in his hands. Yao Wenyu drank the tea and said, Emperor Guangqing often ventured out of the palace to stay overnight. It's hard to say whether there is an imperial heir. It's just the situation is already now at this stage. Even if Han Cheng doesn't have the imperial heir in his hands, he will think of every means possible to push someone out. Kong Chiu's heart went cold. He said, Han Cheng has soldiers and horses and the imperial bodyguards to boot. The officials in the capital are all tied down by their own families and might not necessarily be willing to conflict with him should a power struggle really break out. If he forcibly elects someone to sit on the dragon throne and rule the imperial court, Yao Wenyu, however, changed the topic and asked, has the imperial army already passed through Danqing? The imperial army had already passed through Danqing, but they had yet to reach the territory of Zhongbua. Xiao Jie made haste all the way. The soldiers and horses all needed to rest, so they made a stop midway. Shen Zichuan was severely ill, with his old ailment and heartbreak acting up together. He seemed to be conscious, but yet he was not. It was as if he was lying in a puddle of dreams, engulfed once again by the rainwater and filthy blood. Ever since the epidemic the last time, Xiao Jie suspected that Shen Zichuan had never attempted to recuperate and nurse himself back to health. Instead, the medicines he had consumed in his early years had now turned into a form of latent poison lurking in his body. Xiao Jie did not dare to be negligent, so he made a stop and immediately went looking for a physician. Shen Zichuan's head was in a muddle, and the roaring in his ears persisted. He heard Xiao Jie's voice, yet he also seemed to hear teachers' shouts. He lay on the pillow. The few times he woke up, he thought that he was still in Duanzhou. He smelled the aroma of dishes, as if the one standing outside the door was a Shenyang, Hua Pingting. But he did not dare to move or look. He seemed to possess it all, but he still had nothing to his name. He thought he had killed off himself, and that this mortal flesh would not shed any more tears. But he had been too young, too full of youthful arrogance and ignorance. That was only because he had yet to experience immeasurable pain. He came this far, feeling as if he was just being executed by dismemberment. Xiao Jie hugged Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan's nape, which had once radiated seduction, had turned deathly pale. The man himself looked like a cloud lying across the night. Xiao Jie stayed close to him, hugging him so tightly that he hurt. Cold? Xiao Jie asked in a whisper. Shen Zichuan was a little slow to react as he nodded his head. He tilted his head, pressing his cheek against Xiao Jie's cheek. That heat warmed him up, making him seem a little more human. He reached out his hand in the darkness to stroke Xiao Qiye's arm, feebly and slowly. Xiao Qiye turned his hand around to hold Shin Zichuan's hand, interlocking his fingers tightly with Shin Zichuan's. He gave all his warmth to Shin Zichuan, his chest, being the most scalding, pressed against Shin Zichuan's back, as if he could dissolve Shin Zichuan away with the heat. He seemed to be harboring Shin Zichuan in his arms, no longer permitting anyone to get close. He clumsily licked Shin Zichuan's wound. This was his way of healing. He did not want this person to be in pain ever again. Xiao Tinya has gone to look for Shifu. Shin Zichuan's eyes were dark and gloomy. When will he be back? Soon. Xiao Qiye squeezed Shin Zichuan's hand and repeated, Soon. Shin Zichuan said, I can't wipe the blood clean. Xiao Qiye said, We have both embarked on the way of the Azura One, the bloody path of carnage. We have no more need to be clean as long as we're together. Shen Zichuan pursed his thin lips slightly and said, He paused, dazed, as if he had forgotten what he wanted to say. Listening to the sound of the rain, he closed his mouth again. Xiao Qiye pinched his tightly clenched mouth open and asked, What do you want to say to me? Shin Zichuan turned his head hastily, refusing to let Xiao Qiye look at him squarely in the face. But Xiao Qiye grasped him by his jaws to prevent him from dodging and asked once again in a lowered voice, What do you want to say to me? Shin Zichuan's face was pale under that gaze. He opened his mouth several times, but could not bring himself to speak. Xiao Qiye gazed at him until a long time later when he finally heard Shin Zichuan say with a sob, It hurts. Xiao Qiye cupped Shin Zichuan's cheeks and raised his face. Shin Zichuan looked as if he had returned to the time when he was a child. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he repeated, It hurts, over and over again with his lips trembling. Xiao Qiye stroked Shin Zichuan's hair and wiped his tears with his thumbs. He said, Where does it hurt? Tell me all about it. Shin Zichuan broke out into sobs. Even his shoulders were trembling. He was so grief-stricken as he cried, as though he was venting all these years of anguish in this one night. But he was dumb. He did not know where he was hurting. He clearly could no longer endure this kind of pain anymore. He disconsolately let Xiao Qiye wipe his cheeks. Tears brimmed in his eyes. There was nothing left of all those machinations that spoke of a maturity far beyond his age. Only naked pain. Xiao Qiye rolled over and embraced Shin Zichuan. He took all of Shin Zichuan into his arms, providing a haven where Shin Zichuan could remove his mask. They hugged each other tightly. Xiao Qiye listened as Shin Zichuan cried himself hoarse, like a small animal that had been abandoned, and at the same time like a battered child who was broken and bleeding. Gradually, Xiao Qiye's chest was soaked through. He caressed Shin Zichuan's hair, answering again and again, It won't hurt anymore. I promise. Lan's Howl will never hurt again. Chapter 98. On the Run. Chapter 98. On the run, the rain stopped at the crack of dawn, where heaven and earth appeared like a vast, murky expanse under the intersection of light and darkness. Qi Juin trod on muddy water and withdrew from the military grounds. She secured her armed guards and looked at her own deputy general riding his horse into the camp. Her deputy general's name was Qi Wei, a strong and sturdy man who was also cautious by nature. He could hoist an axe on the battlefield and hold a needle off the battleground. He was a man of prestigious standing among the troops in the army. Qi Wei dismounted midway and hastily nodded in acknowledgment to the soldiers at the sides of the road who were paying their obeisances to him. He headed straight to Qi Juin's side and said, Commander-in-Chief, we've received news. Kudu or Bianjuan? Qi Juin asked. Both. Qi Wei was not a tall man. He looked around and reported, Kudu was caught in a sudden bout of rain and got completely washed out. The second young master of the Shao clan fled in a hurry with 20,000 Imperial Army soldiers and have already arrived at the border of Zhongbua. Looks like he's going to Tizhou. Qi Juin was not at all alarmed. She tightened her arm guard and let out a vague smile as she bit down on the rope and said, "That lad sure runs fast." First there's the case of the military provisions, and now there's the encirclement of Shao Chiye with the intent to kill. The Prince of Libei will no doubt fly into a rage this time. Following Qi Juin as she walked, Qi Wei said, "If Libei revolts, we will have to set up additional garrison troops in the 6 prefectures of Zhongbua. The Zhongbua troops will also fall under the commander-in-chief's command and governance." Qi Juin put on her outer garment and said, "Zhongbua is such a big place. Even if they transfer them all under my command, I wouldn't dare to accept. Kuda's matter is of no urgency. Tell me first, what exactly happened to the garrison troops of Bianjuan Commandery? Lu Guangbai fought an ambush all the way into the Biancha's home state?" A hesitant expression materialized on Qi Wei's rugged face. He said, "Commander-in-Chief, General Lu disregarded military orders this time and chased the Biancha cavalry across the border. I suspect he fell silent and did not voice that word out." Qi Juin said, "The military provisions this year have been reduced by half. It'll be tough for Bianjuan to hold out based just on that. I signed a memorandum of debt with the Yan clan of Hezhou under father's name. The money is meant to be set aside to buy grains for the Bianjuan garrison troops. So what's with this suspicion you're telling me about? I will not listen to a word without proof." Qi Wei knew that Qi Juin valued her generals and had always been fair in meting out rewards and punishments. She would never trample upon them because of a mere few words. But it was also because he noticed something odd when he went to Bianjuan to scout this time that his suspicions were aroused. Not daring to hide it, he truthfully said, "Commander-in-Chief, I wouldn't dare to say a word if I had no proof. The purpose of this trip to Bianjuan is to investigate military intelligence from a few days back. But not only did General Lu not return to camp, he even transferred away the garrison troops at the fire beacon towers." Qi Juin stopped in her tracks. She looked at Qi Wei and asked, "He transferred away the garrison troops at the fire beacon towers?" Qi Wei nodded. He was just about to go into details when he heard a commotion at the side. Both of them turned aside and saw a whole new bunch of people clustered around a sedan with embroidered borders pouring into the camp. They were stopped by the guards. On hearing that the guards were adamant about not letting them enter, Ingshi could not help but lift the curtain personally and said in a shrill voice, "Don't you know who I am? What is there to stop my sedan? I'm the army inspecting censor His Majesty in Kuda dispatched over. Go announce my arrival quick. Tell Commander-in-Chief Qi that I have something important to tell her." Qi Juin watched from afar and said to Qi Wei, "Go tell him that I'm busy and don't have the luxury of time to see him. All these eunuchs from Kudu are the same. Just offer him good food and wine, and tell him to keep his mouth shut and not cause trouble. I'm going to the Bianjuan commandery now. Lu Guangbai is not one who will turn deserter. Before I return, tell those from Kudu that I'm not around. It's troubled waters over there. Keep a close watch on Father too. If he sends a message to Kudu, intercept it and tell him to behave himself." Qi Wei had more to say, but Qi Juin had already flipped atop the horse. Before she left, she looked back and said to Qi Wei, "Kuda's matter needs at least half a month to be settled. No doubt the wedding next month has to be delayed. Remove all those red silks at home first. They all cost money." Without further ado, after saying her piece, she led the men to skirt around Ingshi's sedan and headed right for Bianjuan commandery. Shen Zichuan drank the medicine, and his illness gradually showed signs of improvement along the way. The imperial army was to continue moving in the northeast direction. They had to think of a way to convince Cizhou's prefectural prefect, Zhou Gui, to let them pass through, but before that they still had to shake off those pesky and persistent troops pursuing them. Han Jin is the one in hot pursuit behind us. Tantai, who carried his blade and sat all huddled up on the rock. If we can't repel him back before we arrive at Cizhou, Then he will use the deployment order to force Zhou Guo to seal off the city and trap us within Zhongbua with our retreat paths all cut off. Xiao Qie folded his arms and said nothing. There was a rudimentary map before him. Xiao Qie was not at all afraid of coming to blows with Han Jin, but he had to consider the timing too. The longer this drags on, the less advantageous it would be to the imperial army. It was only because Kudu was presently in a state of chaos due to the lack of imperial air that Qi Juyin had not deployed troops to encircle and take him down. By the time things settled down in Kudu, and Kudu had a hand free to mobilize Qi Juyin to pursue and capture them, these 20,000 soldiers of the imperial army would be on a collision course with a wall of metal armors. That hard part is not in fighting, but in the speed of battle. Xin Sichuan's pale face had yet to recover its rosiness. He picked up a stone and drew a few lines on the ground. Han Jin dared to chase us this far because there is Danqing behind him. To the 8 great training divisions in his hands, the granary of Danqing is just like a wide-open door. They don't have to worry about food and clothing. Our 20,000 men ran all the way here in one breath without stopping. We have no army provisions to sustain us. If we want to get to Li Bei via Xizhou, then we must first resolve this issue. Tantai, who was still not used to looking at Xin Sichuan face to face, he presently fell silent for a moment, then looked at Xiao Qi. Without looking at him, Xiao Qi said, "Spit it out if you have something to say." Tantai, who changed his sitting posture, pointing at the ground with his finger, he said, "Xizhou and us are old acquaintances. Can't we get Zhou Guo to let us borrow some food for emergency use first with the excuse that there was a delay in them getting the news?" No. Xin Sichuan let go of the stone. At this juncture, all the actions taken implies the taking of sides. Zhou Guo may not have the intent, but as long as he does it, then in Kuda's eyes he is a traitor who provided aid to the rebel forces. After we pass through Xizhou, he will be taken into custody in Kudu to be impeached and punished. Zhou Guo has a family. He won't do this. Ding Tao looked up from his book and said, "Qinji went to make arrangements for the military provisions, didn't he? He must be rushing on his way back to us now." The military provisions he prepared have already been dispatched to Li Bei. It's Li Bei armored cavalry's food at the front line. There isn't that much surplus left to fill the stomachs of the imperial army. Xiao Qie squatted down and examined the map. Even if he and Gu Jin come, they won't be able to bring much food. As the saying goes, food and fodder should go before troops and horses. One back then, Li Bei and Qidong were able to swiftly beat back the Bianchi cavalry because the Bianchi cavalry had no reserve supplies and could not afford to fight a war of attrition. And now the imperial army, caught in a dilemma and sandwiched here, similarly could not afford to fight a war of attrition either. Striking Xizhou down might be an option, but it was definitely a bad one. They had successively spent close to 100,000 taels of silver on Xizhou to foster a mutual relationship with Zhou Guo to look out for one another, and that had been done as a safeguard for the future. Turn back and attack Danqing. Tantai, who pondered it over. Danqing has a granary. We won't linger for long in the city. Just take the grains and leave. We can negotiate everything else with Zhou Guo when we arrive at Xizhou. No. Xin Sichuan let out a soft sigh. Danqing has direct military routes to Chuanqing and Kudu. Turning back is to give Kudu time to dispatch the remaining 8 great training divisions. The journey back will take up our time and sap us of energy, and we might not necessarily be able to take down the city swiftly either. It was humiliating for Tantai to have both of his proposals vetoed by Xin Sichuan. He rubbed his hands together and said nothing more. His elder brother, Tantai Long, was a brave man who was also a general, but Tantai who had no one to teach him. At this moment he was feeling embarrassed and awkward, but he was pretty much convinced deep down. He was not an unreasonable man. At the very least, he was willing to admit that he was a bore. Xiao Qie seemed to have an insight into Tantai Hu's mind. He lifted a hand to pat Tantai on the back and said nonchalantly, "There may be a time constraint for counterattacking Dancheng, but it is an idea. You have only fought once in the past with the 8 great training divisions on the streets of Kudu. Now that you've left Kudu, just ask away if there's something you don't know. In the future, there will be plenty of moments where you'll be needed to lead the troops and make decisions, and you won't have His Excellency Shin around every time to give you pointers. Lao Hu, the sea of learning knows no bounds. It is with the willingness to take a tumble and have fun in spite of it that you will have a bright future ahead of you." With the muddy soil on the ground already drawn into a mess, Shen Zichuan looked up at the sun and said, "Han Jin is a descendant from Kudu who usually only rides horses on the hunting grounds, so he won't be able to catch up to us for the time being. We can plunder Han Jin's food provisions with an ambush here." Xiao Qiye surveyed the surroundings. "We won't even need 20,000 men." "He's afraid of you." Shin Zechuan's fingertips were stained with a bit of mud. He said, "He has been hesitant and timid in his pursuit of us all this while. To let him fall for the ambush, we will need a bait first. I'll lead 500 people to wait here for him. There is a river of silt to the east, backed by mountains on both sides and close to the forest on one side. Lao Hu will lead 2,000 people to lay in ambush there." Xiao Chia wiped the mud away from Shen Zechuan's fingertip. "Ding Tao will bring some men to the town along the way tonight for food and wine. Say that the Imperial Army has fled here, and they are all demoralized because I'm too poor to buy grain and I can't get out of Zhongbo either, resulting in many of them turning deserters." Han Jin was young, and he had interactions with Xiao Qiye during the time the public ditches were clogged. Shin Zichuan was right. He was indeed afraid of Xiao Qiye. In fact, there were very few among the noble young masters in Kudu who were not afraid of Xiao Qiye. Xiao Qiye's physique and character had already made him a veritable tyrant long before the autumn hunt. The Nanlin hunting grounds was a watershed, with their fathers and elder brothers looking out for them. It would be a breeze for direct descendants like Han Jin, who were not the eldest sons in their family, to enter officialdom. They seemed no different from Xiao Qiye, yet they had never stood out the way Xiao Qiye did. Perhaps he would pursue Xiao Qiye with caution because of his misgivings of the latter, but he would definitely not pass up the chance to defeat him, as long as Xiao Qiye showed him a weakness. Other than these, Shen Zichuan considered it for a moment and said to Ding Tao, "You also have to say that I don't get along with the Marquis and have had so many disputes with him on the way that we are going our separate ways. We are in a difficult position both internally and externally." Xiao Qiye bared his teeth. "Make it out to be as tragic as you can." Ding Tao swiftly took notes in his book. Not feeling reassured, Tantai, who asked, "Can Taozi act? Say it once for us here first." Ding Tao rubbed his eyes and held up the book with both hands to read. "My master is in such a miserable state, doomed as he was by those people. The 8 great training divisions keep pursuing us relentlessly like dogs, so much that my master doesn't even have money for porridge. When we left Kudu, we were fleeing for our lives, so we didn't have time to pack up all those manners and shop, and we didn't even take the money in the residence. Our pockets are now as empty as sheep poop. Master even owes the ear ornaments shop at Shinwu Street several thousand taels of silver, and there's no way he can pay it back now. His Excellency Shin fell severely ill after getting caught in the rain, but we have no money to call for a physician. Alas, a poor coup! His Excellency has forsaken my master too. Our soldiers and horses are now on the run on empty stomachs. I'm too hungry. I'm so hungry that I'm regurgitating bile. I really can't take it anymore. So I took a few brothers to rob some houses along the way to cobble together some money for ourselves. We were originally all good men from decent families, and it's all because we followed the wrong person that we were forced into such a corner. Now we are filling up our tummies a little before we continue on our way to seek asylum with Han Jin in Dancheng. Aye, Han Jin is good. He has money and grains. It's only by throwing in with him that we will have a future. The future is..." Ding Tao read with great emotion and feeling. "This master thinks," that was pretty well said. Xiao Qie commented, "Lao Hu, strip off his little robe and smear mud all over his face. Then give him 3 strings of copper coins and hurry him on his way. There's no need to eat and drink in a tavern anymore. Just beg for alms along the streets in the town. What are you looking pitifully at Lanzhou for?" Chapter 99. Thank You Gift? Chapter 99. Thank You Gift. Han Cheng captured several deserters from the Imperial Army one after another. All of them were covered in filth and were so starved that they looked sallow and emaciated. After making several inquiries, he found out about the predicament the Imperial Army was in. But still he did not dare to act rashly and advance his troops without careful consideration. This was because a 20,000 men strong Imperial Army was not a small number. He was continually weighing his chances of winning against Xiao Qie in a head-on battle. The Imperial Army's performance at the Nanlin hunting grounds was out of the ordinary. They killed many a number of people when they vied with us for the city gate patrol back then. Han Jin sat inside the tent and looked at the deserters below. "Now that you people have followed Xiao Qie into defecting from the capital, how can you simply just break up at the drop of a hat?" "To reply, Your Excellency, we can't go far." The army deserter who was kneeling at the foot of Han Ji's seat said, "We fled all the way here, far away from civilization with no villages or shops in sight. We have no food nor camping site. Suzhou lies ahead of us, and there's also the Qidong garrison troops if we look south. It's obvious we're going to be caught in an encirclement like a dumpling being wrapped." Han Cheng thought it over for a moment carefully and asked, "Are there many deserters?" The deserter said, "When I fled, there were about a few hundred. The Imperial Army is now like duckweeds in a muddy ditch that will scatter at just one strike. It won't be able to withstand a blow." Han Jin wondered, "And Xiao Qie didn't think of a way?" "I heard that he strictly enforces military law. The soldiers under his command are all very afraid of him." "Your Excellency doesn't know this," but having spoken for so long, the deserter swallowed his saliva and said, "Can you give me some rations first? I fucking ran for the entire way, and I'm now so starving I can't explain it clearly." Han Jin motioned for the men to give him some rations, and the deserter began to gobble it down on the spot. As he chewed on his food, he said, "They are afraid of him. In the past, we brothers had nowhere to go in Kudu, and so we had no other choice but to follow him, and we ended up offending the various masters of the 8 great training divisions. Now that he even went on to become a traitor, how would we still dare to continue following him?" Han Jin noted that all these deserters did indeed seem to be down and out. What's more, they were captured back. It did not look like they were faking. He could not help but make some mental calculations carefully in his mind. First, he got the men to take the deserters out. Then he began to deliberate over the battle strategy in his tent with his advisors. Among the advisors was a man called Gao Zhongxiong, who had been the person taking the lead back then when the Imperial College had stirred up a disturbance, as he had offended Panrugi and was thrown into prison with no one to vouch for him. He gave up the idea of an official career and threw in his lot with Han Jin. He was a high-spirited scholar full of patriotic fervor who abhorred traitors to the state all his life. Xin Wei, Panrugi, and the likes were all men he held in contempt. And now, hearing that Xiao Qie had fled the state after carrying out an assassination, he was even more worked up, unable to condone it. Gao Zhongxiong pointed at the map and said, "Since Xiao Qie is already at the end of his rope, we cannot tolerate him being on the run within Zhongbua's territory. The viceroy has a strong army with sturdy horses and Danqing to fall back upon. In my view, there's no time to lose. We will be able to deploy troops to pursue and attack him shortly. As long as he is captured before he enters Suzhou, it'd be a meritorious service rendered." Han Jin was still hesitating. He said, "But Xiao Qie still had more than 10,000 men, and they are all real men who have been through the Nanlin hunting grounds incident. If there's a trap," Gao Zhongxiong did not think the same. He said, The soldiers of the imperial army are demoralized, and they are all not of one mind. There's no difference between 10,000 men and one man. They are now just a motley crew of disorganized men. They're nothing to worry about. The viceroy had already pursued him all the way here. If we can't capture him as soon as possible and bring him to justice, we won't be able to account for it to Kudu either. Pretty much stirred, Han Jin asked, "What should I do if he's in cahoots with the prefectural prefect, Zhou Gui, to hatch a plot to do me harm?" Gao Zhongxiong said with slight urgency, Viceroy, that Zhou Gui is a man with a family. Would he cast aside a decent official position to plot a revolt with the traitor Xiao Qie? He won't dare to. If we dispatch troops now, we will definitely catch Xiao Qie by surprise. Then we can follow up the victory and press home the attack, and we will be able to return in triumph. Han Jin had been sleeping in the tent for days in a row and was already displeased from all the mosquitoes and bugs bites over his body. He was still thinking of Kudu, where his eldest brother, Han Cheng, had aided the Empress Dowager in gaining charge of the government. The glorious rise of the Han clan was right before him. It was just the perfect time for him to return and call up his friends and associates for a lavish celebration. The longer he stayed here, the more irritable he became. So right after hearing Gao Zhongxiong's words, he weighed over the pros and cons and promptly agreed. The next day, Han Jin woke up early and led the troops onwards while there was still dew outside. Using the information provided by the deserters, he followed the trail to the forested area outside the river of silt. There were earthen stoves dug all over the forest, but not in a way that could provide food for 20,000 people. Han Jin thoroughly believed the deserters' words now. With his spirits soaring, he drew his blade from where he was on his horse and brandished it forward, saying, "The traitors have no way out now. Search the forest all over. We will surely find their traces." The soldiers of the 8 great training divisions surged forth. Xiao Qie was squatting by the stream, washing his face. On hearing sounds, he looked back just in time to see Han Jin spurring his horse over. The moment Han Jin saw Xiao Qie, he hurriedly bellowed, "The traitor is here. Catch him quick." Xiao Qie whistled to summon Lang Tao Shuijin. The smattering of 500 men all seemed to be in a panicked fluster, shouting and yelling as they were chased through the forest. On seeing the situation, Han Jin could not help but get all fired up. He laughed out loud a few times, then shouted from afar, "Your lordship, to think you'd fall into such a state today." Xiao Qie ignored the soldiers and fled away alone on his horse. Han Jin was afraid he would make his escape and hurriedly led his men in hot pursuit. The 8 great training divisions charged through the forest, following Han Jin towards the northeast at full throttle. The more Han Jin ran, the more anxious he became. He shouted after him from behind, "Xiao Qie, you're already at a dead end. Surrender yourself quickly." Xiao Qie looked back on horseback and led his men in an attempt to resist, but they were no match for the 8 great training divisions' ferociousness. The sight of the 500 men being chased was a sorry sight to behold. In the blink of an eye, they had already fled out of the forest. They made a beeline towards the river of silt, where they were finally boxed in at the side of the river. "Xiao Qie!" Han Jin reined in the horse and waved his sleeve. "Look around you. It's all soldiers from my 8 great training divisions. You're currently besieged and under attack on all sides. So what are you still struggling for? Beg for mercy now, and I'll spare your life." Lang Tao Shui Jin dug its hooves where it stood. "Xiao Qie," said frostily, "you want me to die, sure. I'll just ask you one question. Why didn't Han Chen come himself today? My eldest brother is currently the noble regent, with weighty and taxing official duties to attend to. How would he come here to deal with you?" Han Jin pointed at Xiao Qie with his sword. "If you get off your horse to await capture, your Xiao clan will still have a slim chance of survival. You alone committed such a heinous and grave mistake, Yet you are willing to let your entire family pay for it with their lives now? I've indeed made many mistakes. Xiao Jia nodded slightly and looked askance at Han Jin. But it's not your Han clan's place to talk about it with me. The moment the words left his mouth, several hundreds of people suddenly climbed to their feet from both sides. Tan Tai, who took the lead and completely surrounded Han Jin from behind. Leading the soldiers from the back, he slashed away at everyone he saw, throwing both men and horses off their feet into utter confusion and a crushing defeat. Han Jin's guards on his left and right were all imperial bodyguards whom Han Cheng had assigned over to protect Han Jin. On seeing this, they realized that they had fallen for the trap and immediately raised their whips to whip Han Jin's horse in an attempt to lead him to break out of the encirclement from the side of the forest. Where had Han Jin ever seen such a battle array before? He was pretty much an expert when it came to past military exercises held at the Kuta military grounds, but he had never truly fought a war before. He was already totally frightened out of his wits. The pain jerked the horse into action, and it broke into a mad dash towards the periphery of the encirclement in the forest, with the imperial bodyguards forming a protective circle around it. With his blade in hand, Shen Zichuan stood in the shadows of the tree and looked at Han Jin. Han Jin still wanted to charge on ahead, but a sharp-eyed imperial bodyguard deftly reined in the horse. Under cold sweat and fresh blood, the group of people exchanged eye signals with each other. Eventually, the man at the head spoke. "Vice Commander, it's affinity that leads us to encounter each other today. How about letting us go on account of our past comradeship?" Shen Zichuan had lost a lot of weight in the past few days. The wrist bones on the hand, he was grasping the blade with looked just like a crescent moon peeking out in an icy-colored arc from that plain, white sleeve opening of his. His eyes seemed to harbor solid ice that never melted throughout the seasons, yet a smile infused with the warmth of spring gradually materialized on his face. He said, "I do understand that the various brothers have been entrusted by another with this mission, and, therefore, had no choice but to do it." That man knew Shen Zichuan was malicious and ruthless by nature, so when he saw him reveal a smile, he shielded Han Jin and took a few steps back instead. The thunderous sound of fighting and killing filled the air behind him. Xiao Jia was also closing in on them, one step at a time. Sweat trickled down the man's temples. He said, "Your Excellency has a bright future ahead of you, so why follow a traitor and suffer untold hardships here? If you are willing to release Viceroy Han back to the capital, the Commander-in-Chief will definitely forgive and forget past grudges and welcome you back to the capital." Unexpectedly enough, Shen Zichuan chuckled. His voice was clear and unhurried, and he was a pretty sight to behold when he smiled. That pale skin of his looked extraordinarily delicate under the speckles of sunlight. Very slowly he drew out his blade, scraping Yang Shan Shui's slender and long blade against its sheath. "I'm very grateful to Han Cheng." Shen Zichuan backhandedly grasped hold of the hilt and paused. "Words cannot express the extent of my gratitude towards him. When you return this time, please bring him a thank-you gift on my behalf." Han Jin felt a chill on his back and nearly tumbled off his horse. Xiao Jia rinsed away the blood on the blade at the edge of the water. Shen Zichuan squatted at the back to clean his hands. He buried his entire palms into the stream. Even when Xiao Jia was done washing his blade, Shen Zichuan did not remove them. Xiao Jia squatted opposite Shen Zichuan. He was much taller than him, but he could still put his head against Shen Zichuan's. Both men's palms met in the water, and Xiao Jia grasped hold of his fingertips. Shen Zichuan's sobs seemed to be a dream of the night, seeing as how he was clean and composed under the sunlight. Very slowly his index finger stroked along Xiao Jia's hand and made its way through the gap between Xiao Jia's fingers. His palm fitted into Xiao Jia's palm, bringing along with it the icy cold softness of the water current. Tan Tai, who was presently leading the men to clean up the battlefield. They still had to stay over for a night in this forest. There were soldiers not far away all around them, but Shin Szechuan's hand clung to his, as if he was nonchalantly playing with it. At the same time, it also seemed like a seduction long premeditated. He still had the stench of blood on him. Xiao Qia let him do as he wished and said, "You left only one soldier alive and sent him back. He might not necessarily be willing to bring the message back to them." Shun Szechuan looked at the shimmering surface of the stream and said, "He's an imperial bodyguard. As long as he is still alive, he has to complete the mission. Han Jin has fallen into our hands. If he doesn't bring news of it back, then he has failed in his mission. He's going to die anyway. Might as well die with a little more dignity. Furthermore, the heads in that burlap sack are all those of imperial bodyguards on the job with a waste token. He has to bring his brothers home." Xiao Qia wanted to wipe away the droplets of blood on Shin Szechuan's wrists, but there were people all around. Both of them gazed at each other for a moment. He suddenly grasped Shin Szechuan back, then slowly leaned forward and said, "The earring dropped in Kudu. I'll make a new one for you once we arrived in Libei. You still have an outstanding bill of several thousand taels of silvers." Shin Szechuan looked at him. "Tighten your belt and make some money first, Ergongzi. I can marry into a rich family. Pledge myself in marriage in exchange for money." Xiao Qia lowered his voice, propping himself up against the soft sediment at the bottom of the stream. Shin Szechuan whispered into Xiao Qia's ear, 500 taels for one night. The bit of enchanting sensuality had yet to pervade the atmosphere between them, when Shin Szechuan suddenly looked back with a stern countenance and said to Tantai, who had wanted to go over but did not know what posture he should adopt to walk over, "Han Jin must not have brought plenty of provisions along this time, considering that he had been thinking of going back to Kudu soonest possible, and that he had dancing to fill in whatever he was lacking. Have everyone cook all those provisions tonight. Tomorrow morning, we—" Shin Szechuan stopped abruptly for a moment. He swiftly cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Qia before he continued, "We'll continue on our way to the northeast." Xiao Qia said nothing and washed the handkerchief in all seriousness, all the while conveniently caressing Shin Szechuan's hand that had been covered under the handkerchief until it turned a shade of light red. Chapter 100. Hidden Danger. Chapter 100. Hidden danger news of Han Jin's rash advance made its way back to Kudu, causing quite the stir, because the only surviving imperial bodyguard brought back a sack of human heads, making it clear to all that Shin Szechuan and Xiao Qia had completely split from Kudu. There was no longer a glimmer of possibility that both sides could sit down for negotiation. Han Jin's capture threw Han Qing into a rage. When Shin Szechuan left Kudu, the imperial bodyguards were already falling apart. The imperial bodyguards, led by Gu Qingqing, were still in Jueshi, looking after the Shi clan, and Fei Sheng had gone into hiding with his own trusted men. Han Qing did not have much manpower left on hand. The imperial bodyguards were at the height of power and the peak of glory under Ji Wufan's command. By the time the command fell to Ji Lei, it was already on the decline, and now, in Han Qing's hands, it had thoroughly turned into an utterly fractured squad of ceremonial guards. The batch of men under Fei Sheng's command were all capable men, but Han Qing's premature exposure of his intent to kill Fei Sheng had consequently caused him to miss the chance to win Fei Sheng over to his side. Once the overall situation has stabilized, the 12 offices of the Imperial Bodyguards will have to be reorganized. Our lack of current manpower is really a disgrace, and we can't get anything done with this few people. Han Cheng sat at the right-handed seat below the Empress Dowager and said in a steady voice, "I noticed that the noble clan's descendants are mostly in positions with practically no obligations lately. Giving them a place to go would also prevent them from recklessly stirring up trouble at this crucial juncture." The Empress Dowager wore a crown of jade, with her hair tidily worn in a bun and her sideburns trimmed. Pendant earrings inlaid with gold and gems dangled at the sides of her ears. She was really suited to dressing in such an elegant and poised manner, just like how a peony ought to be grown in the main halls of the nobles. Only gold and jade in its glorious splendor was worthy enough for a divine beauty of this caliber. She was already beyond her prime, yet her graceful demeanor was far from diminished. At present, she was holding a wooden spoon, teasing the parrot. Without even looking at Han Cheng, she said, "The Imperial Bodyguards is a place where serious work is done. It's already providing for many hereditary descendants of the noble clans. Keep stuffing more people inside, and it will be rendered useless sooner or later." The 8 great training divisions suffered a defeat in the battle outside Dancheng. If you ask me, it not only needs an infusion of new blood, but also a dismissal of some old-timers. It was precisely at the behest of someone else that Han Cheng was thinking of finding decent posts for the young masters of the noble clans. On hearing this, he said, "I have the same intent. I'll discuss it over with the Ministry of War tomorrow and write a memorial to submit to the Grand Secretariat. Your Majesty, that Hailiang is so sick that he can't even straighten his back. He has been toiling hard his entire lifetime for state affairs. At the very least, we mustn't let him exhaust himself to death while on the job. We need to come up with an arrangement for him." By this, he meant for Hailiang to be relieved of his post and sent back to his hometown. With a smile on her face, the Empress Dowager tapped the wooden spoon and handed it over to Matron Liuxiang, who was serving at the side. She said to Han Cheng with an amicable countenance, "What he has is an affliction of the heart for which he has yet to regain his footing. He's still the one who understands many of the 6 ministries' affairs best. How can we rashly dismiss him back to his hometown at such a crucial time? Let's wait for a few more days." Han Cheng, having been tactfully rebuffed, gnashed his teeth inwardly, although he kept his expression unchanged on his face and said, "Your Majesty is the one leading the administration now, so naturally, Your Majesty is the one who decides. Since the 8 great training divisions have been defeated before the city of Dancheng, and Xiaoqie has already fled to Zhongbua, then it'd be better for the Ministry of War to mobilize the Qidong garrison troops to stop them as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Libei armored cavalry would have a 20,000 men strong reinforcement by the time he returns to Libei." The Empress Dowager cleaned her hands and said, "If you had been able to stop him in Kudu, we would not have all these subsequent worries now. That prefectural prefect, Zhou Gui, knows how to do his job, and he is also caught in a tight spot. He still has to come into contact with Li Bei in the future, so he will definitely not offend Li Bei. Xiao Qie's return to Li Bei is already a foregone conclusion. Even if we get Qi Juyin to go, she'll be just fighting the Li Bei armored cavalry in a head-on attack. It's easy for us to talk about deploying troops here, but where are the military provisions to sustain the army as they head north? Hezhou can't bear this extra burden. Then are we just going to let Xiao Qie return to Li Bei just like this?" Han Cheng stood up in astonishment. "This will make Li Bei even more powerful, like a tiger that has been given wings." The Empress Dowager let Matron Liuxiang hold her for support as she stood at the entrance of the front yard to look at the beautiful flowers in a multitude of vivid colors. She asked, "Han Cheng, do you think that Xiao Qie will definitely be of assistance when he returns to Li Bei?" Han Cheng put on a look as if he was listening attentively and said deferentially, "I do not understand. Please enlighten me." From the time Xiao Jiming took over military power of the Li Bei armored cavalry from Xiao Fengshu, he used 10 years to get to where he is today. He is the heart of the Li Bei's military forces, one the soldiers look up to. The Empress Dowager watched as Hua Shangyi pounced on butterflies in the garden with the maidservants and could not help but reveal a smile. She watched for a while longer before she continued. "Xiao Qie has left Li Bei for 6 years. His return now makes him look like a wolf pup intruding into someone else's territory. He said Kudu is not the hometown in his dreams, but he is too young to understand the implied meaning of the phrase. Circumstances change with the passage of time. Leading that 20,000 strong imperial army of his, he will gradually come to realize how out of element he is in Libei. Xiao Fengshu has always taken the hard line in setting up the Libei armored cavalry under one command. This is the reason why he is still standing, but it's also going to be the reason why it will be hard for Xiao Qie to fit in. In a pack of wolves feeding on meat, Xiao Qie, in order to kill his way out of the encirclement to become the alpha wolf, must first have the determination to bite the former king of wolf to death. The Empress Dowager looked back and smiled at Han Cheng. The Xiao clan can't bear the sight of internal strife among the other clans. But sometimes there is no other choice. The Xiao clan has always been a paragon of brotherly love and respect. But how long can this brotherhood last in the face of military power? The battlefield is a cruel place. It is where the blood of millions of battered soldiers is shed. But the combat zone for power is even more brutal. A change of hands often means infighting and fratricide. Han Cheng indistinctly shrank under the Empress Dowager's gaze. He hurriedly lowered his head in agreement and said, "Your Majesty is wise, but Xiao Jiming is already seriously injured. It's entirely justifiable for Xiao Qie to stand in for him." The Empress Dowager asked, "Did Xiao Jiming die?" Han Cheng shook his head. The Empress Dowager said, "Xiao Jiming didn't die. He can still assist and coordinate military affairs from the back, while Xiao Fengshu, with his reemergence, can command the soldiers from the front. This pair of father and son controls the Libei armored cavalry. There are many matters in which they have to show mutual understanding in order to keep it up. But Xiao Qie has both the ability to unify and coordinate military affairs and the ability to charge into battle and kill the enemies. If he barges into this equilibrium among that extremely unified military leadership, then he will be the unforeseen event that hinders the Libei armored cavalry from having only one commander-in-chief. Maybe he doesn't have the intent to take his father and elder brother's place, but very soon he will understand that Libei isn't as indivisible as we see it. His return is the hidden danger that will bring about Libei's split. The trajectory of such a situation was not something anyone can deliberately direct. It was something that took shape in passing based on the opportunities present. The seed had been sown the day Xiao Fengshu led the Libei armored cavalry in an attempt to take a stand against Kudu. But as for what fruit it would reap, no one knew. In this world, the common man has the worries of the common men to bear, while a talented one has the agony of the talented to endure. The Empress Dowager said calmly, "Since there is already a Xiao Jiming, then why beget another Xiao Qie? 6 years is not a long time, nor is it a short time, yet it's enough to change many things. The source of Xiao Qie's agony in Kudu comes from the fact that he is not a man of mediocre ability. But after he returns to Libei, he will still continue to be tormented by this kind of suffering. Once this pair of role models for brotherhood realizes that killing each other is the only way out, the anguish will intensify. Whether it is Xiao Jiming who gives up his position to Xiao Qie, or if it is Xiao Qie who excuses himself to avoid suspicion, even brothers who were once loyal and devoted to each other will grow estranged." Under the warmth of this 5th month, Han Cheng felt a chill, followed by a tingle of thrill. The former emperor has already been buried. There ought to be some signs of progress for the preparation of the new ruler. The Empress Dowager said, "You said you found the imperial heir. When are you going to bring the imperial heir out for me to have a look?" Han Cheng said with a slight bow, "I've already sent men to bring the imperial heir to Kudu at top speed. Your Majesty will be able to see the imperial heir in 5 days at the latest." The Empress Dowager looked at him and said, "Since you're so sure he is the imperial heir, you must have credible proof that will convince the others. The civil officials led by Hai Liangyi aren't that easy to dismiss. Han Cheng, you should go and make preparations." Han Cheng kept her company for a while longer, then said his farewell and left. The moment he left, Hua Xiangyi approached the Empress Dowager with a flower branch in her arms. "Han Cheng has never climbed this high before. Just let him in on it a little," and he lost all sense of propriety. The Empress Dowager looked in the direction in which Han Cheng had left and pulled Hua Xiangyi along to stroll a few steps. What a fool that Han Jin is to be defeated in dancing. He has the timing, location, and manpower all in his favor, and he still ended up being taken captive. How can such a person take on heavy responsibilities? Han Cheng's words in the palace today are all hints for me to dispatch men to save him. Little would he imagine that they only kept Han Jin alive to threaten him with. I noticed that the commander-in-chief has been looking good lately. He doesn't even address himself as this subject when he enters the palace to pay his respects. Hua Xiangyi leaned on the Empress Dowager. Auntie, he's up to no good. Going by how early his preparation of the so-called imperial heir is, I fear he's already no longer satisfied with being the imperial bodyguard's commander-in-chief. He wants to be the prince regent. The Empress Dowager took away the flowers in Hua Xiangyi's arms. I've already made inquiries into the child he has chosen. How is that an orphan of the late emperor? It's merely a child he found from a distant relative in his native hometown. It's a tad delusional for such a lowly thing to dream of occupying the Li clan's empire, isn't it? The Empress Dowager thought for a moment, but there's really no one else at present. While both of them were conversing, they suddenly saw Fumin hurrying over. He paid his obeisance and said in an obsequious manner, "His Excellency the Assistant Minister Shui requests an audience." Tantai, who distributed the food that night, just as Shen Zichuan expected, Han Jin had traveled light when he led the troops in pursuit of them and did not bring that much food. The imperial army, however, had gone hungry for several days. At least they could eat their fill tonight. Shen Zichuan had grown terribly thin after his teacher's passing, but this forest had been long cleared out, and there was not even a rabbit around. Xiao Qie took out the steamed bun and meat jerky he had hoarded and gave it all to Shen Zichuan, while he himself ate dry biscuits and rice water just like everyone else. "I've done as per master's arrangement and sent someone to notify Zhou Gui so that he can get prepared." Tantai, who crouched down next to the fire and said, "Master will be able to go home once we make our way past Sizhou the day after tomorrow." Xiao Qie threw firewood into the bonfire and said, "Informing Zhou Gui is just to get him to play along with us. With Han Jin in our hands, he will have no other choice but to give way." This Han Jin really came at the most opportune time. Tantai, who grinned. Just the day before, we were still thinking about how to get past Sizhou, and he delivered himself right to our doorstep. Shen Zichuan warmed his hands by the fire and said nothing as he looked at the fire. Tantai, who soaked the biscuit, and said, "I've eaten this kind of provision when I was a part of Deng Zhou's garrison troop a few years back. Zhongbua, looking at it again now, is different from the Zhongbua of the past. I almost can't recognize it." Ding Tao poured out a bit of rice in his bowl to feed to the sparrow in his sleeve. When he heard this, he said, "It's still not too bad here. Go further east, and that's what it truly means to be totally a different sight." Ding Tao had a photographic memory. He still remembered the tragic scenes he had seen in Duanzhou and Denzhou 6 years ago when he followed Xiao Qie and the army to clean up the mess. That year, he was only 10 years old. He had just gotten a little notebook and was just starting to take notes just like his father did. And consequently, he had nightmares the entire journey. You were merely passing by after the battle. You've never seen how Zhongbua used to look like. Tantai, who lowered his eyes to look at the soup in the bowl. "I followed my parents to Denzhou when I was a child. It was really big and almost as bustling as Kudu. The display of fireworks and lanterns during the New Year, too, was very beautiful, as was the Turtle Mountain lantern display. 3 people crowding and jostling with one another, so many people. Shen Wei was the Prince of Jianqing, and the Prince of Jianqing's manor was in Denzhou. For a moment, all of them lowered their heads. No one dared to glance at Shen Zichuan, not to mention that they were also afraid of offending Xiao Qie too. These few days on the road, the imperial army had gradually come to discover the subtle and delicate relationship between Shen Zichuan and Xiao Qie. It was a completely different feeling to come face to face with it compared to when it had been merely rumors to them before. How should they see Shin Zichuan? Do they regard him as their madam, the wife of their commander-in-chief? But which household's lady could command the imperial bodyguards to raid others thrice? When he hacked off the heads of all those old subordinates who were protecting Hanjin, not one of the imperial army's military officials could bring themselves to watch. Shen Zichuan was too different from Xiao Qie. He did not look and behave like the commander-in-chief the imperial army was familiar with. He seemed to be gentle and modest, yet he rarely changed his mind during official discussions. He would even overrule Tantai Hu outright. Compared to Xiao Qie, he was a lot more cold-blooded. In the past, they all privately saw Shen Zichuan as a mere beauty, a delicate fragility that clung on to the stronghold of power. But after Shen Zichuan put on the scarlet python robe, for everything that he had once concealed was exposed to the public. He became someone different from that last remnant of the Shun clan they knew of in the past. His beauty was no longer a vision anyone could wantonly admire at will. That was an unrivaled allure that bespoke a ruthless strength. There were very few people in the imperial army who were willing to look at Shen Zichuan in the eye, other than the totally clueless Ding Tao. Even Tantai, who could sense a certain kind of pressure. They took their orders from Xiao Qie, and they did not mind if Xiao Qie liked men. But they had to figure out what Shen Zichuan's position was soonest possible. Shen Zichuan had the might that put him on par to vie with Xiao Qie for power and authority. This was what they were most unaccustomed to these few days, the subtle fear. Xiao Qie rubbed his thumb ring gently. He was just about to speak when Shen Zichuan turned his palms over and said, "The wild herbs and vegetables in Duanzhou are delicious." The tension in the atmosphere eased a little. Sure enough, Ding Tao raised his head and said, "I heard from others back in Libei that a handful of wild vegetables in Duanzhou during the winter are as expensive as gold. I want to try them. Young master, do you eat them often?" When the ice and snow melt in spring, my Shirnyang would choose the most tender wild vegetables to make dumplings. Shin Zichuan replied in his usual tone. His fingertips were clean and free of dust, as if they had never been tainted with those blood stains before. He said with a smile, "I rarely eat them. That's why I remember it so clearly." Ding Tao gulped down his saliva and wrote carefully in his notebook with that bit of ink he had. "I want to eat it. We will definitely get the chance to in the future. If I note it down, I won't forget it." Tantai Hu rubbed the back of Ding Tao's head and chided him with a smile. "Grow up! What delicacy is there that you have never tasted before? To think you are still thinking about wild vegetables." Everyone laughed, and the topic of Zhongbo was thus diverted. Shin Zichuan warmed up his hands and said nothing more. At night, Xiao Qie rested his head on a stone. He had yet to fall asleep when a slightly hot oil paper stuck to his cheek. He sat up and took a sniff at it from Shen Zichuan's hands. He smiled and said, "Where did you get this bun from?" Ding Tao brought it back from the town. He said to keep it for eating. Shin Zichuan sat beside Xiao Qie. Both men sat side to side, with the already asleep forest belt their backs and the boundless starry sky before them. Xiao Qie opened the oil paper and pushed it towards Shin Zichuan. He said, "Then eat it. It's going to get cold if you keep it any longer." Shin Zichuan said, "I'm full. You can have it." Knowing that Shen Zichuan was keeping it specially for him, Xiao Qie took it and broke it into two, with one half in one hand for himself, and the other half in the other hand for Shin Zichuan. Shin Zichuan took a few symbolic bites and let Xiao Qie finish the rest of it. You also have to decide whether the betrothal gift of 2 million should be taken to Libei or left in Sizhou. Xiao Qie drank the water from the water bag. Gu Qingqing will surely keep an eye on the Shi clan's business for you when he receives the message. Once we reach Libei, Qiao Tianya and Qinyang should have also hurried back too. When the time comes, we'll set up a new compound. Xiao Qie stopped, acutely sensing something off in this unusual silence. He fell silent for a moment. "Is there something you want to tell me?" grasping the little bamboo fan that never left his side in his hands. Shen Zichuan looked at Xiaoqie out of the corners of his eyes and said, "Suin, I can't go with you to Li Bei." The way he spoke was so gentle, just like that time at the top of the city gate when he had said to Xiaoqie with the same tenderness, "Suin, go home." Chapter 101 Treasure. Chapter 101 Treasure Shin Zichuan had at Zhao Zui Temple received Qi Hualian's entire lifetime of knowledge. 6 years ago, when he kneeled at Qi Hualian's feet, he already knew which path he was going to take. It was in pain and anxiety that he tempered his body and spirit. He once naively thought that he could throw off the noble clan's restraints by relying on power checks and balances alone. But he failed. Shin Zichuan looked ahead. The murmuring waters of the river flowed, like life that had plunged into darkness, unable to turn back and twinkling only because of the starry sky reflected in it. He slowly nudged the little bamboo fan open, then slowly closed it up again. He said, "I left Kudu, but I'm still in a cage. This is a punishment to me for taking my chances. I have to find a new way out soon as possible." Teacher entrusted his entire lifetime of convictions to me. I once promised him to walk to the end of this battle for him. We endured it all in the past because Kudu did not seem to have reached the stage of no return yet. But now, I've come to the understanding that it has long been on the decline, like the sun setting beyond the western hills. Qi Hualian shouted about the decaying empire in the heavy downpour. Yet his raised arms still seemed to be trying in vain to hold up the mansion that was collapsing. He had taken an entirely different path from Hailiangyi, but yet they had both lit up the same torch. In the last moment of his life that had always blazed for the Li clan, he cast aside the crown prince, whom he could never let go of in the past, and chose Shin Zichuan, who was of humble origins. Both of Qi Hualian's students were what the common folks called worlds apart, like clouds and mud. The crown prince was the direct descendant of the Li clan, and he seemed to be born just to be a wise sovereign. Qi Hualian thought that they could create a new world, because they were the undisputed legitimate descendants of direct lineage in this world. But then he failed. Subsequently, he found Shen Zichuan in the mire, a Shen Zichuan whose birth mother was of lowly birth and whose father was defeated in battle. A Shen Zichuan who was not a direct descendant. Qi Hualian chose such a Shen Zichuan. This was a change of his lifelong conviction. It was a declaration that he no longer bow to what lineage had in store for them. He wanted such a Shen Zichuan to pierce through this wretched, decaying empire. I have given up enduring it all. Shen Zichuan rested his fan on his knee and turned slightly sideways to gaze at Xiaoqie. "I'm going to choose another way to fight. I want to remain in Zhongbua. You once said to Tantai Hu, the humiliation of our nation has yet to be redressed, and the feuds of our families have yet to be avenged." "That's right, Suin. The humiliation Zhongbua has suffered should be redressed in Zhongbua itself. This is what I want to do. One day, we will gallop under the skies of Li Bei, and that will be when I am strong and powerful enough. 2 million isn't enough to marry the wolf pup of the prince of Li Bei. Such a betrothal gift is not worthy of my Xiao Suin. If I'm in Zhongbua, however, I will one day go on to be your indestructible shield." The water bag hurriedly fell to the ground, splashing water all over the ground and onto the corner of Xiaoqie's robe, wetting it. Under the soft veil of moonlight, Xiaoqie suddenly grasped hold of Shin Zichuan's hand and hugged him. After a long time, Xiaoqie's hoarse voice rang out beside Shen Zichuan's ear, clinging close to it. "I'll leave my back to you and you'll leave your chest to me. We cannot do without the other. I'll choose the best horse for you in Li Bei. We'll build a house on the Zhongbu-Li Bei demarcation line and meet there every month. It's a must. To marry me, 2 million isn't enough. I want Lan's house priceless smile that even 1,000 gold cannot buy." Shen Zichuan raised his hands to cover Xiaoqie's back, to embrace this captivating scent. Xiao Jie was the wind traversing across the meadow to assail and invade the turbulent river in Shen Zhechuan's heart, allowing him to taste the sweetness of love all over. Having lost Duanzhou and his teacher, there was not much he had left. He eventually had to stride across that ravine of unfathomable depths to become a fortress for whatever was left of these remaining treasures. Cizhou's prefect, Zhou Gui, had been busy with his official duties in recent days. He had heard that the imperial army had already passed Danqing and was on their way to Cizhou. Because of this, he tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep all night. Zhou Gui's advisor was a man from the prefecture of Dengzhou in Zhongbua. His name was Kong Ling, and he used to be fellow students with Zhou Gui. He had prepared the wine and gotten the chef to make several refreshing cold appetizers, and now he was sitting cross-legged on the veranda of the courtyard with Zhou Gui across the table for a drink and chat. White flowers were falling from the Chinese scholar tree in the courtyard, giving out a refreshing, sweet fragrance. "I can't sleep these few days," Zhou Gui said as he grasped the wine cup. With his sitting posture casual, Kong Ling picked up the appetizer to eat and swallowed a mouthful of pungent wine before he said, "I know. The bandits in Danzhou have already converged into a sizable group, whose force is not to be underestimated. We have no soldiers and horses. We can't afford to provoke them. But it just had to be the case that we had a bumper harvest last year. That bandit chief, Lei Changming, is eyeing the granary in our Cizhou. All the grains have been given to the Libei armored cavalry as military provisions. The granary in Cizhou is now empty. I wrote a letter to Duanzhou's prefect, but as you know, he's a puppet supported by Lei Changming. How would he dare to reason with Lei Changming on our behalf? I'm really suffering in silence." Zhou Gui could not even gulp down a mouthful of wine. "Then there's that second young master of Libei who rebelled and fled the capital. 20,000 imperial army soldiers are about to arrive at the foot of the city gate. Qingfeng, I'm in a dilemma. I can't let them pass, but I can't refuse to let them pass either." Kong Ling set down his chopsticks and said, "If Libei were to rebel, Cizhou, being sandwiched in the middle, won't be able to waver for long. You have to make a decision as soon as possible." "It's not up to me to decide." Zhou Gui sighed disconsolately. "This time we are really cornered by wolves in front and tigers at the back. We can't afford to offend both Libei and Kudu, and there's still a Lei Changming at the side eyeing us covetously like a tiger eyeing its prey." Kong Ling grasped the flower of the Chinese scholar tree and tossed it in the wine. "Lei Changming is a bandit. Sooner or later, he will be besieged and annihilated. But the 6 prefectures each have their own government affairs to handle and cannot join forces to suppress the bandits. There's no knowing when the imperial court will send men over too. Seeing how Lei Changming is getting all arrogant and giving himself air day after day, he has already become the local tyrant of Zhongbua. There's no point in fretting. 6 years ago, when Bayancha cavalry breached into our territory, Duanzhou and Denzhou were the first to bear the brunt of the attack and became barren wastelands, where bones of the dead lay exposed in the wild, and nary a rooster crowed for thousands of li tu around. 3, the ravages of war turned those thousands of li of fertile farmland into abandoned fields. Who is willing to go and serve as a soldier in the garrison troop now?" Zhou Gui looked at the courtyard and raised his hand to point around for Kong Ling. "Cizhou was able to conserve our strength and resources because the Libei armored cavalry came to the rescue at lightning speed. I've always kept this show of goodwill in mind, so I have no complaints whatsoever about the overall arrangements for military provisions this time. But plotting to murder the emperor is such a heinous crime that I can't even feign ignorance, even if I want to. In less than a month, that Lei Changming will surely come to ask for grain and money, and Xiao Jie will just happen to arrive in Cizhou. I'm really afraid there'll be a disaster when these 2 tyrants cross paths with each other. This is truly what it means by when it rains, it pours." Kong Ling drank the wine and suddenly had a brainwave. He said, "Xiao Jie brought 20,000 well-trained soldiers from the Imperial Army to Tizhou. Isn't that our soldiers? With him here to personally assume command. Even Lei Changming himself would have to take measure of his own abilities. The Imperial Army remained in Kudu all year round. When had they ever seen a real battlefield? Lei Changming overthrew the garrison battalions in the two prefectures of Duanzhou and Danzhou, and he isn't afraid of the Biancha cavalry either. What he counts on is the solidarity of the people under his command. What's more, he's familiar with Zhongguo's terrain. Even if they were to come to blows, Xiao Qiye might not necessarily be his match. Zhou Gui hurriedly waved his hand. Besides, that second young master Xiao is in the prime of his youth. He hasn't fought that many battles, and he has his father and elder brother to back him. If something were to happen to him in Tizhou, I won't be able to account to Li Bei. Kong Ling stroked his goatee and said, Xiao Qiye has rendered meritorious services by helping Emperor Tianqin ascend to the throne. The fact that the Imperial Army is willing to follow him after he rebelled and fled from Kudu means that he has the capability to lead an army. Otherwise, who would be willing to risk their heads to flee this far with him? However, seeing is believing. We'll meet him to get a proper feel of him when he comes later. I heard he's not easy to get along with. This was what Zhou Gui was worried about, and he has stayed in Kudu for a long time. If he acts all like a rich young master, then I have to hurry and think of a way to send him away. We can't afford to have him stir up trouble. A few days later, the Imperial Army arrived at the city walls of Tizhou as expected. Zhou Gui did not dare to let them through directly, and merely opened the gate to welcome Xiao Qiye and Xin Zichuan. He had long gotten his people to prepare a banquet, but Xiao Qiye turned it down with the reason that they were exhausted from being on the go the entire way here. Instead, he got Zhou Gui to prepare a table of simple home-cooked dishes to reminisce about the past. They had never met before and had merely corresponded through letters, so what past was there for them to reminisce about? He was merely looking for an opportunity to have an in-depth negotiation. Shen Zichuan changed his clothes and stood behind the screen in the room to look at the courtyard through the window. The courtyard was full of well-tended flowers and trees. Supposedly, this was a residence used specifically for receiving guests. The unconcealable fragrance of Chinese scholar trees permeated the air, invigorating those who caught a whiff of it. Xiao Qiye came in late. He was still undressing himself. Having undone half of his clothes, he leaned over the top of the screen to look at Shan Zichuan behind the screen and asked, "Can you get a clear look through the screen?" Shan Zichuan saw how easily the screen was pressed down by him and thought that this person was really tall. He said, "It's only when one sees it as if through a dream or an illusion that one's heart will be moved. It won't be such an enchanting sight anymore if seen clearly." Xiao Qiye's open garment exposed half of his chest. His last piece of clothes hung uninhibitedly on him, with those firm muscles faintly visible through the screen. He was still leaning over the top of the screen. After leaving Kudu, he no longer wore a crown, yet his messy hair could not conceal how dashing he was. He seemed to be displaying more and more of his unrestrained and carefree nature the closer he was to Li Bei. What a frivolous fellow! Xin Zichuan strode closer and raised his hand to cup the back of Xiao Qiye's head before he raised his head high to kiss him. Xiao Qiye pinched Xin Zichuan's chin and took advantage of the fact that Shen Zichuan was shorter than him to lift him up. "Take a good look." Xiao Qiye looked at Shen Zichuan's radiant lips with a watery sheen on them. "Is this not enchanting enough?" Shen Zichuan licked the sheen of water on his lips, only to make his lips even more red and moist. He said, "Still a little something missing. 500 taels for tonight." Xiao Qiye moved in closer and whispered, "Satisfaction guaranteed, for I'm afraid my delicate body can't take it." Xin Zichuan leaned back slightly. His fingertips longingly slid their way down along Xiao Qiye's chest, with just the flimsy fabric of the screen separating their flesh. "Don't think so little of yourself. The expression in Xiao Qia's eyes was dangerous. Lanzhao. Shen Zichuan withdrew his hand and said, "When we came in earlier, I saw another person beside Zhou Gui. Who is he?" "Don't recognize him." Xiao Qia nimbly changed his clothes. "Should be Zhou Gui's advisor. We'll know once we ask during the meal later. Since he did not let us through immediately, it means he still has some misgivings." Shen Zichuan watched as Xiao Qia stepped out from behind the screen, then turned his gaze back to the courtyard. "When we discuss it tonight, you mustn't." Xiao Qia suddenly picked Shen Zichuan up by the waist and turned a circle to press him against the wall by the side of the window. Pinning him down, he kissed him hard. Shen Zichuan lifted his arms to hang them over Xiao Qia's body. The sudden and unexpected kisses disoriented him and threw his breathing into disarray. "Don't abuse my power to bully them." Xiao Qia's expression was serious. "I know. I'll do as my wife says." Shen Zichuan was still panting for breath. Xiao Qia fastened Shen Zichuan's collar for him, then brushed aside Shen Zichuan's ink-black hair to pinch his right ear. "I want to hang an earring here as soon as possible and engrave my name, Xiao Suan, on it." Chapter 102, Cizhou. Chapter 102. Cizhou Zhougui did as Xiao Qia said and set up a table full of home-cooked dishes in his own courtyard. Shen Zichuan, on stepping into the courtyard, found it to be quite unconventional despite its simple setup. It was close to nature and had no valuable wares such as gold and jade. Zhou Gui welcomed Xiao Qia and invited him to take his seat. It was presently the 6th month. The side of the small table was encircled by a cool and clear stream, with hanging branches brushing against its water. It was pleasantly cool and cheery. Zhou Gui did not get anyone else to serve them. Only Kong Ling remained standing in attendance by his side to pour wine for them. Xiao Qia cleaned his hands and watched as the wine in the cup was gradually filled to the brim. He said, "Your Excellency, Zhou has truly gone to much trouble. Even the wine prepared is on horseback from Libei. I've been away from home for so many years, and it has been a long time since I last drank it. This wine was wine from the Libei armored cavalry made out of grains. It was bold and intense. Just a few sips in the snowy winter could warm the body up. The reason it was called on horseback was because more than 30 years ago on his wedding night, the Prince of Libei, Xiaofangshu, received a military report of the Biancha's breach into the territory. With no time for him to remove his wedding outfit, he flipped onto the horse to head into the battlefield to kill the enemies. Before he set off, the princess consort of Libei, who was similarly still dressed in her wedding outfit, lifted the jar to pour wine and exchanged a cup of matrimony wine won with Xiaofangshu, who was sitting on horseback. This was a common scene at the frontiers, but with this person being the reputable prince of Libei, everyone could not help but lament the fact. From then on, for most of 360 days in a year, on horseback he rides, weapon in hand, too came to be how the Libei armored cavalry was portrayed. When Zhou Gui saw Xiao Qia looking calm and serene, some of his anxiety eased. He said, "We are close to the Northeast Provisions bridle path. When the military provisions were being escorted for delivery last month, the army sent many jars of wine over. Your lordship is about to return to your hometown, but there is nothing good in Cizhou to entertain you with. So I can only offer you such a borrowed gift." 3 Xiao Qia laughed and said, "It's the local dishes that are the most flavorful. Compared to the delicacies of Kudu, this entire table of dishes shows more sincerity. There's no need for your excellency to be modest. The arrangements for matters relating to the military provisions are complex, and it's all because of your excellency's valuable assistance that Cizhou could finish sealing and loading in just a few short days. It's only fitting for me to give you a toast as a show of my appreciation." Zhou Gui did not dare to accept the toast sitting down and hurriedly rose to his feet. He held up the wine cup in both hands for a toast, then drank up with Xiao Qia. It was only after he was done drinking the wine that he took his seat and said, "The Libe armored cavalry is fighting a battle with the Hanshi tribe at the front line, and the military provisions are crucial to their success and failure on the battlefield. What I did was merely my duty. How can it be worthy enough to have your lordship make a special point of expressing your thanks? I really don't deserve it. Although Tsijo had a bumper harvest last year, it has been continuously providing aid to Duanzhou and Libe since the start of spring. Those are all grains the commoners of Tsijo saved up. I should thank you for this." With that, Xiao Jie raised his hand and slightly stopped Kong Ling as the latter moved to pour wine. He said, "Since it's a private family feast, there's no need to stand on ceremony. This gentleman, please take a seat too." Kong Ling was swift to react. He promptly bowed where he stood and sat down. "Where is Mr. from?" Shin Zichuan asked with a smile. The gears in Kong Ling's mind turned even faster. He saw Xiao Jie starting to dig in, and so he knew the main negotiator tonight was this Vice Commander Shin. He bowed his head and answered, "I do not dare to be addressed as such, given that I'm merely a commoner from the countryside. I'm a native from Dangzhou. Dangzhou has no lack of talents. May I know how I should address you?" "My name is Kong Ling, and my humble courtesy name for is Changfeng." Kong Ling sat upright and said as he looked at Shen Zichuan, "Tantai, who of the Imperial Army, is the blood brother of a close friend of mine, Tantai Long. To think one would run into an old friend in a foreign land." Shin Zichuan turned his head to the side and said to Xiao Jie with a smile, "Suin, let's get Laohu to meet up with Mr. Chingfeng another day. It isn't easy to have an encounter in turbulent times." He called Xiao Jie Suin, and this address alone was enough for Kong Ling to reevaluate this orphan of Shinwei. Shen Zichuan was pretty much inconspicuous when he entered Tsijo, or rather, far less conspicuous than his mortal flesh. Kong Ling knew he was Shen Zichuan, the Imperial Bodyguard's vice commander that Emperor Tianqin personally made an exception to promote. But after leaving Kudu, Shen Zichuan lost his basis to command the world. In Kong Ling's eyes, he had no soldiers and no men. He was merely a vassal who had fled with Xiao Jie to this place. But then a vassal could never sit as equals at the same table with Xiao Jie and call him by his courtesy name. Xiao Jie poured wine for himself and said, "You decide." Zhou Gui cast a glance at Kong Ling, then looked at Shin Zichuan. Kong Ling stood up to toast him and said, "I've long heard of the vice commander's name. You are too kind." Shan Zichuan said, "Please sit, and let's us talk as we drink." Kong Ling said, "I'm just a minor clerk under His Excellency's command. How would I dare to discuss official affairs with Your Excellency? It's already half a lifetime of blessing for me to be able to sit here and listen to your guidance with the cup of wine I've received." The corners of Shin Zichuan's lips lifted slightly. He said, "Mr. is truly too modest. I heard that you also used to be Tantai Long's advisor in Duanzhou. When the Bianxia cavalry breached into our territories, Tantai Long advocated war, and you were the one who devised all his battle strategies. They had only just entered Tsijo, and they had already dug up all the inside stories." Kong Ling's heart sank. He said, "I was merely an armchair strategist strategizing on paper. A pity Tantai Long died in Shan Wei's hands." Shen Zichuan drank his wine, and Duanzhou fell without even being attacked. Shan Zichuan said it so lightly that it was as if Duanzhou's fall was merely a stack of paper cards that had collapsed, that it was nothing worth hating, nothing worth resenting. Kong Ling's expression gradually grew glum as he remained sitting. A long while later, he forced a smile and said, "The vice commander lives a life of luxury in Kudu. How would you know the suffering of the people after the city of Duanzhou fell? White bones stretching thousands of li 5 from the Chasha River to Danzhou remained uncollected. It's not that big of a deal that Shen Wei was a rat who shrank from battles. But he and Shan Zhouji set up a banquet to strangle Tantai Long to death. The troops of Zhongbua suffered a defeat. Kong Ching-feng, was able to have a change of master and continue living. But the pro-war faction, led by Tantai Long, was completely wiped out. You're right. It's a pity Tantai Long died in Shen Wei's hands. He was a good man of Zhongbua. Shen Zichuan said, Mr. had a narrow escape. With your talents and learning, you'd be able to come across above 6 Sierra Leonean leones, even if you go to Kudu. Yet you remained in Suzhou. I don't understand. Kong Ling wanted to stand up, but then he could not leave his seat arbitrarily. He could only raise his head to look at Shen Zichuan and said, The vice commander doesn't understand. How can you understand? The calamity that is the ravages of war came out of the blue and turned Zhongbua into a scene of devastation everywhere. But here, there is no fame nor fortune here. Perhaps in the vice commander's eyes, it is just like the scattered willow catkins in the air. But to us, Zhongbua still has hope of getting back on its feet. Shen Zichuan smiled and said, Duanzhou lost its garrison battalion, and subsequently a band of bandits proclaimed themselves king. The fields have fallen into disuse, and there's no signs of human lives beyond half a li outside the city. So is this hope you speak of exactly the opportunity to get back on its feet for the 6 prefectures of Zhongbua, or just for the single city of Suzhou? On one hand, Suzhou intends to drag out an ignoble existence with Kudu, but on the other hand, Suzhou accedes to every one of Li Bei's requests. To be such a fence-sitter, I indeed don't understand. Kong Ling suddenly rose and said, How would you know of Suzhou's difficulties? Kudu had their hands full with internal strife after the defeat of Zhongbua's troops, and we never got a reply despite our numerous memorials to ask for help. It was His Excellency who personally handled the reclamation of the wasted fields. It took 3 years before we could have this bumper harvest. That's right. Suzhou is indeed stuck in a dilemma between Kudu and Li Bei, but Suzhou has always gone all out to help each time Li Bei is faced with a difficulty. Vice Commander, isn't it a tad too cutting to say that Suzhou is a fence-sitter? It is as you said. Shen Zichuan suddenly changed his expression and said with a stern countenance, I know Suzhou has its own difficulties, so we've come for the specific purpose of talking things out with both of you. We'll go straight to the point. Your Excellency isn't willing to let the Imperial Army pass for fear of being censured by Kudu in the days to come. But with the disintegration of the current state of affairs, holding on to what is left is not the wisest strategy. Han Cheng devised a scheme to murder the Son of Heaven. The reason Suen and I left Kudu was not to flee for our lives, but to pick up the pieces. The Empress Dowager now has control over the administration of the imperial court, and the noble clans have once again sealed off the main gate of Kudu. How long can the Imperial College still thrive? Wasn't it precisely because of Hua Xiqian's perfunctory attitude back then, when Your Excellency and Mr. Cheng Feng submitted repeated memorials after the defeat of Zhongbua troops, that Zhongbua has no hope of getting back on its feet? I've long heard about the bandits in Zhongbua back then when I was in Kudu. As long as those bandits aren't eliminated, Zhongbua will remain unstable. So, how are you going to continue in your plans to restore Zhongbua to its former glory? The beginning of an undertaking is full of hardships, like one driving a wooden cart in tattered clothing to blaze a new trail through the mountains and forests. 7. I very much admire both gentlemen's determination for restoration. It's just that the road ahead is difficult. So why not change your course and leave Zhongbua's affairs to Zhongbua itself to handle? Holding his wine, Zhou Gui held Kong Ling in place and said, Since the vice commander is so frank, then I shall not beat around the bush. It's indeed the case that I'm not willing to let his lordship pass because I'm worried that Kudu would hold us responsible and increase Suzhou's tax as a punishment. If Suzhou disregards Kudu's deployment order and acts on its own, I fear it'd be hard for us to accomplish anything in the future without support. We have no military force and no wealthy merchants to provide financial aid. Furthermore, we don't have the same level of confidence as Li Bei. The vice commander may persuade me thus, but there is no way I can use the lives of Xiζou's commoners to take a gamble. On the contrary, Xiao Qia motioned for Kongling to sit. By saying this, Lanzhou is not persuading your excellency to fight alone. Xiζou is close to the Northeast Provisions bridle path, and it has at present yet to establish a fully working garrison of its own. As long as your excellency is willing to allow my troops to come and go without obstruction, then, until Xiζou's garrison troop is formed, my imperial army of 20,000 men can take over the patrol duty in its place. Zhou Gui contemplated it in silence. Kongling said, "Your lordship will naturally keep your promise. But I also have to ask your lordship, if Li Bei were to revolt, the Northeast Provisions bridle path will naturally become obsolete. Where then will military provisions for the Li Bei armored cavalry come from in the future?" Xiζou. The Northeast Provisions bridle path is a key route that was opened up for the specific purpose of escorted transportation after the establishment of Li Bei armored cavalry. Isn't it too much of a pity for it to go to waste just like this? Xin Zichuan fiddled with the wine cup. The expression in his eyes was calm and unhurried. The Li Bei armored cavalry and the imperial army has a total of 140,000 soldiers and horses. The military provisions will still have to go through the Northeast Provisions bridle path in the future. Kongling exchanged a glance with Zhou Gui and said in astonishment, "Your lordship currently has the charge of regicide hanging over your head. How would the 13 cities of Jueshi still dare to prepare military provisions for the Li Bei armored cavalry again?" Xin Zichuan smiled and said, "Jueshi is Jueshi. Kudu is Kudu. Mr. Chengfeng, since I dare to say so, I naturally have my means. How about it? As long as your excellency Zhou is willing to let the imperial army pass through tonight, Xiζou will never have to fight alone in the future." Zhou Gui hesitated and held his voice steady to say, "I can trust his lordship's moral character, but I can't trust this rapidly changing situation. Both of you keep saying that the imperial army will suppress the bandits after passing through. But if both of you renege on your promise after the transit, then Xiζou will really be caught in a dead end with no way out. No need to fret." Xin Zichuan put down his wine cup and said placidly, "I alone shall remain in Xiζou until the imperial army squashes the bandits. If your excellency still has misgivings, we can hand over our current captive, Han Jin, to your excellency. That way, even if we go back on our word in future, your excellency can use Han Jin's life as an excuse to appease the wrath of Kudu." Li Jianheng was dead, and there was still no news about a new ruler from Kudu. The region was already beginning to stir and show signs of restlessness. It was only out of fear of the Qi clan in Qidong that no one dared to follow in the wake of Li Bei and set up their own banner to stand on their own feet. But Xiζou was different. It was so close to the Li Bei armored cavalry. If it could really get the assistance of the military forces, then they would no longer need to submit to the deployment orders of the noble clans. News of my entry into the city today has already spread to Kudu. Xiao Qia continued unhurriedly, "Whether your excellency let me through or not, the Empress Dowager will have misgivings of Xiζou after tonight." Zhou Gui's countenance suddenly changed. "Your lordship, your excellency, you. Besides," Xin Zichuan followed close on Xiao Qia's heels and said in a mild tone, "If both gentlemen want to establish a fully working Xiζou's garrison troop, then the most pressing task at hand is to recruit soldiers and buy horses. Xiζou relies on the farm fields to eat and make a living. There are no businesses inside and outside of Xiζou that are connected to Jueshi and the harbors. I'm afraid it will take you until several years later to achieve this aim if you just use tax money alone. I just happen to have some savings, and I'm willing to contribute whatever little I have to the best I can. So your excellency, Zhou, can the imperial army leave now?" Chapter 103, Beauty. Chapter 103. Beauty, how is there still room for Zhou Gui to refuse when the words had already been laid out so clearly? Xiao Qie and Shen Zichuan had hit them right where their weakness was, using both carrot and stick. Everything they spoke about was all the most pressing issues in Xizhou at present. The private banquet could only end here. Zhou Gui personally saw both men back to their courtyard, then strolled back with Kong Ling with a lantern in hand. He asked with a worried frown, "What do you think?" Kong Ling said as he strolled, difficult. Both of them are tough nuts to deal with, but what they have said so far is true. At present, the Empress Dowager is in charge of the imperial court, and Secretariat Elder is old and ill. With the recent rise of disputes within the Grand Secretariat, Jiang Qingshan's transfer to the post of the Provincial Administration Commissioner of Zhongbua is no longer that certain. If they arbitrarily appoint an official from the noble clans over, then the good days in Xizhou will come to an end. That's what I think too. Basking in the aqueous moonlight, Zhou Gui contemplated it for a moment and said, "I'm worried that if we agree too quickly, both of them will think Xizhou is too easy to control. But agree too slowly, and I fear that they will run out of patience and Xizhou will lose the chance to get back on its feet. It's really hard to get a measure of this. We might not necessarily be able to trick and trap Xiao Qie by playing cat and mouse with him." Kong Ling looked back at Zhou Gui. "We should make up our minds on this matter as soon as possible. Dragging it on too long will only prove to be disadvantageous to us." Kong Ling was right. They could still negotiate with Xiao Qie and Shen Zichuan now, because Xiao Qie was currently in a hurry to pass through Xizhou. Considering the influence of Xizhou on the Northeast Provision's bridle path, Xiao Qie and Shen Zichuan could not forcibly barge their way through, nor could they fall out with Xizhou. So Xizhou was the one with the upper hand. But the longer Xizhou hesitated, the more it would be detrimental to Xizhou. This was because the group of bandits led by Lei Changming was a menace to Xizhou. If Lei Changming entered Xizhou's territory to plunder them, Zhou Gui would have to ask the imperial army for help. By then, Xiao Qie would trade places with Xizhou and become the one with the upper hand. Seeing how Xiao Qie isn't bothered about trifles, he shouldn't be the kind of person who will simply sit and watch from the sidelines. Zhou Gui was still hesitating. Let's wait for Kudu to make a move. How rare of you to be this muddle-headed. Kong Ling gave a long sigh, risking all the lives in a prefecture on just an assumption that he isn't bothered about trifles. We may know a person's face, but not his heart. If they raise their prices there, and then they won't be this accommodating and open to negotiation as they are today. It's precisely because this matter concerns the lives in an entire prefecture that I'm hesitating. Zhou Gui caught up with Kong Ling in a few steps. He shook his sleeves to extend his hands out and said to Kong Ling, "Qingfeng, is it really that easy to go independent and make yourself king? Think about the former crown prince. That's truly a real fall from grace. Li Bei has revolted now, but if you think about it from various angles, how is this battle an easy one to fight? It's not all that beneficial to Li Bei. They not only need to take the Bianxia cavalry into consideration, but also be on guard against Qidong's advances. If the Northeast Provision's bridle path is cut off too, then wouldn't they become a trapped beast in a cage? They can't survive for long. When the time comes, Li Bei won't even be able to fend for themselves. Then what should our Xizhou do? Won't we end up at others' mercy like meat on a chopping board? We will even have to live with the infamy of being a traitor. With matters already coming to this stage, it's impossible to think of escaping unscathed." Kong Ling said in all earnestness, "You should think it over carefully again tonight." The moment Xiao Qie stepped into the room, a graceful, delicate figure walked towards him. This fair-skinned maidservant, with jet-black hair worn in a bun, daintily kneeled before Xiao Qie, exposing a large portion of her nape through her low neckline. Smoothing over the lock of hair at her temples, she called out in a soft voice, "Your lordship!" Xiao Qie did not look at her, and moved to take off his outer garment. On hearing his movement, the maidservant hurriedly got up to take off the clothes for Xiaoqi. Shin Zichuan bumped into Xiaoqi's shoulder, and Xiaoqi grasped hold of him, letting Xiaoqi support him. Shen Zichuan lifted his chin slightly and gently kicked off his shoes. Xiaoqi said, "Go prepare some hot water. The vice commander is drunk." The maidservant gathered her clothes around her and bent over to pick up Shin Zichuan's shoes. But Shin Zichuan lowered his little bamboo fan to lift her face up. She did not dare to move and could only look up along the fan at Shin Zichuan. She saw that Shen Zichuan's brows were slightly knitted, yet the corners of his eyes looked as though they were soaking with wet peach blossoms that accentuated the glistening in his eyes. A sense of inferiority overwhelmed her, and she hastily averted her eyes, not daring to look right at Shen Zichuan again. Shin Zichuan said nothing. He merely took a few looks at her and moved his fan away. The maidservant deferentially put the shoes together neatly, then retreated quietly with her head lowered. "Pretty." Xiaoqi waited for the door to close before he pulled Shin Zichuan closer into his arms and asked, with his fingers over the bamboo fan. Shen Zichuan did not answer and merely stepped on Xiaoqi's insteps with feet covered in clean socks. He pulled at Xiaoqi's outer garment that had yet to be taken off and moved in closer. As Xiaoqi led him, he saw the indolent expression on Shin Zichuan's face. It was a relaxed expression of one after having drunk wine. He lowered his head, wanting to kiss him, but Shen Zichuan leaned back slightly and did not let Xiaoqi kiss. The breaths of both men carried with it the sweet intensity of on horseback. All the weariness of being on the go the entire journey eased up during these few days of rest. Shen Zichuan always looked pale after leaving Kudu, but with Xiaoqi's care and affection, he began to look like a jade stone that had been warmed up by his caresses. In Xiaoqi's palms, he was both hard and hot. Conling is Tan Tai Long's old subordinate. As long as Lei Changming is not eliminated, the anxiety in his heart will remain. Xiaoqi helped Shin Zichuan to undress. He pulled off Shin Zichuan's clothes and caressed Shin Zichuan's lower back, even though the words from his mouth were, "Lei Changming is anxious to get his hands on grains. Sooner or later he will target Xizhou. As long as the stakes are conveyed to Conling, he will think of a way to persuade Zhou Gui." Shen Zichuan could not take such a strong wine like on horseback. His cheeks were flushed, but he was still gazing at Xiaoqi and listening to him seriously. Yet the expression in his eyes revealed another kind of seriousness. Letting the imperial army take the place of Xizhou's patrol feels a little like holding them under duress. Never mind if it's just for the time being, but if it goes on for long term, Zhou Gui will definitely not agree. It's all thanks to Ding Tao this time for finding out so quickly that Conling was once Tan Tai Long's old subordinate. As if Xiaoqi could not read the expression in Shen Zichuan's gaze, he muttered under his breath, Shin Zichuan stood on tiptoe, slightly, then dropped back down. The more calm his expression was, the more intense the scarlet grew. The potency of the wine made him sweat. "Give me a kiss," Xiaoqi said in a deep voice. "I did as you said today, and did not bully them the slightest." Shin Zichuan clenched Xiaoqi's clothes until it was all wrinkled. He endured it for a moment, then said, "I can't reach you." Xiaoqi's heart thumped, and he lowered his head once more. Shin Zichuan wanted to kiss him, so he lifted him up and said, "Let's take a bath first." Shin Zichuan raised his chin high and half opened those lips moistened red by the wine. His tongue, which was wandering between his teeth, licked the corner of his parched lips. He was merely gazing at Xiaoqi like this, and he set an entire body aflame with lust, seducing Xiaoqi until the latter no longer teased him. In the past, he did not understand the air of extremely seductive allure he had about him, but with their constant intimate interactions, he seemed to have learned how to fan the flames of lust without saying a word. Zhou Gui had only just woken up the next day when he saw Kong Ling leading the maidservant in. Stunned, he said, "What's going on? Didn't I tell you to stay by the Marquis's side and serve him well?" The maidservant clutched her handkerchief and turned aside to hide her face as she said, "Your Excellency, shouldn't one get it clear before taking appropriate actions? Who do you think is the man standing beside his lordship? I don't even dare to touch the corner of his clothes. Both of them have the hots for each other. Neither of them even looked at me in the eye." At first, Zhou Gui did not understand, but the color drained from his face soon afterward, and the handkerchief he was wiping his face with fell. He was a scholar over the age of 40 who did not even frequent the brothels. Even the running of his household was very much in order. With a concubine he took at his mother's directive. In the past he had only heard a little about other men's penchant for men. He never expected the relationship between Xiao, Qie, and Shun Zichuan to be of this kind too. This. Zhou Gui wiped his face and groused to Kong Ling. "Why didn't you remind me of this? Now we have offended him through and through." Kong Ling did not look too good either as he said, "How would I know?" Both men looked at each other and sighed in unison. During the stalemate, they heard a young servant lad kneel outside the door and shout, "Your Excellency, an urgent report from last night. Lei Changming of Danzhou has gathered 40,000 bandits and is heading towards our Tizhou." Why are there so many people? Zhou Gui's heart suddenly went cold. Half a year earlier, he only had about 10,000 or so people. "It's truly the case that what you fear will come." Kong Ling promptly said, "Quick, go and invite his lordship over. Tell him we agree to last night's treaty of alliance." Chapter 104 Elder Brother. Chapter 104 Elder brother Lei Changming was a native of Chazhou. In his early years, he served as an armed escort with the others and carried out manual labor. He never studied or attended school. During the reign of Yongyi, the commander of the Duanzhou garrison troops took his younger sister as a concubine, and she pretty much gained favor in the commander's residence. Because of this, Lei Changming had a comfortable life for a period of time and spent all day at the gambling dens. A pity the good times did not last long. The Duanzhou commander was not a devoted man, and within a few years he spurned Lei Changming's younger sister. With no one to repay all those debts he owed, Lei Changming could only set out once more to work as an armed escort. At the end of the reign of Yongyi, Lei Changming took on a job from the Yan clan of Hezhou. During the journey, he risked his life to fight off the robbers and protect the youngest young master of the Yan clan, Yan Haru. Consequently, he got into the Yan clan's good books. In the reign of Xianda, after the defeat of the Zhongguo troops, he used money borrowed from the Yan clan to recruit men and buy horses. He then started a mutiny against the Duanzhou garrison battalion and killed off the commander that the imperial court had appointed at that time. From then on, he became a bandit of Duanzhou. Lei Changming initially only had a few thousand men, but with the imperial court's passive course of action after the defeat of the troops, Zhongguo was never able to recover from the heavy blow. People who were reduced from being commoners to being bandits increased, and he gradually became an overlord of sorts in Duanzhou. To date, the troops under his command had already far exceeded the numbers of garrison troop soldiers in the various Zhongguo prefectures. Half a year earlier, Lei Changming had a total of 14,000 people or so in the prefectures of Duanzhou and Danzhou. Zhou Gui held up his sleeve and pointed at the map for Shaoqia. He used Mount Luo between Duanzhou and Danzhou as his base camp and established his own nest of brigands. When the imperial court rebuilt the garrison troops of Dengzhou, they once tried to besiege Mount Luo, but they always returned empty-handed the few times they tried. Thus, they gave up and no one bothered about it anymore. As Xiao Qie secured his armed guards, he leaned partially against the table to look at the map. He said, "He's bringing 40,000 people to Tizhou. No doubt he still has to leave behind enough men and horses to keep guard at Mount Luo. So it seems that he has at least 60,000 soldiers and horses. This number is 2 Chidong commanderies, garrison troops, worth of men. Although Xiao Qia had no intent of blaming anyone, he still made Zhou Gui sweat. This was because the 6 prefectures of Zhongbua all fell under the jurisdiction of legitimately appointed prefectural prefects. And yet, in the span of 6 years, they simply just watched the bandits grow in dominance until they were on the same scale as a regular army. Although His Excellency has no dealings with Duanzhou and Danzhou, they're usually field officials who would go forth to handle the military garrison's cases. Kong Ling sat in his chair and said, "He has assembled this many people in just half a year, and to think we never got wind of it." "Your lordship," Zhou Gui said earnestly, "I originally thought that Lei Changming has merely 10,000 men or so, and besieging him to annihilate him would be merely a matter of a month or so. But now he's charging towards Cizhou with 40,000 troops, and we only have 20,000 men from the imperial army. I fear we are in a perilous position. Why not? Why not get someone to head for Li Bei immediately to pass the news to Xiao Fengshu and have him deploy the Li Bei armored cavalry troops, guarding the northeast provisions, bridle path south, to provide reinforcements?" Xiao Qia finished securing his armed guards, yet he did not speak. Zhou Gui still wanted to persuade him, but Kong Ling sensed something else from Xiao Qia's silence. Taking advantage of his action as he served tea, he pressed down Zhou Gui's arm, and Zhou Gui promptly swallowed back his words. "There's no need for your excellency and Mr. Chung Feng to panic." Shun Zichuan sat on another chair. He was still looking at that courier report. Lei Changming's 40,000 men have to eat too. He can't travel fast, and his logistics squad needs to carry along sufficient rations in order to sustain them as they stride across hundreds and thousands of li to Cizhou to fight a battle with us. Besides, a peculiar expression materialized on Shin Zichuan's face. This report might not be accurate either. Why does the vice commander say so? Zhou Gui hurriedly lifted the hem of his robe and approached him to look at the courier report as well. "This is an urgent report sent back personally by the official who went to Danzhou to handle the bandit case. How can it be inaccurate? He didn't see Lei Changming 40,000 soldiers and horses with his own eyes." Shin Zichuan mulled it over. "It's too hasty and sloppy to believe Lei Changming's words based on just the traces of earthen stoves. I suspect Lei Changming already knows that the imperial army has arrived in Cizhou. That's why he put up the banner of 40,000 men, to throw us into disarray." "That's right." With his eyes lowered, Xiao Qia said, "If he really has 40,000 people, the battle would be a lot easier to fight. A war of attrition depletes way too much resources. He would be in more of a dire strait than us. But he still has the support of the Yan clan of Hezhou." Zhou Gui said anxiously, "It was all because of the Yan clan's financial assistance that he was able to expand to such a scale. There is a river course in Hezhou that leads right to the granary in Jueshi. It's easy to supply him with additional rations." "How muddle-headed your excellency is." Shen Zichuan suddenly laughed. "If Lei Changming still has the Yan clan's full support behind him, then why would he be in such a hurry to rush to Cizhou? Have you forgotten that his purpose in coming to Cizhou is to get his hands on the grains? He came once before the New Year, and came visiting again a few months later." Xiao Qia said this not only indicates that he might have fallen out with the Yan clan, but also that his assets back at Mount Luo are no longer enough to fill his tummy. It's the Chasha River to his east, and the Bayancha cavalry is even better at plundering than he is. He has no one to turn to, so he could only come repeatedly to Cizhou to demand grains. Then why did he have to wait until the imperial army arrived at Cizhou to make another trip instead of coming here earlier or later? Kong Ling circled around the table, slowed down for 2 steps, and said, "Your lordship's arrival in Cizhou is clearly disadvantageous to him, because Han Jin is in the imperial army's hands." Shin Zichuan closed the report and stood up. He said, "It's all because of the Yan clan's help that he can survive this long. Now that he has parted ways with the Yin clan, he will have to seek new help if he wants to continue holding on to his mountain stronghold and keep on being his overlord. He's a bandit. The more people he has under his command, the more troublesome it will be. Those living on the other mountains can live off the mountain. But Zhongbua is poor and barren. Even if he digs out the entire mountain, all he can eat is soil. This person is very good at grabbing opportunities. He's able to gain fame and fortune because he made the right choices at the 3 turning points in his life. He has soldiers, and Zhongbua just happens to be short of soldiers. However, he has no connections, and Su In just happens to lead the Imperial Army here to pass through Cizhou. If he is able to defeat the Imperial Army and save Hanjin, then he would be able to report this meritorious service of his to Kudu and seek a military official position in Zhongbua through the Han clan. A good plan indeed, to have his eyes set on metamorphosing into a real official of the imperial court. Indignant, Zhou Gui stomped his foot and said, "Is he totally showing no regards for the commoners of Cizhou?" This is merely just a conjecture. We still have to trade blows with this person before we can get a better feel of him. Xiao Qie hung up Longli blade and said to Zhou Gui, "Li Bei lies behind Cizhou. If Lei Changming can't sneak through Cizhou and go around the back, then he won't be able to surround the city and trap us. Your Excellency can then immediately get people to seal the city gate. Even the dog holes have to be filled up and sealed. Those under his command are all a motley crew not registered in the household registers. They will not be able to guard against this. By this, is your lordship going to fortify the city and face them off in a confrontation?" Kong Ling looked to be in a spot. Cizhou's city walls are old. I'm afraid they won't be able to withstand Lei Changming's assault. The Imperial Army can't enter the city and defend to the death. Xiao Qie held his sword and slightly bared his teeth. "I'll make a bet with you. Lei Changming will definitely not dare to charge head-on at my soldiers. This is what he fears." At dusk, Xiao Qie and Xin Zichuan made an inspection tour of the city walls. Both men brought their blades with them and walked side by side atop the city wall. This city wall was last repaired during the reign of Yongyi. Xin Zichuan attempted to push at the battlement of the wall, and earth and clay that had been eroded by the wind and rain tumbled to the ground. That's because Zhou Gui is poor. He's been urgently trying to resolve the issue of food these few years. Naturally, he would be too preoccupied to pay any attention to the city's military defense. Xiao Qie picked up a chunk of earth and rubbed it into pieces in his hand. The Imperial Army can stand before Cizhou to defend it, but it cannot retreat into the city. Xiao Qie was well aware that Zhou Gui wanted to seek assistance from Li Bei, but he was unwilling to ask for help. He could return to Li Bei soon, but the arrangements for these 20,000 Imperial Army men he had brought with him were something he had yet to discuss with his father and eldest brother. He understood the Li Bei armored cavalry. Such a complete army like that would be unable to come to a swift acceptance of the Imperial Army. These two armies would predictably have to go through a very difficult bonding process for them to learn to get along with one another. If he opened his mouth at this time to ask for help and Xiao Fengshu came, then Xiao Qie would never have the chance to shine again when he returned to Li Bei. This battle was his first battle on returning home. He had to win it. He had to win it on his own. The sunset clouds on the horizon spread out and tinted half of the sky red. Rows upon rows of houses with curling smoke lined the city amidst the clamorous buzz of human voices. Xin Zichuan lowered his hand to cover the center of Xiao Qie's head. Both men, one standing and one squatting, looked at the scene beneath them. Lei Changming can be considered a capable man. Xin Zichuan said, "But you are the one who decides whether he is a bandit or an ambitious man. Ambitious men are born out of troubled times." Xiao Qie put his arms on his knees and propped himself up. "I'll take the conquers, bow with me." He stood here, like a lush tree bathed in the dimming light of dusk, like a mountain standing tall before the city wall. Xin Zichuan watched those shackles gradually vanish. Poised and ready for action, it was time for Xiao Jie to show his real mettle in this chaotic situation. When you return to Li Bei, Xin Zichuan gazed at him, his lordship will realize that you've grown taller again. I was already taller than him the last time I saw him. Xiao Jie smiled. As a child, I thought my father was like a towering tree. He put me on his shoulder and lied to me that I'd be able to touch the clouds. My eldest brother wanted to sit on my father's shoulder too, but he was already old enough to attend school then, and he felt that he had to maintain his dignity as the older brother, so he never said a word to my father and would be happy just to watch me sit. Xin Zichuan smiled too. He gazed back at the sky and said, they all said that the hereditary prince looks like the princess consort of Li Bei. Somewhat, I guess. Xiao Jie's eyes reflected the entire sky of rose-tinted clouds. Not as much as I resemble my father. Actually, my eldest brother was once miserable. When my father retired back sick to the prince's residence, my eldest brother was only in his teens. All of a sudden, he had to fight a way out from those ferocious men. Tough. Initially, he was mocked the most for being unlike father. He did not have a sufficiently strong and well-built physique. He once said to Zhao Hui, the side of Xiao Jie's face was calm and serene. He seemed to recall that day, but then a certain wave of sadness inexplicably washed over him. He turned his head and took Xin Zichuan's hands. His atoms apple-bobbed a few times before he said, us brothers are truly strange. I envy my eldest brother's steadiness, and I also envy his composure. I used to think, if only I had been born a few years earlier, then I would be the eldest brother, the hereditary prince. I would have been able to go galloping to my heart's content. I wouldn't have to leave Li Bei a single step. But one day he came home wounded and saw me in the courtyard shooting arrows. And he said to Zhao Hui, I really envy Yi. I thought my father and eldest brother would never feel pain and would never fall. They would shed blood and never tears. But on the day my eldest brother got married, he drank himself drunk. Yet, such a steady person like that gingerly took my eldest sister-in-law's hands and got all teary-eyed at her. It was as if he had already anticipated the future. He saw her as his precious treasure. He would feel fear too. There is nothing about me that is better than my eldest brother. If I had to say, then it'd be that I've totally inherited this fine physique from my father. Xiao Jie gripped Xin Zichuan tightly. I never really understood in the past why he had to get all teary-eyed at my eldest sister-in-law, but now I do. Chapter 105, Cunning. Chapter 105. Cunning Lei Changming arrived at the mountainous area 100 li, one away from Suzhou. It started to drizzle. He did not act rashly and march his troop on. Instead, he occupied the area to take a break and started to set up camp. They meant to fight a protracted battle. Tantai, who crouched in the grass and looked down. He drags out the troops in such a long line that it's impossible to tell how many soldiers and horses there are. But their stoves are so densely clustered together that it makes me afraid just to look at it. Ding Tao drew a circle at the spot where Lei Changming stationed his troops. I went to the towns along the way to probe for information. All of them said he indeed brought more than 40,000 men this time. They took in all the bandits near this part of Suzhou on their way here. It's by mixing falsehood with truth that would make it impossible for others to distinguish between truth from lies. Xiao Jie rose and brushed aside the branch of leaves with water droplets on it. If he really has that many people, why would he still need to recruit deserters and traitors? An army that's about to fight a battle fears last-minute addition of soldiers the most, that will forcibly throw the long-standing rapport between the soldiers into disarray, thereby turning a ferocious army into a motley crew. That's what I surmised too. Tantai, who followed Xiao Jie out of the forest, the more he wants others to know he has 40,000 men, the more he has a guilty conscience. Master, he's afraid of us. Xiao Jie took off his cloak in the drizzle and tossed it to Ding Tao behind him. As he hung up his blade, he looked at Tantai Hu and said, "If he's afraid, he wouldn't have come." By doing this, he's seizing the opportunity to intimidate us. He saw that we were from Kudu and wanted to scare us. A battle did not break out at the Nanlin hunting grounds because Qi Juyin led the Qidong garrison troops to suppress the rebellion. On the surface, it looked like it had nothing to do with Xiaoqia. The 8 great training divisions used to belittle the seemingly obsolete imperial army in the past back in Kudu. Although the imperial army had taken over Kudu's patrols these few years, the substitution was due to a change of hands and authority. They never fought a decent battle, and so they, along with Xiaoqia, were deemed by Lei Changming to be lads who were still wet behind the ears. His underestimating of the enemy is to our advantage, but if we follow suit and underestimate him too, then we deserve to be beaten. Lei Changming is no ordinary man. He must have his own strengths to be able to dominate the southeast of Zhongbua. Xiaoqia flipped atop the horse, lifted the reins, and said, "Tantai Hu, 6 years ago, you escaped from Dengzhou to Kudu, and now we have returned. Let me ask you, do you still remember what I said when you led your troops to register and join the imperial army?" The rain dropped into Tantai Hu's eyes. He looked up at Xiaoqia and said, "This humble subordinate would not dare to forget for even a moment. Master said that the humiliation of our nation has yet to be redressed, and the feuds of our families have yet to be avenged." "That's right." Xiaoqia reined in the horse and lifted his eyes to look at the dense cluster of heads in the rain. He said in a quiet voice, "The people from Bayansha carried out massacres in several cities of Zhongbua. Libei armored cavalry and Qidong garrison troops fought them off. But was this enmity avenged? To the Bayansha cavalry, this was merely just them riding their horses to and fro for amusement. What was that circulating around in Kudu? They said they'd rather be a dog than a man of Zhongbua. So how can we now just hand over the humiliation Zhongbua suffered under those slaughter blades to others to redress it for us? We gallop all night without stopping in our dreams, and now Lei Changming is the obstacle that stands in our way. The opportunity to battle with the Bayansha cavalry is right before our eyes. Do we lose?" Victory and defeat were commonplace in the military, but no army would be willing to keep losing forever. In the past 6 years, they have transformed from a motley crew lacking in cohesion and organization into a well-trained and combat-ready army. The imperial army was just like Xiaoqia's silhouette, buried among the golden sand as tens of thousands of worthless bugs in the crevices of Dazhou's mighty army. Never mind how the others described them as in the past. Never mind if they were slapped with the label of a good-for-nothing. They were finally about to reveal their true mettle from the gravel. A sudden gust of strong wind blew the banner open. Tantai Hu pursed his lips tightly and said, "We must win." The sound of rain swiftly grew urgent. Tantai Hu wiped his eyes roughly and said in a hoarse voice as the shouts behind him gradually became a wave, "We must win! We must win!" From this time on to the moment they battled to the death, "We must win" had to become the imperial army's one and only creed. Faced up against their senior who had made a name for himself a long time ago, they had to draw their blades, they had to spur their horses on swiftly in an advance, and they had to defeat everyone standing in their way. One at a time, they could only win. The Libei armored cavalry could lose, as could the Qidong garrison troops. Even Lei Changming's forces could suffer a defeat, but the imperial army and Xiaoqia could not. At the same time they broke free of their shackles, they also left their backer. If they could not win, then they could only die. Xiaoqia turned his horse around and wiped away the rainwater on his chin. It was as if he was a wolf who had caught a whiff of blood and meat. He drew out that blade which symbolized avarice and ruthlessness and said to the wolf pack behind him, "Time for us to eat." The rain pitter-pattered down and broke up the water surface. Lei Changming heard that the special envoy from Xizhou had arrived, so he received him in the tent. Mr. Changfeng. With a cloak around him, Lei Changming sat on the raised tiger seat and scrutinized Kong Ling. "It has been quite some days since we last met." Kong Ling bowed in greeting and said, "The chief often comes to our Tsijo in the past. We're all old acquaintances, so why take up arms and create such a big stir this time?" Surprisingly enough, Lei Changming was not a boorish fellow. There were no ornaments adorning his scarred arms, and his clothes were simple and plain. The broadsword he carried with him had already been polished until there were visible marks. If one were to suddenly look over, he was no different from the peasant commoners of Zhongbua, who always had their face to the ground and back to the sky. He never studied before. He had the aura of a bandit who bumbled his way around the martial fraternity all year round. But that seemed to be only a disguise, for he was quite perceptive. Lei Changming did not feign civility with Kong Ling. He next fixed his eyes on Shan Zichuan and said with a grin, "Since we are old acquaintances, why did Mr. Qingfeng bring along an imperial bodyguard when it's just for a drink?" With a composed expression, Kong Ling said, "Didn't the chief bring such a large number of troops to put pressure on the city all to see his lordship and vice commandership? Today, I'll be so bold as to mutually recommend both of you to each other. Your Excellency, the vice commander, this is Chief Lei Changming, whose name is renowned in the 6 prefectures of Zhongbua. He's the one of highest power in the 2 prefectures of Danzhou and Danzhou. Chief, this is Vice Commander Shen Zichuan, an official in the Son of Heaven's inner ministerial circle, whom Kudu, personally, made an exception to promote. I've heard much of your great name," Lei Changming said, as if he was a little interested. "Shen Zichuan, you're Shen Zichuan. I heard Han Cheng devised a scheme to seal the city and besiege you. You alone killed his remaining elite troops. Every strike of yours was lethal, and each blow was so fast it was hardly visible. Why are you hanging out with Zhou Guo and the others instead of following Xiao Qie to Libei? Such a law-abiding prefectural prefect like him can't accommodate a killing machine like you, can he?" "I'm also a law-abiding person." Shen Zichuan lifted his right hand slightly to reveal the side of his waist. "I didn't even bring my blade along to see you, Chief Lei." Lei Changming raised his hand to wave back the guards who were pressing in because of Shen Zichuan's movements. He pointed at Shen Zichuan and said, "You don't even remove your blade when you see the Son of Heaven, yet you do it wholeheartedly on seeing me." He laughed out loud in a booming voice and said loudly, "Could it be that I'm even more honorable than the Son of Heaven? The Empress Dowager is in charge now, and court discipline is lax. There has long been no such thing as the Son of Heaven." Shen Zichuan smiled. "The chief is a peerless hero. I naturally have to observe the etiquette. You are all people who have been in Kudu for a long time. Your words are all pleasing to the ears." Lei Changming leaned against a seat and pried apart the sweet potato on the plate. He took 2 bites and said, "Spit it out. What do you want with me?" "My purpose for coming to the chief's tent today is to, firstly, pay you a special visit, and secondly, express my willingness to discuss with you about the future." Shen Zichuan scrutinized the tent as he spoke. "Pitching camp here is, after all, not a long-term measure. If the imperial army doesn't come, then is the chief going to keep waiting day after day? You understand Xiao Qie better than me." Lei Changming finished his sweet potato in a few bites. "His father and eldest brother are all renowned generals. How bad can he be? I'll wait for him to come to me for a discussion. Xijo is only just this big. I can guess where he is hiding even without searching. I can't enter Xijo if he occupies Xijo and refuses to leave. There has to be a resolution to this matter, right? I'll wait for him. I'm in no hurry. His 20,000 imperial army are skilled in horsemanship and archery. Their capabilities on horseback are no less inferior to the Libei armored cavalry. Fighting with him now would be detrimental to the chief instead." Seeing those guards about to move again, Shen Zichuan let out a preemptive smile and said he is in the city and has Tizhou granary for sustenance. The chief is outside the city and can only rely on army rations from the back end to sustain the forces. The expenditure of 40,000 men is an appalling amount. The longer this battle drags on, the more the chief will lose out. I'm sure the chief understands this more than me. So what? I can afford to dawdle, but the imperial army can't, right? Xiao Qie can't live on Tizhou's grains for an entire lifetime. The Prince of Libei is still fighting a war in Libei. Xiao Qie is in a hurry to go home. I'll only stand to lose money the longer this drags on, but it's lives that hang in the balance for Xiao Qie. He rebelled, but Qidong garrison troops didn't. Qi Juin only needs half a month to lead her troops here. When the Libei armored cavalry comes forth to provide reinforcement, then they will have a headache on both ends. Qi Juin is not easier to fight than the Bianchi cavalry. This lass's capability is something you people who have had frequent dealings with her know best. She even dared to set the Bianches throne on fire. It's simply too easy for her to fight against one Tizhou. But does Xiao Qie dare to? Lei Changming wiped his mouth. His smile was casual, and the expression in his eyes was cool and collected. Is Xiao Qie even worthy? Shen Zichuan revealed a regretful expression and said, if the reserve rations the chief has is truly adequate, then there's no need for me to say a word more about it. Truth be told, it's precisely because I'm worried about Commander-in-Chief Qi's arrival any time now that I thought of discussing a deal with you. Kong Lin turned slightly pale and walked 2 steps closer toward Shen Zichuan. He said, Vice Commander, we have yet to. What deal do you want to discuss with me? Lei Changming interrupted Kong Ling. Shen Zichuan said, if Xiao Qie is able to pass through Tizhou without a hitch, then it's all good and well for everyone. But since the chief has come forth with your own soldiers, then that 20,000 imperial army of his is no longer my only choice. The deal I wish to discuss with the chief is precisely regarding the army rations. I still have 2 million silver in my hands, and I'm willing to invest it in the chief to be used for food rations expenditure this battle. But in exchange, you have to vouch for me before Han Cheng to preserve my life when you become an official in the imperial court in the future. Stunned, Kong Lin said, Shen Zichuan, how can you dupe us? Didn't we agree that those 2 million will be given to Tizhou to rebuild the garrison troops? I only said I was willing to. Shen Zichuan tilted his head a little and said to Kong Ling with sincerity, I didn't say I definitely would. Kong Ling grabbed hold of Shen Zichuan's sleeve and said, you lied to us, you treacherous lad. Lei Changming laughed again. With his hands on his knees, he said, are you for real? Shen Zichuan, if you really have that much silver, would you still have let the imperial army gnaw on mud the entire way while fleeing for their lives? You people are not plotting to deceive me, are you? How was Kong Ling still of the mind to listen to what he was saying? His face flushed red, and his goatee trembled as he said to Shen Zichuan in disbelief, was that impassioned speech of yours a lie too? You used Zhongguo's calamity to lie to us and lay a trap. Are you still human? Every man has his own ambition. Shen Zichuan smiled lazily. Tizhou and the imperial army are already cornered like turtles in a jar. It's natural for me to seek a new master. Mr. Qingfeng, you of all people should understand it best. If you can really produce 2 million silver, still sitting in place, Lei Changming said, and help me to save Hanjin, then I'll take care of it on Han Cheng's end for you. I've already gotten someone to bring some silver over. Shen Zichuan said, so, is this proof enough of my sincerity, Chief? Chapter 106. Crude. Chapter 106. Crude Shen Zichuan was unable to bring 2 million this trip, but he brought sincerity. Lei Changming looked at those few chests of silvers. They were all genuine stuff, stacked neatly in order. He grabbed a handful at random to get a feel of that heavy weight and said, These few chests of silver are something that even the brothers under my command selling sugared biscuits can produce. Aren't you looking down on me a tad too much? The chief might not necessarily dare to accept it if I had really brought over 2 million. Shen Zichuan had already taken his seat. He said, "Good deals are worth discussing over slowly. The ones who should be anxious at present are Tizhou and Xiaoqia." Lei Changming waved a hand to get his men to drag Kong Ling out of the tent, leaving only his own guards and Shen Zichuan behind. From start to end, he remained unwilling to leave his seat. Without taking even half a step closer to Shen Zichuan, he said, "You and Xiaoqia broke out of the siege in Kudu. You could be considered sworn friends who have been through life and death. So why did you fall out with him suddenly and come to beg me instead? Since the chief knows of me, then you must have also known that Shen Wei is my old man. Shen Wei let the enemies into Danzhou and caused a long-standing grudge to form between me and Li Bei. Xiaoqia and I may be able to bury the hatchet, but Xiao Jiming may not necessarily be willing to use me." Shen Zichuan looked troubled. A man's aspiration is to make a name for himself. Xiaoqia is like a clay Buddha crossing the river who can't even save himself. So how would he have the energy to carve out a path for me? There is some misunderstanding between me and His Excellency Han. But those are all minor issues that do not warrant the death penalty. As long as someone can vouch for me, I'll be able to return to Kudu to serve the imperial court again. So that means you still want to be an official, huh? With both hands on his knees, Lei Changming said, "Brother, to tell you the truth, I want to be an official too. We used to hang out in the mountains and wilderness back then, and we lived pretty much a carefree life. But when all is said and done, it's not a proper job. Every single one of our movements will come under close scrutiny by the Qidong garrison troops. The chief and I have a common goal." Shen Zichuan lifted his little bamboo fan slightly. "Isn't this just perfect? But I've been deceived by scholars like you until it scares me now." Lei Changming put on a look of dread. "This 2 million of yours are still in Tizhou. How are you going to get it to me? And that Han Jin too. How are you going to help me save him? Make yourself clear today so I know how things stand. Only then can I truly take you under me. The silver is not an issue. The chief can pick a trusted man to go to Tizhou and ask Zhou Gui for the money. He knows where the silvers are kept. As long as you can move it, you can take the money away now. You think he would be willing to give me if I ask him for it?" Lei Changming rubbed his fingers together, as if he still wanted to touch those silvers. "You have Kong Ling in your hands. That's Zhou Gui's trusted aide." Shen Zichuan said with a smile, "You have 40,000 soldiers and horses too. How would Zhou Gui not dare to give you? He always wanted to be a good official who loves his people like his children. He won't infuriate you at this critical juncture." Lei Changming looked at Shen Zichuan as if he was getting a measure of him. The tent quietened down. It was all Lei Changming's guards to Shen Zichuan's left and right. He touched the teacup, but did not drink up. In this long standoff, Lei Changming suddenly laughed and said, "I have ample reserve supplies. I'm not in a hurry to ask for money. It doesn't matter if this 2 million is left there for a few more days. Men, serve tea to young Master Shen. Our top priority is to discuss how to save Han Jin. After all, our meeting of Han Cheng in Kudu hinges on him." Kong Ling was locked up in a stable. He lay across the weeds and panted heavily, securely bound by coarse hemp ropes. The horse that was resting before him stuck out its hoof and discharged steaming hot dung. That stench made Kong Ling dizzy, and he tried to turn his head away to gasp for breath. The band of bandits surrounding him outside the stable roared with laughter. Kong Ling shouted indignantly, "The traitor deceived me." "Bah! A gentleman would rather die than be humiliated. Don't even dream of using me to threaten Tizhou." Horsewhips jabbed at Kong Ling's face. He was covered with mud and horse dung all over, and being watched by these people all around him caused waves of giddiness to wash over him. He said with shame and hatred, "You people are in cahoots. You, Lei Changming, what good end will you come to by conspiring with such an unrighteous person?" But no matter how Kong Ling cursed and cussed, there were only roars of laughter all around him. He was a well-read and well-educated man. Whether it was Tan Tai Long or Zhou Gui in the past, they all treated him with courtesy, who would not respectfully address him as Mr. Ching Feng everywhere he went. But now, not only was he tied up in a stable, he was even ridiculed and laughed at by these people. He thought again of the snowy night when he fled Danzhou. The face of these bandits gradually overlapped with the faces of the Bianchi cavalry, with vague sounds of laughter everywhere. Unable to restrain his emotions for a moment, Kong Ling started to choke with sobs. "Patrol guards!" An officer suddenly walked out from the other end and bellowed, "What are all of you gathering here for? Is this old fart more important than the task of patrolling the camp? If the patrol is delayed, I'll see how all of you will get skinned. Move it, disperse." The surrounding people broke up noisily. Kong Ling shifted over to the edge of the stable and put his head against the railing to let the dripping rainwater wash away the filth. He took deep breaths, as if he was breathing in fresh air. His goatee was so dirty that it had become a cake of mud. People went in and out of the tent in the distance. When they lifted the flap of the tent, he could see Lei Changming preparing to host a feast to entertain Xin Zichuan. Kong Ling spat and closed his eyes in the rain. An unspecified amount of time later, someone gave Kong Ling's cheeks a light pat. Kong Ling opened his eyes. It was the man he had seen earlier. This person seemed to be in his early 30s. His face was dark, and he had an air of toughness to him. He called out, "Mr. Cheng Feng." Kong Ling was alarmed. "Don't be afraid. I'm Tan Tai Long's old subordinate. I used to hold a post in the Danzhou garrison troops. I've met you once." This man forced a smile, then sighed and said, "Mr. really ought not to have ended up in such a state. Since you are Tan Tai Long's former subordinate, how can you follow a bandit like Lei Changming to stage a rebellion?" Kong Ling said woodenly, "Tan Tai Long hated these villains the most when he was still alive. I was driven into a corner." This man said with a bitter smile, "After Danzhou was recovered, the imperial court transferred the grains away and used it to fill up Jueshi's deficit. Those of us who survived were so starved that we had to chew tree barks. Although the chief is a bandit, he is righteous and generous. It's only by following him we can have enough food to fill our stomachs. We have no choice." Kong Ling knew he was telling the truth, but words failed him, and he could only remain silent. This man helped Kong Ling up and said, "I heard the intent of the chief earlier at the table. He's prepared to use you to negotiate with the prefectural prefect of Zizhou. I was worried that you would be too strong-willed and could not bear the humiliation. So I found a chance to step out. Mister, I'll take you away on horseback right now." Kong Ling looked at his sincere expression and said, "If you let me go, Lei Changming will definitely not let you off lightly." This man untied Kong Ling's ropes and quickly said, "I'll send you to Zizhou and come back to apologize. I was originally a loyal and righteous soldier under General Tantai's command. But now I've been reduced to a bandit just so I have food to fill my stomach. I can't live with myself deep down. But the chief has been kind to me, so I can't turn my back on him either. Mister, let me help you up the horse." After being helped up the horse, Kong Ling held his arm and choked with sobs. "You are a sensible man." The man got onto the horse too and draped a cloak over Kong Ling. With a shake of the reins, he led Kong Ling around to the main gate of the camp. There were still people patrolling in the rain. On seeing him, they all paid their obeisances to him. Without saying a word more, he flashed his token and brought Kong Ling out of the camp. Both men had been galloping for only a moment when they heard the sound of berating behind them. It was soldiers in pursuit of them. This place is still 1,000 li one away from Suzhou. Mister. The man braved the rain to guide the way. We'll run without a break all night. Kong Ling swayed from the jolts and bumps. He clutched the reins tightly and followed swiftly after the man. The sound of pursuit behind him never stopped. Branches in the dark night lashed at his face. Kong Ling did not even dare to look back. He endured the pain, determined to hurry back to Suzhou and waste no time in tipping off Shou Gui. Shen Zichuan ate very little. He ignored the singing and dancing in the tent and sat down at the lower area to drink wine. Lei Changming had brought along quite a number of concubines with his troops in their march forward. Many of them were women he had grabbed in broad daylight back in Duanzhou. He told one of them to go over and pour wine for Shen Zichuan, then urged him with great gusto as he sat on his seat. Brother Shin, drink up. I bought plenty of excellent wine this trip. Drink as much as you want tonight. Shin Zichuan saw that Lei Changming had drunk until he was flushed in the face. His voice was growing increasingly loud, and he did not hold back as he teased the others. The woman in his arms had been pinched until her neck and shoulders were covered in bruises. Shin Zichuan raised the cup slightly and downed the wine without saying a word. Lei Changming said as he ate the meat, "You're the son of the Prince of Jianqing, Shenwei. You never had to endure hardships since you were young, so you don't know how valuable grains are. But you sure have the candor of someone from the marital fraternity by giving this 2 million at the mere drop of a hat. Brother Shin, not that I'm bragging, but I think you did well by throwing in your lot with me now. That Xiao Qie is just a brat. He could still be of some use in Kudu, but now that he's returning to Libei, what available path is there for him? He still has 20,000 soldiers with him. The Libei armored cavalry will definitely not take them in. Don't tell me the Prince of Libei can still make him the commander-in-chief of Libei? That Xiao Jiming is the one who's truly formidable." Not letting those women touch his wine jar, Shen Zichuan poured himself a cup of wine and said with a smile, "Yeah." Lei Changming gobbled down the pork shoulder and wiped his mouth before he said, "Speaking of these generals, I'm only afraid of Qidong's commander-in-chief, Qi Juin, of the 4 great generals of the world. She's the only woman. I saw her once when I worked as an armed escort in Hezhou. What the fuck? Such a pretty lass, and yet the weapon she wields is an executioner's blade. An executioner's blade. To the blade Xiao Qie uses is also an executioner's blade, isn't it? One straight slash, and it can cleave apart bones and flesh. What it relies on is real physical strength. It's also to do her a favor that I came to Suzhou this time. I'll capture Xiao Qie on her behalf and send him back to Kudu. This will allow their Qidong to break with Libei without being directly involved. Say, with such a merit like this, will I be able to get a position as a general under her command? I heard that Commander-in-Chief Qi has 5 great generals under her command. Each of them is skilled in combat, and they are all men she single-handedly trained all these years over at the Qidong garrison troops." Shin Zichuan said, "If you really go over, you'll naturally come up top and be the big brother of them all." Lei Changming boomed with laughter. He scooped up the woman in his arms and kissed her haphazardly in spite of the cries. He wiped his greasy hands clean on those silk fabrics and said, "It is from the mountains that I made my mark. I've been running all over all these years, and I've also fought some battles. Mention me, Lei Changming, in Zhongbua, and who doesn't know that I can fight? Brother Shin, you know Lu Guangbai of the Bianjuan Commandery, right? Their Lu clan is poor as heck. He gives one the impression of being an unyielding man, and it's all by virtue of his vigor that he could keep up the desperate fights at Bianjuan. He doesn't have any other capabilities. In my opinion, Lu Guangbai is the most incompetent one among the 4 great generals. He's called, what do you call it, the fire beacon amidst blowing sand or something. Bianjuan lights up the beacon towers every year. So what's so special about this? Might as well vacate his post and let me take over instead. I guarantee I'll be way better than him." Seeing that he was drunk and starting to boast, Shen Zichuan lowered his fingers and gently righted the chopsticks on the table. He said with a smile, "He's indeed not very impressive. Men like Commander Zhua are the real heroes." Lei Changming poured wine into his mouth, which leaked over half of his body. Too late to wipe it, he tossed the wine cup away and said to Shen Zichuan, he who took down the enemies' heads from 1,000 li away, and he who struck fear in enemies' hearts with one arrow. He was all the storyteller in the tea house in Hezhou spoke of in the past, said he killed his wife to protect the city, and consequently his hair rapidly turned white. Oh man, one can't help but shed tears to hear his story. A pity there was no avoiding the disillusionment of a hero, and he still ended up retiring early. Otherwise, he and I might even get to be sworn brothers. It was pandemonium in the tent, as if a host of demons were dancing and running wild within. Those so-called guards, deputy generals, all showed their true colors as they stood or lay down and pulled the prostitutes over to drink and make merry. Such an army like this has no military discipline to speak of. They were the same as Lei Changming, bandits who depended on weapons at the very beginning to plunder and loot. Sitting among them, Shen Zichuan had a subtle sense that something was off. Lei Changming should not be such a man. If he was this kind of short-sighted man who enjoyed life while he could, then how could he have stood out from among the crowd of bandits? What this man had on display was completely different from what Shen Zichuan had heard of him from rumors. Lei Changming got up to chase after the prostitute and pulled her into his arms to fondle and grope. He drank the wine, sang some obscure farm song from Dengzhou, and danced and gesticulated with merriment like a bull that had rashly crashed its way onto the chessboard. He enjoyed himself to his heart's content and drank himself drunk. But unexpectedly he smacked his forehead and said as he pointed at Shen Zichuan, "Your mother is a dancer from Duanzhou. Brother Shin, quick, get up and dance for us." Chapter 107. Odd. Chapter 107. Odd the sound of rain outside the tent grew softer, and the tent flap was opened, dissipating the heat within. Lecherous howls of the drunk men rang out from the camp in the deep of the night, while soldiers with arms around one another played guessing games. Lei Changming was so hot that he undid his clothes and laid his chest bare. His chest was tanned, with plenty of scars and a tuft of chest hair that grew unchecked like weed beneath his clothes. Drunkenly embracing the woman in his arms, he sang and danced, and even called out to Shen Zichuan, "Brother Shen, get up!" At this point in time, the flap moved, and several servile and submissive soldiers entered to place down the food. Shen Zichuan partially opened the little bamboo fan and stood up. The candle flames in the tent were not bright enough. He raised his hand to block the side of his face at an angle with the fan, then looked at Lei Changming and said softly, "What dance does the chief want to see?" Lei Changming felt that Shen Zichuan was really good-looking. He was not only astonishingly beautiful when seen this way, but also so gorgeous that he overshadowed and outshone everything else in the room. Lei Changming drank the wine to embolden himself, then shoved the woman away and pounced on Shen Zichuan. He did not expect to trip over the wine jar at his feet and cut a sorry sight as he fell at Shen Zichuan's feet. It was in this way Lei Changming sprawled on the ground and gasped for breath that reeked of wine. He wanted to grab the hem of Shen Zichuan's robe, but he grasped at nothing but empty air. He let loose a chuckle and began to laugh. "Smell nice." Lei Changming stretched his neck out and sniffed the air hard. "You really smell so good. Brother Shen, come on. Help me up. I'll dance with you. Dance whatever you like. Damn, so this is what others mean by the fragrance of a beauty." Shen Zichuan looked askance at him and watched him crawl on the ground like a pot-bellied hairy spider as he chased after the corner of Shen Zichuan's plain, white clothes. For some reason, Shen Zichuan felt an extremely sudden wave of abhorrence wash over him in this absurdly comical moment. His hatred, which had broken free of its dam, was just like magma, so scalding that his fingers, which had been gripping the fan, went white. His teacher told him to leave Kuru and return to Zhongbua. Yet the Duanzhou, which he once pined for, was successively handed over to men like these. Lei Changming and the others were just like personification of malice. They were the evil ghosts who had taken over the state. Xin Zichuan lightly rested his bamboo fan at the side of his lips. He let out a smile and slowly took a step back. In the din under the flickers of ghostly shadows, he bent over slightly and said, "Come over." Lei Changming originally wanted to climb to his feet, but now it seemed like he could not care less as he crawled on his hands and knees towards Xin Zichuan. In his trance, he felt that what he was seeing was not a human being, but an untouchable nocturnal demon. He salivated and swallowed his saliva before he realized that Xin Zichuan had a tiny white jade stone on his right ear. Someone had carefully polished that jade into a perfect sphere, and it looked exceedingly gentle on Xin Zichuan's earlobe under the glow of the light. It was the only accessory he had on his entire body other than his bamboo fan. "Brother Xin," Lei Changming said with urgency, "quick, help me up." The soldiers set down the plates with their heads lowered. Then, with trays in hands, they stepped aside as if they were preparing to leave. The shouts and laughter of the men and women were like the drizzle which, in Lei Changming's ears, became another seemingly elusive world. He seemed to be a drooling jackal that had been chained and pulled towards Xin Zichuan by an invisible force. The tent was all upside down. Lei Changming felt a little dizzy from drinking too much. "Brother Xin," Lei Changming chanted as though he was paying religious homage. "Xin Zichuan, beauty, Brother Xin." Lei Changming haphazardly tore away at his own open clothes, feeling as if the scars on his chest were burning. He had never been like this before. His eyes were clearly opened, yet he seemed to be asleep. He was still crawling. It seemed as if he had finally gotten near to Xin Zichuan's feet. He tilted his head up and let out a vague laugh as he tried to tug at the hem of Xin Zichuan's white-as-clouds robe. "What a temptress!" Lei Changming reached out a shivering hand and murmured ingratiatingly at Xin Zichuan. "How ravishing can you be?" Lei Changming killed people like flies in Zhongbua, grabbed countless women, and coerced many children. He was the kind of person who seemed to love beautiful and exquisite people by nature. He wanted to tear all those who were delicate, untainted, and even ignorant into bloodied, tainted masses. He committed much evil, and he even thought that ghosts would all take a detour on seeing him. He did not fear karma at all. They had done wrong, and yet they were still able to sleep well with dreams of limitless wealth and glory. They would not think back of all those bodies they had trampled into pieces. All those were like the clouds, people they once could not touch. Lei Changming's vision was somewhat blurred. Xin Zichuan's face gradually became more and more vague. On the contrary, that round little jade stone increased in clarity until it turned into a little jade stone that he seemed to have seen before. Little Buddy. Lei Changming once hoodwinked a child in this way. He pinned down the other party's limbs and violated the other party in the pitch-dark tent. He still remembered drinking that day, too. The scars on his chest were burning like this, too. Those hands and legs he was gripping were so thin and slender that Lei Changming even had the thought to break them in his stimulated state. He bent and twisted them hard and watched as that rosiness turned pale until it eventually turned into a mess of rotten flesh. Panting, Lei Changming pounced at Xin Zichuan several times and attempted to grab the ladder, but failed. He shook his head hard. The cacophony of human voices gave him a splitting headache. He hastily crawled forward and bumped into a small table at the side. Wine and dishes splattered all over his half-naked body. He shouted. Shen, the tent reflected in Lei Changming's eyes, suddenly righted itself. Blood splashed over his cheeks. He opened his mouth wide. His body was still frozen in place, but his head had already gone rolling. It knocked against the wooden leg of the small table, its expression so vivid that it was nauseating. The laughter in the tent came to an abrupt stop. The candle flames were still flickering. Everyone still maintained their initial actions, but they looked like they had all gone stiff and were already dead. Wind blew through the open flap, revealing the drizzling scene outside where night was like the creeping silence and extinguished the last of the candle flame. Xin Zichuan placed Yang Shan Shui, which had pulled out from under the cushion, and wiped it in silence. Fresh blood, removed from the blade, left behind a long red scar on the cotton cloth. He wiped it very slowly. No one saw when he had drawn the blade, so they could only appreciate the sight of him wiping it patiently. Shen Zichuan inexplicably started to laugh. This laughter seemed to be the most unbridled one he had ever let loose these days. He kept the blade, held up his folding fan again, and stepped on Lei Changming's head to correct its position. Dancing, huh? Shen Zichuan lowered his eyes and said to Lei Changming, "Are you even worthy?" The soldier who was about to pee had only just let his pants down when someone sliced his throat and dragged him into the undergrowth. Small groups of Lei Changming's soldiers gathered at the foot of the watchtower to play dice, unaware that their own men were silently dwindling in numbers. "Tell the mess cook to save some meat and serve a plate to us. This rain falls like diarrhea. It's so unbearable. It'll be too hard to bear if we don't drink a little wine." The squad commander tossed the dice and lifted his head to yell at the man behind, "You go." "Yes, you. You're getting in the way by standing here." With that, he lowered his head again. They put their heads together and chewed on the meat jerky as they tossed the remaining bit of copper coins they had left in the waistband of their pants into the bet, all of them hoping to get lucky. "Ain't this hand way too cursed?" One of them slapped his palm as if he was swatting at bad luck, then wiped and rubbed it on his thigh. He said, "I'm not playing any more." "No." Another one tugged at him. "That'd be no fun. We're entering the city tomorrow. Don't you need money to visit the brothels and get on the pleasure boats? Give it another go. You might get lucky." Bah. The one who wanted to leave spat at the face of the other party. "With our chief's reputation, do we still need money to enter the city and visit the brothels? Slutty whores don't deserve to ask for money. We are already doing them favors by patronizing them. Who knows if they will spread some filthy diseases to me? I'm not playing. Those in the tent seem to me like they're going to stay up all night. With the state they have drunk themselves into, I doubt they can even fight a battle tomorrow. I'm going to sleep for a few hours." As soon as this person turned around, he bumped into someone else. He hit his head on the armor and heard a thwack. The collision dazed him, and he blanked out for a moment before he started to push and shove at the other party. He cussed, "The fuck you blocking." There was a muffled sound of stabbing. This person did not even have the chance to speak when he fell forward with a blank stare. The forward trajectory of the body was blocked by the other party, and it fell back towards the crowd, who were still shaking the dice, and crashed into them. The dice promptly tumbled to the ground. The men were already in a bad temper from having to take the night watch, so they grabbed the man's collar, wanting to hit him. But when they turned him over for a look, they saw those eyeballs of his bulging out in a glare. The man was already dead. The Imperial Army swiftly drew their blades. Without giving these bandits the chance to react, they charged forth and cut them down. Blood splattered onto armors. Tantai, who wiped his face and shouted, "Kill!" Without the tip-off from the patrol squad, the soldiers that had already gone to rest in the camping grounds were caught off guard by the Imperial Army. Leading his men, Tantai, who charged into the tent and covered their mouths and noses, and stabbed them one at a time, leaving behind a mattress of crimson red. The surviving bandits ran out of the military camp in a panic. They did not receive any orders, and so they ran around flustered in the rainy night like headless chickens. The campsite was already completely surrounded by the Imperial Army. The moment those wily old foxes who had hung out in the martial fraternity all year round saw those drawn blades, they instantly surrendered without a fight and crowded together as they waded across the muddy waters to kneel and beg for mercy. Xiao Qie spurred his horse over. Lang Tao Xue Jin trod its hooves before the crowd of people. The gerfalcon descended from the sky and landed on Xiao Qie's shoulder, bringing along a gust of bitterly cold wind as it closed up its wings. Xiao Qie's well-built body was like an ink-black cloud in the rainy night that blotted out the light. His back was to that faint and distant candlelight in the tent, while his gaze was like a blade so cutting that those prying glances vanished in a fluster. Tantai, who was doing a head count. Xiao Qie turned his horse around. His shoulders were already drenched. Meng tilted its head to look askance at that deadly still military tent, as if it knew that there were bloody fleshes inside for it to eat. Shin Zichuan was not in the tent. He was standing outside, carrying an umbrella with his head lowered to look at his own blood-stained boots. Xiao Qie leaned down, and Meng hopped onto Shin Zichuan's shoulder. Shin Zichuan raised his head and met Xiao Qie's eyes. "This young master!" Xiao Qie lifted a finger and lightly scraped it across the tip of Shin Zichuan's nose. "Why are you standing here alone in the rain?" Shin Zichuan spread his little bamboo fan open to show it to Xiao Qie. He said a little sulkily, "My fan is dirty." There were a few splotches of blood splattered on the feebly opened fan, like red plums spilling over the words. It was unlikable, no matter how one looked at it. What's more, these words were written by Xiao Qie himself. Ever since this fan was gifted to him, it never left Shin Zichuan's side, just like that blue handkerchief. The way those drops are splashed is pretty unique. Xiao Qie's gaze never left Shin Zichuan's face. He said, "Give this fan to me. I'll make you another one." Shin Zichuan inserted the fan at a slanting angle into Xiao Qie's back collar and nodded his head. Xiao Qie smiled at him and asked, "Was the feast delicious?" Shin Zichuan shook the umbrella open to shield both of them and answered, "Passable. It's too noisy." Xiao Qie dismounted and took over the umbrella. He only covered Shin Zichuan, leaving half of his own body exposed outside in the rain. He lifted the tent flap with one hand and surveyed the interior. After a period of time, he said, "There's something odd with this camp." Shin Zichuan raised his hand to cover up Meng, who wanted to fly inside, and said, "I don't think he's the same Lei Changming who is rumored to be able to subdue the two prefectures of Duanzhou and Danzhou." Both of them were still talking when they suddenly saw Tantai, who hurrying over to them. The blood on Tantai, whose body had yet to be wiped away. He did not look too good as he paid his respects to both men and said, "Master, their numbers don't tally at all. I asked some squad commanders, and they couldn't even say how many men they have under them. It was only after I pressed them further that I learned that they are all bandits Lei Changming had just taken in. They are not men he brought along from Mount Luo." Chapter 108. Silver. Chapter 108. Silver. No wonder it was all so easy tonight. In that instant, Shin Zichuan came to an understanding about many matters. He abruptly looked back and was about to blurt it out when he held back and looked at Xiao Qie. "Lao Hu." Xiao Qie said swiftly, "Separate out 2,000 men to guard this place. Ding Tao, get on your horse and go around to the northeast of Cizhou. Tell the men lying in ambush to head south immediately and block the road on the southern side of Cizhou. The rest of you, follow me back to the city." This strategy of luring the enemy away from his base had been planned for a long time already. Very likely, it was already in the works before Lei Changming left Mount Luo. Those reports that were sent back to Cizhou from Mount Luo were all vague statements, the most frequent of which was their sightings of the earthen stoves built by the bandits in Mount Luo. This turned the precise number of Lei Changming's men into a matter of opinion. The mix of truth and falsehood, reality and pretenses, lured them into conveniently guessing that the 40,000 men were just a front. And so they assumed that the other party would not dare to launch a surprise attack without careful consideration. No one would have expected the other party to harbor no intent to fight with Xiao Qie head on at all. It's impossible for Kongling not to recognize Lei Changming. Shen Zichuan got on the horse, using Xiao Qi's arms as support. I suspect at this point that all the rumors about Lei Changming are false. Lei Changming is just this person's shell. Xiao Qie tossed the umbrella to Tantai, who uncovered Shen Zichuan up with his cloak. Then he put up his arms and turned his horse around. He said, "It's useless even if he holds Kongling under duress. Most likely, he wants to rely on Kongling to open Xizhou's gate. By doing this, he'll be the one inside, and we will be the ones outside." Xiao Qie was able to fight against Lei Changming's 40,000 men, all because he still had Xizhou's granary behind him to back him up. This allowed him to act promptly and swiftly cut down this mixed batch of soldiers who were already weary from being on the go. To think the other side knew their own shortcomings and did not fight with Xiao Qie head-on. Instead, they drew on their foe's strength to make up for their own deficiencies and turned Xiao Qie into a stray dog in the wilderness. They reversed everyone's initial position, causing the imperial army to be stranded outside with access to the military provisions cut off. He has always been in the shadows all this while. Shen Zichuan sat in the wind with his cloak around him. He knows all our moves like the back of his hand. Xizhou is not our territory after all. He must have an informer in the city. Yet we know nothing about him. Xiao Qie suddenly laughed when he spoke to this point. He tightened his arms around him and said, "This man sure is something." By now the rain had subsided. Only the night breeze still carried with it a few threads of rain. Horses' hooves trampled upon mud as they galloped noisily towards Xizhou. However, no matter how fast they were, they could not catch up with the speed of the other party. Kongling had already arrived in Xizhou. Kongling had been a weak scholar ever since he came out of obscurity to take up an official post, and he was almost 45 now. His bones almost fell apart on impact when he reined in his horse, and he could hardly catch his breath as he slid off the horse to the ground. He let the man hold him up in support, then cupped his hands at the man and said, It's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mister, you are too courteous." Even though this man looked competent and tough, he had been looking after Kongling the entire journey. "I'm afraid the pursuing soldiers behind us will be here in a flash. Mister, drink some water and we'll move on. Once we reach the foot of the city gate, get them to open the gate as soon as possible." They rested midway in an inn that still had lanterns hung up, although it was not to stay overnight, but to allow Kongling, whose legs were still trembling, to drink some hot tea and take a breather. The sides of Kongling's legs were badly scraped, making it inconvenient for him to sit down. He held the bowl in the hall to gulp down. As they were resting, they suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves outside. Although the man did not stand up, his hand quietly fell upon the blade at the side of his waist. He turned slightly sideways to hide his face in the darkness and looked at the door. A group of travel-worn travelers strode through the door, led by two men of similar stature. The strange thing was that this group of people were all tall and similarly well-built. Even though they were wearing the cotton clothes of commoners, they still had an imposing aura around them. One of them removed his bamboo hat to reveal a face with stubble and a lock of hair hanging down over his forehead. He swept a seemingly nonchalant glance at the two men in the hall who were still drinking tea. With a smile on his face, he tossed out a bag of money and said to the innkeeper, staying for the night, 1 deluxe room and 3 wide beds. Any cooked food left? Give us some steamed bun and braised beef with shaojiao wine. We have money, so why do you have to be so frugal? The other one removed his bamboo hat too. He was powerfully built. He opened the bag of money and said to the innkeeper, "Deluxe rooms for all." A muffled cough rang out from the center that was surrounded by the men. An old man who was wearing a cloak all this while said in a lowered voice, "It's not easy for us to save up this money. We still have not reached the place. Let's endure it for one more day. Tinya, let everyone rest after eating their fill. Don't goof around. Xiao Tianya blew at the hair that had fallen and took the bag of money back from Fei Xing's hands. He tossed it into the innkeeper's hands and said, "Do as I said earlier. Serve the wine and dishes as soon as possible. Don't drag your feet. Shifu, you have braved the elements with us the entire journey, so how can we still let you sleep on the wide beds with us now that we are here? You are our elder. This is something we should do as a show of respect to you. Furthermore, if Master were to know that I let you sleep with us on the wide beds, he will definitely not be happy. Please take a good rest, and you'll be doting on us." Not to be outdone after Xiao Tinya was done talking, Fei Sheng immediately said, "I was too insensible earlier. Shifu, let me help you up to rest. Once the dishes are served in a while, I'll bring them up to you." Ji Gang's physical strength was not as good as it was before, so he did not turn Fei Xing down and let Fei Xing guide him upstairs. Although Kong Ling did not know who these travelers were, he could sense that they were not one to be messed with. He was worried that they were also bandits, as they were all armed with blades. He thought about it, then put down his teacup and said to the man beside him, "Warrior, I've had enough rest. Let's continue on our way." But before they could move, those travelers had already taken their seats. The inn was not big, and all the 4 square tables were fully occupied. No one knew if it was intentional or a coincidence, but Xiao Tinya sat down right beside Kong Ling and cut off Kong Ling's access path. "Yo." Xiao Tinya poured tea for himself and said offhandedly, "Are both of you in a hurry to get on with your journey too?" The man curbed his air of toughness, turning himself into an ordinary farmer. He rubbed his hands and smiled shyly, as if he was not accustomed to dealing with unfamiliar inquiries like this, and said, I'm hurrying along with my eldest brother." Xiao Tianya did not think to make way on his own initiative. He drank the tea and narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was scalded, and said, "Where are you going?" "Perhaps we are going the same way. It hasn't been easy for us on this journey. Didn't some marquis in Kuta rebel? It's all men from the local authorities on our way here. They are all so good at fishing for bribes that we are forced to take a detour. Sorry about this chatty mouth of mine. I've gotten carried away. Where are you going?" Kong Ling could neither sit nor walk out. His inner thighs burned with pain. Maintaining his composure, his goatee quivered a little as he replied in Dengzhou dialect, "Malian town. You know of Malian town, buddy?" "The town near Tsizhou, huh? Then we're going the same way. We're heading for the city of Tsizhou ahead of Malian town." As Xiao Tianya spoke, he put up an arm on the table. He stared at the man and said, "Buddy, you look familiar." At this point, the man had already sensed that he was being watched. He glanced at the figures of these travelers in his peripheral vision. The wheels turned a little in his mind, and he more or less could make some guesses about them. But he thought that these travelers were imperial bodyguards disguising themselves to hunt down and capture Shao Qiye and Xin Zichuan, and that they were only suspicious because of the blade he was carrying. So he relaxed to appear more simple and honest, as he answered, "I'm a farmer from Dengzhou." As he spoke, he fumbled around his bosom and fished out a crumpled travel permit and a hand-copied household register. There was the official seal of Dengzhou on it. He opened it to show Xiao Tianya and said, "We are going to Malian town to visit our elder sister, who has married over. She has just given birth, and they are hosting a banquet." Oh, a joyous event! Xiao Tianya was even happier than the man was. He said, "I love kids the most, and when it comes to drinking wine, I love the ones at baby's 1-month celebrations best." Seeing as Xiao Tianya was still prattling on, Kong Ling forced a smile and said, "The rain has stopped. In that case, we shall continue on our way. If not, it'll cost us money to stay here overnight." On the other side, Fei Xing had already come down the stairs. He did not notice it at first, but seeing as Xiao Tinya had never moved away after so long, he started to size up the man too. He suddenly flashed over and sat down behind the man, boxing him in from the front and back together with Xiao Tinya. "What are you chatting about?" Fei Sheng picked up a steamed bun from the plate the waiter brought over and took a big bite out of it. He looked at them. Look at how well you're hitting it off. Chatting about sons. Xiao Tinya moved the chopsticks over and said warmly, have both of you eaten? You didn't have the time to yet, have you? Then, come on, let's have our meals together. Waiter, bring over 2 more pairs of chopsticks. Kong Ling also sent something off by now. He wanted to sit down and interact with them, but the teacup suddenly overturned, splashing tea over the man. The man hurriedly got up. As he hastily wiped himself with his sleeves, he said to Fei Sheng before him, Sorry. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he squeezed past Fei Sheng and took 2 steps towards the waiter, pleading, Buddy, lend me a towel to wipe myself with. Fei Sheng had already stood up. He exchanged glances with Xiao Tinya. Their astute brothers, who had already taken their seats, all grasped their blades. Fei Sheng strode out from behind and bumped into the man's right back shoulder fast and hard. He pulled the man up by his clothes and said, You did it on purpose, didn't you? The impact of the bump sent the man knocking into the table and chairs right in front of him. He almost lost his balance. His temples were drenched in sweat, and he was so anxious that he did not know where to put his hands. He repeatedly bowed to Fei Sheng in a conciliatory manner and apologized. Sorry, this man did not know martial arts. Fei Sheng cast another glance at Xiao Tinya and shoved the man again. He yelled, Just my fucking luck. The man's entire body fell backward, tilting the table and chairs over as he crashed into them. He cut a sorry sight as the back of his head struck the corner of the table. Kong Ling exclaimed in surprise and said anxiously, Why did you hit out at him? He's bleeding. Only then did Xiao Tinya feign to stop Fei Sheng. He said to Fei Sheng, Forget it. We are all travelers. Why put others in a spot? Fei Sheng let loose a torrent of expletives and acted all like a bigwig as Xiao Tinya persuaded him to go back. He even glared at that man several times. Their party started digging into their food. Fei Sheng stood up again and said, I got so pissed that I forgot I still have to deliver the meal to Shifu. Kong Ling had already helped support the man to the entrance. The man touched the back of his head and came away with an entire hand full of blood. He glanced back at Xiao Tinya and the rest as if he was fearful of them, then hastily shrank his head back, looking all timid and afraid of incurring trouble. He untied the horse and walked off into the night with Kong Ling. Only then did Fei Sheng drop his act and asked, Why are you interrogating them? We are on the wanted list too. It's better to lie low now that we are about to reach the threshold of Cizhou. Don't stir up trouble. I always feel like this man. Xiao Tinya drank 2 mouthfuls of xiaojiu and thought about it for a moment with a frown. Is there really no reaction from him when you bumped into him? Nope. Fei Sheng took 2 bites of the beef. The person himself can put on an act, but once his body is accustomed to reacting swiftly, then it'll be very difficult to control himself from parrying a sudden blow. This man is pretty weird, but he indeed doesn't seem to be a martial artist. What if he can indeed control himself? Xiao Tianya suddenly asked. Then he's a formidable one. Fei Sheng gestured with his chopsticks in the air. He will have to be of the same caliber as Ji Gangshifu. Think about his lordship. With a body like his lordship, there will be no way to hide it. His naturally endowed physique has blessed him with explosive strength. You have to be careful even when you approach him while he's asleep or you risk your own life. What's more touching him? This endurance can only be built up through years and years of practice. This man doesn't seem to be that old, so I doubt he can. Xiao Tinya ate the dishes and did not ask further. When they had eaten and drunk their fill, the innkeeper worked out the bill for Xiao Tinya. As he returned the silver, Fei Sheng had nothing better to do, so he felt it up and realized something unusual. The weight and relative purity of the silver were subtly different from the silvers they had brought out of Kudu, the ones that had been minted and directly issued by the Ministry of Revenue. Although Fei Xing was usually a competitive man who loved to fawn on others, his special skill was unrivaled. With his suspicions aroused by these subtle differences, he held the silver high and scrutinized it for a moment before he asked Xiao Tian, "Zhongguo has had dealings with Jueshi all these years. Most of the silvers in circulation come from Jueshi, right?" "So it is said." Xiao Tian propped himself on the counter and turned his head aside to look at those silvers. This kind of new silvers is rarely seen. The businesses they do are all shady scalping deals, and the general public typically won't dare to use silvers from Jueshi directly. Everyone will exchange them into copper coins, or use silvers issued out from other areas. But with the state treasury empty during the reign of Xianda, there have been very few newly minted silvers from the various areas. The only one who can still have very new silvers is the Shi, the silver warehouses of the Shi clan, who owned silver mines and mined silver. If these money did not come from Shen Zechuan's hands, then it came from the people who schemed to empty out the Shi clan's silver warehouses. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, both were important to them. Xiao Tianya straightened up in a flash and said, "Leave half of the men in place to keep night watch and take care of Shifu. The rest of you, come with me. Fei the 10th, you were fucking wrong about him. Chase." Chapter 109. Jingzhe. Chapter 109. Jingzhe. Xiao Tianya led the men out of the inn in pursuit. There were already no traces of both men on the streets. Fei Sheng mounted the horse from behind, pointed to the west, and said, "Since he has been alerted, he should know that he can't remain here for long. He definitely won't be able to escape our eyes if he's in town. In all probability, he will choose to leave the town and take a detour to hurry towards Cizhou." According to the information Xiao Tianya knew of, Shen Zichuan should still be in Cizhou. He stuffed that silver ingot back into his bosom. Before he could speak, he heard Ji Gang's voice behind him. Ji Gang gathered the cloak around him and drank up the bowl of medicine in his hand in one gulp. "Don't stop for my sake tonight. Let's head for Cizhou now. No matter what, we have to inform Chuaner of this matter first." As this concerned Shin Zechuan's safety, Xiao Tianya knew that Ji Gang would definitely not rest tonight, so he motioned for the imperial bodyguards at the back to lead the horse over. Ji Gang got onto the horse and straightened his back. Then, with a jerk of the reins, he led the men in a charge towards the town gate. Kongling was miserable beyond description. Both his legs had been scraped until they were burning with pain. He did not say a word and followed with a frown behind the man's horse. Just as Fei Sheng predicted, they did not linger further in the town, but left the town quickly with the man leading the way as they took a detour. "Mister, please bear with it for a few more hours." As the man spurred his horse on, he looked back to shout, "We will be able to reach the foot of Cizhou City gate before daybreak." Kong Ling panted as he nodded and said, "Seems like the road is full of forked paths around here. I don't think they would be able to catch up even if they wanted to, but the rain has already stopped." The man's stamina was so good that he did not even gasp for breath once the entire journey. He continued, "Mister, there's no way our trail can be covered up now. They are bound to speed up their pursuit of us." Kong Ling pulled the robe on his knees. He gritted his teeth and said, "Continue on. Warrior, we'll continue on our way. As long as we can reach the foot of Cizhou City Gate, we can avert disaster." That might be the case, but the path they had been taking was very muddy after they diverged from the public road. With their hooves stuck in the mud, the horses could not run at their original speed, and so it was with difficulty that both men traveled. Looking at the man's back, Kong Ling sighed and said emotionally, "It's all thanks to your help this time. If you still insist on returning to Lei Changming after we arrived at Cizhou, I'll select the best horse for you." The man let out a hearty laugh and said, "Mister, there's no need to stand on ceremony. This is what I should do. I'm just a soldier who only knows how to fight and kill. There are some things that need to be done by lofty scholars like you. I hold you in great esteem, and I'm already content to be able to travel with you tonight." Kong Ling was taken by surprise. He found this man to be a righteous man and felt a lump in his throat. Then he remembered Shen Zichuan, the turncoat who switched his allegiance to the enemy at the critical juncture, and could not help but wipe his eyes with his sleeve and said, "To think there are still such good men like you in Zhongbua. There's hope for Zhongbua's rejuvenation yet. Warrior, may I know how I should address you?" The man looked back and said, "My name is Piaopo. A crude and inelegant name like this isn't fit to be heard by Mister's ears. My parents are both honest people who make a living on the few mu-one of fields they have. There was a drought the year I was born. That's why my father gave me such a name." Tu Kong Ling hurriedly said, "Brother Piaopo is a righteous man. A name is but a momentary form of address. It sounds good to me." It was too dark for Kong Ling to see the path ahead. He did not know if the route Piaopo picked was too well hidden, but there were really no soldiers in pursuit of them. Kong Ling pounded his thighs. After looking up at the sky several times, he finally saw the first rays of dawn on the horizon, as well as the city walls of Xizhou at the end. "Mister!" Piaopo suddenly pulled at Kong Ling's horse and led him to ride alongside. "Tell the city officer to open the gate. We shall go pay our respects to His Excellency Zhou now." Both men galloped out of the path and trampled through the puddles of water. They had already arrived at the foot of Xizhou's city walls. Kong Ling hugged the neck of the horse, his energy all spent. He smoothed his goatee to tidy it up, then lifted his head to shout in a hoarse voice, "It's me!" Heads popped out above the battlement of the city walls. A military officer was shocked to see Kong Ling and could not help but blurt, "Mr. Qingfeng! Quick, go get His Excellency." Kong Ling dismounted the horse with trembling legs. He handed the reins to Piaopo. "Tell him I'm back. Open the city gate immediately." Piaopo said, "Mister, then." Kong Ling nodded in response. At the same time, he gasped for breath. He bent over, with his hands on his knees, and said with a bitter smile, "Let me catch my breath. We're going to enter the city soon. It's only when we meet His Excellency that we can clear all suspicions of you. Otherwise, we will still end up delayed by the city officer's interrogation of you." Not long after, Zhou Gui hurried over. When he saw Kong Ling from above, he immediately said, "Qingfeng, what's going on? Quick, open the gate." The city gate made a dull noise as several soldiers from within lifted the horizontal bar and pushed the city gates open, letting through the first rays of the morning sun through the gap. Kong Ling wiped his sweat and moved to stride in first. There was a section of bridle path behind the city gate. Zhou Gui hurriedly descended from the city gates and led his man to the head of the bridle path, wanting to meet and receive Kong Ling. But Kong Ling, who had been walking in front, abruptly changed countenance and bellowed, "Shut the gates!" The soldiers behind him, who were still pushing against the city gate, froze. But in that instant, Piaopo had already burst forth. He grabbed hold of Kong Ling's back collar and dragged him back in a swift retreat. However, Kong Ling staggered and half-kneeled on the ground, dragging his body and waving his hands as he shouted at Zhou Gui, "This man is up to something! Zhou Gui, tell the men to release the arrows. You mustn't let him go free." Zhou Gui had already taken a step forward. He shouted, "Take him down!" That originally docile horse suddenly neighed. It raised its hooves and turned around to trample over the soldiers who were pushing against the gate. Piaopo flipped atop the horse, and the horse instantly crashed its way out of the city gate. He hauled Kong Ling with just one hand, causing Kong Ling's entire body to be partially suspended at one side of the saddle with his legs and feet scraping across the ground as he was forcibly dragged along. Excellent strength. Such strength was by no means inferior to Xiaoqia. Kong Ling was unable to break free as he was dragged along at high speed. His back hit the iron buckle at the side of the saddle, which knocked the wind out of him. That thin and frail chest of his seemed as if it was about to be perforated from the strikes. He was forced to look at the sky while he struggled with his arms and kicked out with both legs as the man's grip on him tightened increasingly. He said, "Zhougue, release the arrows! This man has reinforcements." An irritated tisk escaped between Piaopo's lips. He suddenly lifted Kong Ling up by the neck and hollered at the soldiers, surging out from the city gates. "Go ahead! Zhougue, release the arrows. We'll see if I die first or Mr. Chengfeng dies first." Zhougue was but a mere civil official. At this startling change, he pushed away the guards and shouted, "Stop!" Kong Ling had been strangled until his face had gone all red. He clawed at his collar with his 10 fingers. Piaopo moved his head closer to him and said with a smile, "Mister is truly sharp. Weren't you still regarding me as a righteous man on our way here? So why have you turned against me? Tantai long soldiers," Kong Ling gasped and said with difficulty, "are all from the three prefectures in the east. None of them is familiar with the roads in Suzhou." Piaopo burst out laughing. He settled down on the horse and said, "So I see. Mister is truly formidable. You were still acting with such sincerity earlier. But since I've already arrived at Suzhou, do you think you can simply settle the matter by tricking me into the city and killing me?" He turned his head to the side and spat. "Too late." With that, those pursuing soldiers who had vanished earlier came forth from behind. Although they did not have the uniformed armor expected of a regular army, their numbers were terrifying. They were all dressed in various kinds of clothes, holding up their broadswords and swords as they urged their horses through the woods and grasses in a straight charge forth. Kong Ling could not even catch sight of the end of their line. "I told Lei Changming to tell you people a few months back that we want grains. Instead, you let the imperial army into the territory and let Xiao Qie take over our granary." Lei Jingzhe flung Kong Ling to the ground. Reining in the turning horse, he motioned to Zhou Gui. "Do you think you can scare me into retreating by relying on Xiao Qie's 20,000-strong imperial army? I repeatedly sent men to persuade you to surrender and pledge allegiance to me. But you keep putting off giving me an answer. Zhou Gui, you are now a traitor who financially aids the rebels. I'll rid the people of a scourge by massacring Suzhou today." Zhou Gui looked at those more than 10,000 men, and his heart went half cold. He even felt a little dizzy. He hastily held on to the person beside him for support and squeezed out the words through gritted teeth. "I can open the granary and give you grains, but you mustn't hurt the commoners of Suzhou." Lei Jingzhe cracked the whip, and the bandits behind him roared with laughter. The hooves of his horse trod around Kong Ling, and those people surrounded Kong Ling, forcing him to roll and crawl. Lei Jingzhe pointed to Kong Ling on the ground with his horsewhip and said, "Now I'm the host and you're the guest. The granary is already mine, whether or not you open it up. The fuck you still dare to negotiate with me when I'm taking my men home to eat?" Zhou Gui staggered a few steps and fumed. "We have already filled up half a granary worth of grains for you Mount Luo bandits last year when Suzhou was hit with famine. If not, how many people on Mount Luo would have starved to death? Can't you spare the commoners of Suzhou on account of this favor we've done you? What nonsense are you spouting?" Lei Jingzhe's expression suddenly underwent a change. He said coldly, "Lei Changming bought those grains last year with money at my behest." That was right. Lei Changming did indeed pay for the grains last year, but he bought half a granary worth of fine rice in Suzhou at the dirt-cheap price of unpolished rice. The total amount paid was so meager that it was not even enough to send away a beggar in Suzhou. Zhou Gui was so stunned by his brazenness and shamelessness that he could not breathe. Thumping his chest and stamping his foot in anger, he said, Are you people still human? Don't even think of entering the city today." Lei Jingzhe had already run out of patience. He knew that he would not be able to hide the truth at Lei Changming's end for long. The imperial army was very likely to be on the way already, so he lowered his voice and growled, "Zhou, I merely want to enter the city to play for a few days. Must you insist on fighting with me against overwhelming odds like you would throw an egg against a rock?" Kong Ling trembled as he hunched over in the mud and let loose a sneer. With a fling of his sleeve, he pointed at Lei Jingzhe and let fly a torrent of curses. "Play for a few days? When have you ever kept your men under control of all the times you people entered the city? For each time Lei Changming comes, more than 10 of the womenfolk in Xizhou would meet their end. Bah, you're clearly all rotten eggs, so what benevolent and righteous act are you putting on? Everyone will die if we let you enter the city today, so we the folks of Xizhou might as well fight you to the death together." The horsewhip at the rear struck Kong Ling so hard on his back that his skin and flesh split apart. Kong Ling initially thought that they could take this man down at the city gate, but he never expected the other party soldiers to be following right behind them. He was very much aware that his gullibility this time had brought a catastrophe upon Xizhou. Overwhelmed with grief and sorrow, he bent over the ground and started vomiting. Lei Jingzhe rode his horse out and led his men in a straight charge towards Zhou. He said, "Kill our way into the city. Once the imperial court's appointment order is issued, we will become the garrison troops of Xizhou who have eliminated the rebels for the imperial court." Zhou saw that fierce horse charging right for him and those countless blades reflecting the morning rays behind him. With an unexpected burst of strength, and despite knowing that he should not do so, he still spread his arms apart and bellowed, "Even if I die today, I cannot let you enter the city." Sunlight pierced through the clouds on the horizon, and that wave of golden light broke through the darkness like the raging tides. With his eyes wide open, Zhou watched as those blades came rushing right towards him. In that moment, the ear-piercing sound of a string being pulled rang out, and that twang from close to the ground reverberated through the air as an arrow hurtled right for Lei Jingzhe's head with a violent gust of strong wind following in its trail. The conqueror bow stood firm and steady in the wind, under the shocked gazes of all those around him. Xiao Qie held his pose of pulling the bow. The opening of the bone ring on his thumb shifted, revealing the penetrating and forbidding eyes behind the bowstring. Chapter 110. Son of a Concubine. Chapter 110. Son of a concubine, Lei Jingzhe did not dare to be too complacent. Unable to dodge in time in his haste, he could only brandish his broadsword to ward off the blow. The arrow struck the blade with a loud clang, and the impact numbed Lei Jingzhe's entire arm. He promptly and decisively spurred his horse past Zhou in an attempt to lead his men into charging into the city. "Shut the gates quick!" Zhou was swept off his feet and thrown to the ground. Paying no mind to the sorry sight he presented, he lifted the hem of his robe and shouted at the city soldiers. Pressing their shoulders against the city gates, the city soldiers bellowed in unison and shoved the gates towards the center to shut it. But Lei Jingzhe's horse was faster. His blade arrived at the same time as his horse, cutting down the men who were pushing away at the gates. He was just about to drive straight in to take over Xizhou, but in that critical moment, Lei Jingzhe felt a chill at the back of his head and swiftly bent the upper half of his body over. Following right after, the back of the horse sank as a youth of about 16 or 17 of age climbed onto it. Ding Tao slashed his palm towards Lei Jingzhe's neck. Lei Jingzhe turned aside to dodge it and backhandedly made a stab at Ding Tao's chest and abdomen. Ding Tao clung onto the saddle and slid down to evade the blade. His legs touched the ground, and he raced along with the madly galloping horse for a few moments before he hoisted himself up with his arms and clambered back up again. "Hey!" Ding Tao gripped Lei Jingzhe's arm and raised a hand to fling a brush worth of ink onto Lei Jingzhe's face when he turned back. For all Lei Jingzhe's plotting, he never expected such a move from the youth who had come to the rescue. He could no longer see his surroundings with the ink splashed in his eyes, but he had a keen sense of hearing. The instant Ding Tao launched a sneak attack on him, he sensed Ding Tao's movement, and in their confrontation, he hauled Ding Tao by the collar and flung him off the horse. Ding Tao fell heavily on the ground and felt the stab of pain in his back. He yelled out in pain, but before he was done yelling, a horse's hoof came aiming right for him. Ding Tao hurriedly rolled over to dodge the hoof, but as he rolled over, his back was inadvertently exposed right under Lei Jingzhe's eyes. It's now or never. Lei Jingzhe promptly hurled his steel blade out. Ding Tao wanted to evade it, but a bandit who had caught up with them from behind grabbed hold of his ankle. He was forced to sprawl flat in the muddy water. He propped himself against the ground with both arms, wanting to lift himself up, but he was dragged down again. The steel blade was already right behind him. With his face all smeared with filthy mud, Ding Tao gritted his teeth and straightened up his upper body to shout at those in the city, "Open up the south gates! The reinforcements are here." Lei Jingzhe cussed in fury, but then he saw the steel blade he had hurled out intercepted midair by an extremely narrow sheath. The impact of the collision sent his blade hurtling off course until it stabbed into the ground at a slanting angle and remained there. Ding Tao was still badly shaken as he turned back for a look. The bandit who had been yanking his ankle earlier was already dead, his head separated from his body. Ding Tao immediately crawled up from the ground, hopped several times in succession, then poked his head out from behind Xin Zichuan and said to Lei Jingzhe, "You're dead meat." One side of the city gates had already been shut. Lei Jingzhe led his men to crowd at the entrance of the bridled path to squeeze their way through, but was obstructed. He recognized the man blocking his path. The entire outfit of white peeking out from under the cloak was a color the other man had not changed out of after leaving Kuru. Lei Jingzhe's horse took a few steps back, but then in the next instant he brandished his whip and barged his way over. Xin Zichuan pulled off his cloak and tossed it into Ding Tao's arms. Lang Tao Shuijin raised its hooves and charged forth. In the split second the wind rose, Yangshan Shui had already left its sheath. Lei Jingzhe's broadsword slipped out of his hand. Right before he was about to collide with Shen Zichuan, he drew out his subordinate's broadsword in passing. The neighing of the horse was just like the sounding of a war horn. The forces of both powers collided as the edges of their blades met and let out a shrill shriek in unison, the sound so piercing that it made one quake with fear. Lei Jingzhe had encountered an opponent who was completely different from the ones he had faced in the past. That terrifying strength of his seemed to have plunged into water. No matter how forceful and fierce he was in wielding his blade, it would all be neutralized by a force as gentle as water until it eventually dissolved into nothingness. The more he went all out, the more it felt like he was being led around by the nose by Xin Zichuan. Gradually, he found himself trapped into a vicious cycle in which he could never escape from. Lei Jingzhe was very shrewd. He held up his broadsword and pushed back, pretending as though he was going to launch a sudden strike. But in the next instant, he turned around and fled. The earlier opportunity had already slipped him by. He was already harboring thoughts of retreating at Ding Tao's reinforcements are here earlier, and it was also evident that his men had already been surrounded by Xiaoqia. If he did not withdraw post-haste and insisted on staying on to attack the city, then he would be trapped in a situation where he was besieged on all sides. He would not be able to hold out for long. Retreat. Lei Jingzhe took the lead and turned his horse in the southeast direction. Shen Zichuan did not give chase. Xiaoqia, who was still in the east, leaped onto his horse and led his men to follow after Lei Jingzhe in hot pursuit. Lei Jingzhe whipped his horse and tore off at great speed. Amid all the jolts and bumps, he looked back and pointed at Xiaoqia from afar, then at Shen Zichuan and bellowed savagely, "We will meet again!" The bandits wore no armors, so their speed was faster. Plus, they were already good at fleeing to begin with. All of them dashed back to the mountain forest without any regard for battle formation. In the blink of an eye, all of them had fled helter-skelter, shouting loudly as they hid among the undergrowth. Once again, Xiaoqia lifted the conquer bow. The sound of the string being drawn on that powerful bow that weighed 100 kati was bone-chilling. Xiaoqia's eyes stared fixedly at Lei Jingzhe's back. Lei Jingzhe was about to dart into the mountain forest. Yet Xiao Qiye still seemed to have no intention of releasing the arrow. With a cry, Meng whirled around and nosedived down to pounce right at Lei Jingzhe with its sharp talons held in a hook, aiming right for Lei Jingzhe's eyes. Lei Jingzhe knew that this did not bode well, and he was forced to slow down. He waved his hands to cover his face and turned around to dodge the incoming blow. At this precise instant, Xiao Qiye, who was behind him, released his fingers. The arrow burst forth like a golden ray shooting out from the blazing sun, its afterimage and the wind trailing closely behind its tail. In just the moment it took to gasp for breath, it had already arrived right before Lei Jingzhe's eyes. In this perilous juncture of life and death, Lei Jingzhe dragged over his subordinate beside him and leaned the entire half of his body back at the same time he exerted all his strength to shove the man before his own body. The arrow pierced through the chest of the subordinate, and the force of it sent Lei Jingzhe falling off his horse. He rolled on the ground, climbed to his feet, and tossed away the body, then got on his horse and continued to flee. Zhou Gui met Xin Zichuan at the foot of the city gates. Not knowing if he should cry or laugh, he wiped his face and said, "What perfect timing! You came just in time." Xin Zichuan dismounted to help Kong Ling up personally. He said remorsefully, "I'm sorry to have made Mr. Chengfeng suffer." Seeing his impeccable etiquette, Kong Ling waved his hand. Supporting himself up, he looked at the imperial army and said, "There's no need for the vice commander to take it to heart. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to take down the bandits. But when all is said and done, I did not inform you in advance." Xin Zichuan turned his head back to call out to Ding Tao, "Go get a clean robe for Mister, and call the physician over too." For Cizhou's sake, Kong Ling would not hold a grudge against Xin Zichuan. Although he still had some ill feeling, he understood that there was a reason for Xin Zichuan's actions, and so he let Ding Tao support him as he bowed to Xin Zichuan. Xiao Qiye, who had also gotten off his horse, walked swiftly towards them. I never thought there would be another person behind Lei Changming. Kong Ling looked at the mountain forest. He had just survived a great catastrophe, yet he was still plagued by worries and anxiety. He said, "This man is heartless and skilled at disguises. He is also cautious to boot. Now that we have let him escape today, there will surely be trouble again in the future." If his lordship and the vice commander had not arrived in time, Cizhou would not have escaped this calamity. Zhou Gui put down his sleeves and gave both of them a long, deep bow. "It was because your excellency showed no fear in the face of danger that bought us time." Xiao Qiye turned his head aside to wipe away the dust off his face. He said, "The imperial army still has troops lying in ambush at the public road south of Cizhou. There are also troops stationed at the old camp Lei Changming, left behind in the east to stand guard. He is already surrounded by the imperial army. It won't be easy for him to escape. It's all thanks to your lordship's reinforcements from the south that he eventually retreated." Kong Ling sighed with emotion. "Your lordship is wise. We'll send someone to open the south gate right away." Xiao Qiye laughed and looked at Xin Zichuan, but he did not say a word. Xin Zichuan said, "There's no need for your excellency and Mister to rush. The imperial army's reinforcements are still on the public road more than 10 li away." Stunned, Zhou Gui looked at Ding Tao and said, "Then that means—" Ding Tao's back was still hurting. When he saw everyone looking at him, he hurriedly nodded his head solemnly and replied, "They're still on the public road and are not heading towards Cizhou. On our way here, young master told me to yell that phrase when I'm in a desperate situation, saying that it's a magical weapon that would lead us to victory. Sure enough, that man fled after I shouted it." Kong Ling faced Xin Zichuan and made to bow again. He said, "Vice Commander, please accept this bow of mine." Lei Jingzhe wanted to lure the imperial army away and charge right into Cizhou, all because he feared a confrontation with Xiao Qiye head-on. This man was very smart. He did not know if Xiao Qie had real capabilities to speak of, but he was unwilling to stake his troops on this gamble with Xiao Qie at this point in time. That was why Shen Zichuan knew for certain that he would flee instantly as soon as he thought there were still reinforcements at the south. However, if an adult among them were to speak of reinforcements, they would not be able to convince Lei Jingjia right away. Only Ding Tao, who yelled it out at the most critical juncture when his life was hanging in the balance, would be able to make Lei Jingjia believe him without a doubt. My good lad. Zhou Gui liked Ding Tao so much at this moment that he wanted so much to acknowledge the latter as a son. He patted Ding Tao several times and praised, "You make it sound so convincing that even I believed it." Ding Tao's back was in pain, but he did not dare to voice it out, and so he could only endure it and nodded his head vigorously. I initially thought he was merely a bandit who had forcibly occupied the mountain forest. Kong Ling walked into the city with them and said, but his way of speaking throughout the journey here was really out of the ordinary. Although he claimed to be from a poor and humble background, I don't think that's the case. He had control over Lei Changming, yet he's a generation younger than Lei Changming. I made several attempts to guess who he is, but I couldn't figure it out. He let Lei Changming be the chief, yet he could freely deploy these bandit soldiers. This is a clear indication that this man is someone who moves around Lei Changming year in and year out. Seen from an outsider's perspective, this man is likely a trusted subordinate or equivalent. Xiao Qie lifted his hand to lead Lang Tao Shuijin. Not only that, Shen Zichuan, who had given it some deep thinking last night, added, given Lei Changming's headstrong character, he would not be willing to lower himself to be someone else's chess piece. The fact that this man has such power and influence among the bandit soldiers shows that Lei Changming had never suspected him before and believed in him completely. It's much easier for bloodkin to achieve such a level of trust with Lei Changming. Mr. Qingfeng, does Lei Changming have any relatives? Kong Ling thought for a moment before he replied, Lei Changming's family is poor. I only heard that he has a younger sister who married the commander of Duanzhou's garrison troops as a concubine. Later, Bianxia invaded, and his younger sister and the commander were both massacred. He sucked in a breath and said, that's it. His younger sister bore the commander a son. The son of a concubine from the Zhu clan in Duanzhou. Zhou Gui added, I remember it now. When I was still a tax circuit intendant during the reign of Yongyi, I followed His Excellency to participate in the baby's 1-month celebration banquet. Although the child Lei Changming's younger sister gave birth to was a son of common birth born of a concubine of the Zhu clan. He was the eldest son, the first son of Zhu Jie, the commander of Duanzhou at that time. If it's really him, then it's not surprising for him to have that kind of shrewdness. Kong Ling turned his head to explain to Shen Zichuan and Xiao Qie, the value of the mother depends on her son, and mother and son lived well in the Zhu's residence. But after Zhu Jie's principal wife gave birth to a legitimate son of direct descent, they were both disdained and spurned by Zhu Jie. Just as Shen Zichuan was about to ask the name of this person, Zhou Gui suddenly exclaimed aloud and stared dazedly at Shen Zichuan. The vice commander's mother was also present at the full-month celebration banquet. Chapter 111, Mother. Chapter 111. Mother. The moment the words left Zhou Gui's mouth, he felt he had been too presumptuous. Shen Zichuan's birth mother was called Bai Cha, but she was not a lady of the Bai clan from the Qidong Sijuan commandery. She was called by this name because when she was still in the establishment, someone praised her for being as pure as white jade, as if made out of porcelain. Whether her face is heavily or lightly painted, she beats them all in the establishment. At that time, Duanzhou was still a well-known red-light district in Zhongbua, where the world's beauties gathered. The literati vied with each other to organize banquets to critique these flowers and came out with a ranking list for those in the establishments. Every season, they would deliberate over the commentaries and adjust the ranking of the beauties on the list. Bai Cha was the most popular flower during the reign of Yongyi, and in all of 5 years, she was never dethroned from her top rank. Each time she listened to the commentary of the courtesans through the screen, everyone in Duanzhou would turn out en masse. When she danced for the Prince of Jianqing, Shen Wei, there would be huge crowds of people thronging the streets of the establishment. Countless people climbed onto the ridges of roofs or stepped on the shoulders of others, all just to catch a glimpse of that faint figure of hers through the layers upon layers of hanging drapes. Her beauty became more and more legendary in those odes of the flowers that others fall over themselves to sing. Even Emperor Guangqing, who resided deep in the imperial palace, had heard of her. Wanting to take advantage of the emperor's inspection tour to catch a glimpse of this beauty in person, he had repeatedly asked Tai Liangyi, who was still the Grand Secretariat Deputy, Grand Secretary back then, "When will the inspection tour be scheduled?" Zhou Gui had previously seen Bai Cha during the Zhu clan's newborn baby boy's full-month celebration banquet, but he had only sneaked a peek at that legendary beauty through a gap in the screen. Lei Changming's younger sister was initially from the establishment too. Before she was taken as a concubine by the Duanzhou commander, she was an old hand who could be considered a mama when coaching the fledglings. It was on behalf of the girls of the establishment that Bai Cha went to attend the banquet and send congratulations. This had all happened many years ago, and Zhou Gui's memory of it was already pretty vague. But when he looked at Shen Zichuan earlier, he realized that Shen Zichuan's side profile was rather similar to Bai Cha's, and so in a moment of excitement he had inadvertently blurted it out. Without a change in expression, Shen Zichuan said, "Then that's really a coincidence." He was not intrigued, nor was he worked up. His memory of his birth mother was a blank piece of paper. Even though he had heard hundreds of rumors about her, there was no trace of her in his mind that was worth remembering. The role of mother in his life belonged to his Shirnyang, Hua Pingting, just like the role of the father belonged only to his Shifu, Ji Gang. That was why he would go to great lengths to kill and destroy Ji Lei, who had harmed Hua Pingting. The two people who gave him life were never involved in Shen Zichuan's life. Bai Cha died early and never left so much a word for Shen Zichuan, while Shen Wei detested Shen Zichuan. The princess consort of Jianqing was in charge of all domestic matters in the residence. Before the age of 7, Shen Zichuan and Shen Wei had only met a grand total of 7 times, and all of that had been during the family feast during the spring festival celebration. He and Shen Wei never even had an exchange of words that would have been expected between a father and son. Shen Wei's loathing of him, however, was evident. They were not like father and son. Rather, they were more like mortal enemies born to abhor each other. Shen Zichuan's life in the Prince of Jianqing's residence was confined to a corner of an eave in the inner courtyard. He could not leave his own courtyard arbitrarily. His daily leisure activity was to sit on the veranda and count the white clouds that drifted past that small corner of the blue sky every day. When he was 7 years old, he could already recognize a lot of words, and he learned all these on the sly by digging his way out of the dog hole in the courtyard every month to eavesdrop under the windows of the school Shinjoji and his other older brothers attended. At that time, the power struggle between several of his older brothers, who had already come of age, was extremely intense. Even the various concubines of his father were scheming against one another. It was pandemonium in the entire inner courtyard, so much that even Shen Wei himself was reluctant to return home and stay. He kept a mistress outside the residence and lived there for several months in a year, turning a blind eye to the strife within the residence. Later, Shinjoji, who was a son of direct descent born by the principal wife, emerged victorious and sent all his brothers, who were born by the concubines and who had already come of age, away to the various prefectures to take up various respectable sinecures. The princess consort of Jianqing was worried that those sons born of concubines who had yet to grow up would later cause trouble again in the future. So she decided to send them away, ostensibly to settle them down in their ancestral home in Chaozhou with a teacher hired to teach them. In truth, however, It was to eliminate the possibility that a son born of a concubine could ever compete for power again. Shen Zichuan was the only son whom Shen Wei personally issued a directive to have him sent to the old residence in Duanzhou. Shen Wei even refused to let him attend school or even hire a teacher for him. In that residence, he was taken care of by a deaf and dumb old woman servant who was also hard of seeing, while a maidservant his mother had left in the old residence would take over the job if he stepped out of the residence. That woman was greedy for money. Every month, she would siphon off the silver allocated by the Prince of Jianqing and cut down on Shin Zichuan's meals. 3 meals a day gradually became 2 meals a day until it eventually became 1 meal a day. What's more, these were all cold leftovers. Shin Zichuan felt the hunger in his tummy when he thought to this point. He loosened his grip on Yang Shanshui and said, "Ding Tao, help Mr. Qingfeng inside to have a change of clothes. Suin and I will play the host today and invite both gentlemen to a meal. We will talk about it in detail during the feast." Zhou Gui was not an articulate speaker, and Kong Ling was afraid he might say something else to incur Shin Zichuan's displeasure. So he hurriedly grasped Zhou Gui by the arm and let Zhou Gui support him into the city. Zhou Gui was still turning around in circles after Kong Ling finished changing his clothes. He said anxiously, "Say, why did I go and mention that?" "Really?" Kong Ling said, "Of all things to mention, you had to go and mention that. Doesn't bringing it up make it seem like you are suspecting him of being involved with the traitors? Fortunately, both of them are not suspicious by nature. Otherwise, we would be in a quandary. It was a slip in a moment of haste. I'll have to apologize to the vice commander later during the feast." Zhou Gui sighed and said, "He came to help Xizhou out of a fix. I can't trample on his good will like this. Don't make a conscious effort to bring it up during the feast." Kong Ling sat up and thought for a moment before saying, "If Shen Zichuan is such a narrow-minded person, he wouldn't have come. If you take this matter too seriously and insist on apologizing to him, then it'd look like you and I are the ones who are bothered by it. Besides, he might not really care about this matter. Compared to his mother, Shen Wei is the one who is truly abominable." It was not appropriate for them to let Shen Zichuan and Xiaoqia wait for long, so they only took a short break before setting off for the feast. Despite it being called a feast, it was actually just a simple lunch. Everyone had been rushing on their way over last night, and then they had engaged in close combat with the bandits at the foot of the city today. Shen Zichuan took Kong Ling's age into consideration and did not keep them further for social engagement. Once they were done with their meals, he let Kong Ling head back early for a rest. Xiaoqia had to make arrangements for the Imperial Army's patrol, and he still had to dispatch someone to the old camp to keep in touch with Tan Tai Hu. By the time he was done busying around, it was nearly dusk. He searched around and found Shin Zichuan at the top of the city walls. There's still work to be done after tonight. Xiaoqia climbed up to the top of the city wall and said, "I thought you were still taking a short break in the courtyard." "I slept for an hour." Shin Zichuan turned his head back to gaze at Xiaoqia. "There is still something on my mind. I won't be able to sleep even if I try." Xiaoqia inclined his head and patted Meng, who was perched on his shoulder, to tell it to go and play by itself. He did not have the time to change his clothes, and so there was still dust and dirt on him as he stood beside Shin Zichuan. He asked, "What can you see from here?" Shin Zichuan looked at the rise and fall of the mountain forest. The impending darkness that was about to blanket the sky was still huddled among the shade of the trees, while the inclining orange-red sunset shone in the sky at a side. Meng soared among them, like a pebble running rampant among a sea of silk tree flowers, stirring up clouds of waves. "The future," Shin Zichuan answered calmly. "In the future, Xizhou will be the button that connects the Libe's merchant route. We'll open up a bridle path in the southwest that leads straight to Hezhou, and it'll end at the entrance of the berth in Hezhou. That way, from dismounting to embarking, all the commercial goods can arrive at Yongyi Harbor in half a month. The Shi clan's fleets of ships can open up trading opportunities with local specialties internally and exotic rarities externally. The silver warehouses that had been cleaned out can one day fill up again. I do not begrudge those money or where they have gone. We will have even more in the future. Xizhou is also behind Danzhou and Duanzhou, which have become the gates of Zhongbua. If they want access to the grains and commodities in the future, then they can only live in harmony with Xizhou. No doubt there is a need to strengthen defenses after the reclamation of Danzhou and Duanzhou. The rebuilding of the garrison troops is of urgent priority. You have to be very careful in your choices. Let those you can trust and who are up to the task attend to garrison duties. But those who are capable might not necessarily be willing to submit to another. When the time comes, Xiao Qie turns around and points in Li Bei's direction. I'll build an armored cavalry barracks on the southeast of the northeast provisions bridle path. If anyone dares to mess around, just send me a whistle, and I'll lead my men right over. Xin Zichuan laughed and said softly, Xizhou is too important to you and me. This city cannot be ceded over to anyone else. Zhou Gui is a good official, but he isn't suited to be the prefectural prefect of an entire prefecture. He can't save anyone by relying on zeal alone, especially in this situation where he is surrounded by a pack of wolves lying in wait on all sides. We are short of people. Xiao Qie had been thinking about this matter ever since he left Lei Changming's old camp. If Xizhou were to be the starting point for both of them, then they would be increasingly stretched as the territory expanded. This strain referred to the lack of capable right-hand men to administer official affairs. If Qiao Tianya or Qinyang was still around, then the perilous situation of Xizhou today might not have materialized, but their position that was currently not obvious would still gradually go on to reveal contradictions. Zhou Gui is suited to be the tax circuit intendant of the 6 prefectures. His love for the people is fundamental. A man like this would never let officials and merchants collude for selfish gains when he goes around on an inspection tour. But he's also too benevolent. He won't dare to mete out severe punishments. That's why he can't suppress the local hoodlums. It was precisely because Kongling has an assessment of Zhou Gui's character that he went to him to help him get rid of the obstacles in his way and to help him handle matters efficiently. Xin Zichuan spoke unhurriedly. If both of them can continue to work as one, then they would still be able to achieve plenty in the future. That Lei Jingzhe, Xiao Qi asked, what do you think of him? This man must be defeated without a doubt. Xin Zichuan moved along the battlements of the city wall and took a few steps forward. He said, I also thought he was something when we left the camp, but I no longer think so after seeing his bearing and behavior today. As expected, you and I are on the same wavelength. Seeing as it was getting dark, Xiao Qie moved next to Xin Zichuan and walked together with him. He said, Lei Changming is his uncle related by blood. In order to get a head start in Xizhou, he left Lei Changming behind at the camp as an abandoned chess piece. In doing so, he might not be able to win his men over, and in his attempt to dodge the arrow when he was fleeing, he used the henchman by his side as a shield. From these 2 incidents, we can see that this man has no lack of shrewdness, but is severely lacking in benevolence. If he wants to submit and pledge allegiance to Kudu and obtain an official position there, he'll have to turn the bandits under his command into a regular army. But he still doesn't seem to understand yet that being a bandit is very different from being a general. Prestige and trust are not something that can be accumulated by brutality alone. He keeps changing his orders again and again on the battlefield. As they say, a general does not retract the order he is given. He has to be impartial in dishing out rewards and punishments, and he must remain steadfast and unwavering. Only then will he be able to lead and command the soldiers. He is simply not cut out to be a general at all. That's why I'm more worried about Qi Juin than this man. Xin Zichuan hesitated before the stairs. He said, the marriage alliance between Qidong and the Hua clan cannot be reversed. now that Li Bei has rebelled, Qidong is the last crutch that Kudu has left to rely on. Within the next few days, Qi Juin will no doubt receive a promotion and a noble rank. The Empress Dowager already has great admiration for her to begin with. Once her noble title is confirmed, it would be time for her to deploy troops north. No matter what, I have to turn Sizhou into an impregnable fortress before Qi Juin arrives. The commander-in-chief isn't an easy one to fight. My eldest brother is the heavy cavalry, Lu Guangbai is the guerrilla, while Qi Juin is the cavalry and infantry combined. Having resided in the Songjuan commandery for a long time, she won't deploy the troops easily, but she has a tendency to launch a violent assault and storm the enemies. Back then, when she penetrated deep into the desert to save Qishiu, she was like the sudden onslaught of rainstorm that gave her opponents a jolt. It's her usual practice to cut down foes with one blow to strike fear in the heart of others, so that when they faced her in battle, they will not help but be frightened. Xiao Qia mulled it over for a moment. I want to fight a battle with her. Xun Zichuan looked at him. Xiao Qia patted his shoulder and said, It's not like I want to fight her now. The way you look at me is so fierce. Xun Zichuan took a step down the stairs. As if remembering something, he looked back and asked, Where's my fan? Xiao Qia pinched his chin and strode down 3 steps with one stride. Then he crouched down before him and said, Come on up and I'll give it to you.